Hello, salutations. What it do? It's Sadot the Gamer, all father, dear gang, no vibes like scrap. Let's get it. Happy Spider-Man Day. What is up, Durag Nation? We are less than 5 days. I think we're at 4 days now. 4 days away from the official release of Marvel Spider-Man 2. Happy Monday. How's everyone doing on this fine Monday morning? Not fine if you have to work, but I feel like Spider-Man can make that better. What's up, Durag Nation? Saw Lucky Ray in the building. Australia. Of course, Australia lives in a different timeline, so they get it a little early. What's up, Kylie? Got the $60 standard. What up, what up? Dusan, Jibby, Donovan, Laos, Abdul. What up, what up? So I actually did a poll, Lucky, on the community tab to see where people thought the Metacritic score is going to land. We're going to be tracking that as well in real time. I have that all set up right here for your convenience. So once that score is added, we'll keep track of where that falls. Most of y'all in the community tab thought it would fall in the like 95 to 99 range. What's up, Ant? We getting there? Yes, sir. What's up, Victor? How's everyone doing? I'm going to give everyone a chance to come in here. Make sure you like the stream. Helps it push it to the algorithm. Subscribe if you're new or you want to comment, because we are in subscriber only mode. We had to I've taken some precautions since the last time we were live. I want to make sure that nobody gets spoiled. We're going to keep this as spoiler free as possible. What's up, Champagne? Thank you for the 9 months. Your credit card got charged. Yes, the collector's edition, if you haven't noticed yet, they have started charging for the collector's edition. And it looks like they are indeed going to ship and be arriving on the 20th. Some are getting it the 21st, unfortunately. But yeah, we have it in subscriber mode, so only subs can comment in the chat. We have some restrictions on certain words you can say. Trying to make sure that people are not spoiled. If you spoil, you will be banned. No exceptions. So also as a precaution, don't read if a super chat pops up, don't read it until I read it for you, because one of the ways that people try to get around spoiler-free chats is and this actually happened, someone sent me a super chat just so they can put spoilers, and some of the people in the chat got spoiled. So be on the lookout for that, but otherwise we should be good. The reviews are going to be going live at 10 a.m. EST, so we are about 25 minutes away from that. The first person's review that we're going to look at is Caboose. who has confirmed he has platinumed the game. What's up, Craig? Welcome. Blessings to you, my brother. So people who officially were given the game early to review it, I mean officially by Sony, they are not allowed to spoil. Their reviews are required to be spoiler free. They have no choice in the matter. Obviously, you will see some stuff because they're going to be using B-roll footage, but they are not allowed to do major story spoilers. So they have to even be careful with what B-roll they show. But that's why we're going to focus on, you know, the main players. So we'll look at Caboose, we'll look at JORaptor, we'll look at SkillUp, IGN, Game Informer, that sort of thing. But there should not be any spoilers. So in 26 minutes, in 24 minutes now, the reviews will go live and we'll start reacting to those. There will be new gameplay. There will be new cutscenes shown, most likely, but they are technically not allowed to do any major spoilers. So be on the lookout for that. Happy birthday, Void. Anyone else have a birthday today? What's up, Navaflow? What's up, Adam? Appreciate you. Wish you could play it, but you can't afford PS5. It's your birthday. Happy birthday. Hope you get it eventually. Yep. We have our mods ready and activated. Do not mess around with spoilers. We're so serious. you will be banned. The mods have been informed. They are allowed to ban people for spoilers. So you have been warned. If I don't get you, the mods will. What's up, Shaq? Welcome. Nope, you're around time. That's why I like to start a little bit early. Give everyone a chance to come in, get themselves situated, and let them know what's going on. Reviews will go live at 10. We're going to look at Caboose first. Someone keeps saying Dark Side. I don't care if it's a fake spoil. If it's a troll like, oh, Venom is Venom, I don't care. But if you're saying any other type of thing, you're out there. You spoiled yourself by watching a spoiler video because your curiosity got the better of you. But the game is going to be crazy, so get ready for the 20th. All right. That super chat is safe. Got rid of him. Our lucky banned him, so you're out of there. Thank you, Jan, for the 100 in whatever currency that is. Appreciate you, my friend. I did see the MK1 Omni-Man trailer. I don't have Mortal Kombat, so I just watched Jay Shock Blast's reaction. Looked very cool. Marvel Spider 2, it says 3 days until release. Yep. So we don't have official confirmation about how it's going to work, but I'm assuming it's going to be a region thing when it comes to the availability of Spider-Man 2. So if you're in Australia, you will likely be able to play it early. New Zealand, you'll get it a little earlier, but it's supposed to be midnight on the 20th, but midnight will be different depending on what part of the world you live in. Let's all manifest a meteor fall on the people Probably PS5. Just on their PS5. Let the meteor just hit the PS5. Yep. Shout out to the Aussies. Can you do gameplay? So we're going to be live reacting to the reviews. As part of the reviews, they will have some gameplay footage thrown in there as B-roll. They'll have some cutscene footage as well while they're giving their commentary. So you will see some new gameplay. You will see some new cutscenes from Spider-Man 2, but they are technically supposed to be spoiler-free reviews. Your dad's so clutch, got you a PS5. Let's go. Shout out to the fathers who stuck around and bought their kids PS5s. W. We got 19 minutes until the reviews go live. Somebody always breaks the embargo. Actually, someone, but leakers aside, when it comes to like review embargoes, somebody always posts early. Last time, shout to Random Black Gamer, he posted about 30 minutes early on the hands-on preview embargo, but it was all good. And somebody I saw on Reddit, somebody actually published their Spider-Man 2 review on Friday. like wait, I don't know. Like I understood Random Black Gamer, like he just got his time zones mixed up, but he was only like 30 minutes before the embargo technically went live, technically was lifted. But this dude was like a full 4 days early. I was like, what? Yo, how you get that wrong? Can you get it early in Ireland? Like I said, we'll have a map officially released by Insomniac closer to launch. But for now, my assumption is that people who are living in different regions will have access to the game before other people. Will they show side missions? Will they show side missions? Maybe. They will not be. Obviously, I don't know what people are going to put in their reviews. I do know they're supposed to be spoiler free. You can use other reviews as a guideline. In general, they don't go into detail on any mission in particular, but side missions would obviously be fine if they. I mean, there would be literally no reason for them to go like in depth on side missions, but I would expect them to mention the quality of the side missions and maybe use one as an example, because there are a lot of different side missions and they aren't like particularly relevant to the main plot. That's why they're side missions, but they do have some side missions that are supposed to be really cool, and have some cool story implications, but there are also side missions that aren't that big a deal. They even talked about some of them in the hands-on preview. They mentioned that there was a Caboose mentioned there was a side mission where you collect spider bots that have like Spider-Verse characters on them, and the origin is mysterious. It might be from another dimension. Someone mentioned that there was a side mission where the mascot at Miles's school got stolen and you have to track it down. So probably stuff like that. If anyone spoils anything, you get yeeted into the void. That is correct. Why don't I have a review copy of the game? Because Sony did not think that I should get a review copy this early. I think only a literal handful of content creators actually got chosen to do reviews. I think only one of them was an American content creator. Everyone else is a content creator in a different country, but the overwhelming majority of people who got review codes were were games journalists, which makes sense if the priority is to make sure you get those Metacritic scores up. You know, that's mainly what the review period is for anyway. Like content, obviously you want to have some content creators have access to the game to do reviews, but the review period are mainly for the reviewers, the ones whose reviews count towards your Metacritic score, because that's what companies really want to hit on. They really want that Metacritic score to be high. So that's really all that matters when it comes to the review specific period, not what a content creator thinks, unless that content creator is like SkillUp and their review counts towards the Metacritic score. Otherwise, they can just have other content creators get access to the game and do something else like a couple days early. But today is just about the reviews. So if you're talking about the New Zealand trick, that does not work on PS5. That is a Xbox trick. Xbox players are famously able to take unprompted trips to New Zealand to get early access to video games. What's up, IDK bro? Thank you for hanging out. Are the side missions actually more fun? We'll find out. So the collector's editions are now being charged. People who have bought the collector's edition are being charged now. So they will be shipping soon. So be on the lookout for that. What's up, Blazing? I don't know if there's confirmation. We'll find out most likely we'll find out in about 13 minutes what the situation with New Game Plus is. We so far have not gotten official confirmation about New Game Plus. We heard from one person who got an unauthorized copy of Spider-Man 2. This was the first person who said they platinumed the game. They said that they didn't see a New Game Plus at the end, but we don't know officially. Marvel Spider-Man 2 has reportedly had at least one patch since the review copies went out. That person might not be correct, or they might not be telling the truth. We don't know. We don't have official confirmation about New Game Plus, but the reviews will be published in 12 minutes now. So I'm sure somebody will mention New Game Plus. SkillUp will definitely mention New Game Plus. So we'll find out together what the situation with that is. Get the game on Thursday. Yeah, I hear that. I think I'll make a video about that. What's up, Casual? Top of the morning to you, my friend. Top of the morning, bruv. It's calm. It's calm, yeah. Shout out to Casual Avenger. And hope you're enjoying that deep dish pizza early in the morning. Do I think this will get a 10 on IGN? No. A 10 on IGN for Spider-Man 2 would be wild. Ain't no way. I'm predicting the Metacritic score, because there is, as great as Spider-Man 2 might be, there is a inherent bias against superhero games and gaming media. But this does seem to have cranked up the RPG elements and the set piece stuff. So I'm going to predict that Spider-Man 2 gets close to God of War Ragnarok in Metacritic score. I think I'm gonna go 94 for the critic score. Yeah, I'm gonna go 94 on the critic score. I definitely think it's going to be over. I think it's going to be at least 90. I definitely think it's going to crack the 90. I've heard rumblings from insiders that this will finally get Insomniac over the hump, because if you haven't noticed, Insomniac games tend to be extremely well received by the players, but when it comes to the games journalists, they usually cap them out in the mid 80s. They don't typically give Insomniac games higher than 87, something like that. Like Spider-Man PS4 got an 87, Miles Morales got an 85. I don't even think Rift Apart got more than an 88. So Spider-Man Remastered got a 9. Yeah, so I think I'm going to go 94 on Spider-Man 2. So we'll get a better idea on features. I don't know what features they're going to have. The only thing I know is that we had one player who said they got the game from a friend at Insomniac. They said there's basically nothing at the end. There's no new game plus. We'll find out in about 9 minutes. They got Steph Curry line cooking. I'd say when it's all said and done, there will definitely be a new game plus. It would be very weird. I covered this in the video before already, but for those that didn't watch the video, even if Spider-Man 2 doesn't have new game plus at launch, I would be very surprised if they didn't have it like a month later or something. I think that Spider-Man 2, whether it's at launch or a month later or a few weeks later, it's definitely going to have new game plus. All the previous ones had it. It would make no sense not to give this game new game plus, especially with the potential for the replay value with this expanded New York, 2 Spider-Men. There's just no way they're not going to have a new game plus at some point. Is the Miles Morales game worth buying? You're asking that in this chat on this day of Spider-Man 2, if Miles Morales is worth buying? Holy. Every game from Insomniac is worth buying. If you're a Spider-Man fan, you should already have owned and finished Miles Morales. I'm going to tell you that. I don't consider you a Spider-Man fan if you voluntarily have not played and finished Spider-Man PS4 or Remastered and Miles Morales. Straight up. I don't consider you a true fan. Shout out to Cap Tay in the building. People have respected that Beat the Game says the greatest superhero game of all time. I fully believe Spider-Man 2 definitely has that potential to be the best superhero game of all time. I definitely think it could pass. It definitely has the potential to pass Arkham City, which I consider to be the greatest superhero game of all time. I mean, the story alone just looks better. The crazy set pieces, the traversal through the city is better. The graphics are going to be better. The city's going to be bigger. I think this is going to be regarded as the best superhero game of all time. I fully believe that. There is no dedicated switch for suits. The way the symbiote suit switching will work is that you can mix and match the symbiote abilities with different suits. So you're not forced to wear the symbiote suit if you want to use the symbiote abilities. So if you, for example, are wearing the advanced suit, you can put the symbiote abilities connected to the advanced suit, and Peter will have the advanced suit, but he'll switch over to the symbiote when he activates symbiote based abilities. So you're getting that that switching, but only in combat, which I think is pretty cool. Only 5 more minutes. I thought the launch trailer was incredible. I knew the launch trailer was coming. I didn't think they were going to drop it on a Sunday. Anonymous just tipped $4.20. Smoke up. Thank you so much for the donation. Once again, if you want to chat or just in general support the content, subscribe. We are in subscriber only mode as one of the ways to discourage people who want to spoil the game. ! Donate if you want to donate to me directly to help pay the bills and fund the giveaways, which we will be doing. We have a particular giveaway that's going to be very exciting coming up. And also feel free to grab any of the merch or gear from any of our sponsors. We got some great superhero merch from Fandomian, ! Merch. And if you want to get yourself a custom controller, ! AIM in the chat. Am I going to show gameplay? We are going to be doing live reactions to the reviews. The reviews will have new gameplay. They will have new cutscenes. The reviews are supposed to be spoiler free, but you will see some stuff that you haven't seen yet. So just be on the lookout for that. I should run for president. I definitely should not run for president. Running for president is a fool's errand. The president does not have real power. It's extremely expensive to run. It's basically a popularity contest. And once you get in charge, you're just going to be undermined every step of the way. There's no point. You don't want to be president. You want to be a multinational corporation that has a super PAC. If you want to move some things, if you want to make some changes, you want a super PAC. You want you want to own a corporation. If you can't own a corporation, you definitely want to get yourself a lobbying group together and raise enough funds to make a super PAC. that is the way the American system currently works, unfortunately. 2 more minutes. Your cat is getting hyped for Spider-Man 2. That's a big deal. Cats usually are only excited for food and laser pointers. So that is indeed a big deal. Been coming through with the $1 super chat. Please do a Venom impression. Sure. I'll do a Venom impression before leading into the review period. Shout out to Tony Todd, the best Venom there ever was. We're going to do we'll do the We Are Venom. He didn't specify which one, but that's the one everyone wants to hear. We are Venom. There you go. Appreciate that super chat, my friend. You heard his voice in the game is phenomenal. Yeah, every time I hear it, I love it. Sadot Venom confirmed. Tony Todd Jr. Perfect. Looks like everyone thinks I'm Venom. I'm not Venom. Tony Todd is Venom. All right, 1 minute. I'm going to refresh Mr. Boose's video, Mr. Boose's channel. As soon as his video goes up, we shall be reacting. There's 10 a.m. Almost. It's time. Reviews should be getting posted right now. Looks like Blitzwinger is live too. Taking my idea. Now, shout out to Blitzwinger. I wish Caboose doesn't do premieres on his videos. He just does regular videos. So let's see. I'm gonna keep refreshing until I see Caboose. Let me see JORaptor. Let me see if he posted. Nope. Yeah. Caboose. Come on, Caboose. I don't want to go to IGN first. Caboose did confirm he would post his at 10 a.m. Eastern. So in the meantime, let me check the Metacritic score while we're waiting for Caboose's video to go live. And we're gonna check that in real time. We're gonna refresh. Looks like the score is not available yet. They're still tallying. I'm gonna keep refreshing the Metacritic score. Eventually it'll pop up. Let me see Caboose if his video is up yet. Yep, Caboose's video is up. His honest review. All right, let's check this out. Caboose. It is time. Shout out to Caboose. His honest review of Marvel Spider-Man 2.
Finally, I can talk about Marvel's Spider-Man 2. A special
yes, sir.
Thank you to PlayStation Canada for providing me a review copy of Marvel Spider-Man.
Shout out to PlayStation Canada.
Review it for you guys, and then also I wanted to mention the footage you're going to see here in this video. It was all captured in performance mode. And I know so many people at home are wondering. They've been asking me,
performance mode.
Is this going to be a spoiler-filled or non-spoiler review? The game isn't officially out yet. I'm not going to spoil it for you guys. Of course, this is a non-spoiler review. With that being said, I imagine there are a lot of you out there right now that still don't even want to see anything extra for this game. And I get that, and I totally understand. So if you don't want to see any more bits of Marvel Spider-Man 2, if you don't want to hear anything more about this game, you have been warned. There are still some mild spoilers ahead. I don't want anybody in the comments giving me any crap, because now we're about to jump in, and we're going to review Marvel Spider-Man 2.
Let's go.
Start off by saying that
my body's ready.
Is a triumph. Insomniac has delivered on an epic, truly mind-blowing story, a Spider-Man story that people are going to remember for a very long time. As a matter of fact,
so I like to hear.
Insomniac Games might have just delivered one of the best superhero games of all time.
One of?
It is a masterclass in cinema.
Ooh, there's a Sandman boss fight.
You really get the sense when playing through the story that Insomniac has shaken off some
that looks so good.
They have had previously about handling such a massive beloved IP. Going into Spider-Man 2, they know they've done a good job with the characterization, and so you feel this confidence in the writing.
That's exactly what I was hoping it would be.
Full throttle in this
holy
I love the way this game continues
just threw Miles across the city.
Spider-Man wins. Either Peter or Miles or both loses. It's the constant struggle of what it means to take on such great power.
Bro, look at this.
Struggling as he tries to write his college essay. He finds it hard to even think about who he is outside of being Spider-Man. I mean, I'd have to imagine that it's a profound sense of loneliness to know that there's only one other person who can do the things that you do, and he's now become increasingly busy with his old best friend having returned. And that other person, Peter Parker, is still struggling financially as he tries to keep up with the mortgage on Aunt May's house. And like I said, Harry's back, which of course course, is great, but when Pete obtains the symbiote, there are positive and obviously negative effects to that.
Healing the world.
This brings out a performance in Yuri Lowenthal that will easily nab him a nomination at the Game Awards later this year.
I can't wait.
I'd say it's pretty much a lock. You can make a strong case that he's gonna win that award. There's so much range in Yuri's performance, and you may think you know exactly
there
what
it
I'm
is.
talking about, but believe me, there are a few surprises in this game where Yuri is given
The suit switching
to do something very different with his voice
by
And
mixing
I
the
was truly
mixing
blown
the
away with
abilities.
how good of a job that he did. The entire supporting cast is also fantastic. I give huge props to Graham Phillips for what he was able to pull off with Harry Osborn in this game and how well he bounces off of Yuri's Peter Parker.
Oh, this is going to be so good.
During every scene they're on screen together, and the game doesn't need to do too much convincing on how great of friends these two were before Harry's disappearance. I have to give Insomniac credit for making you not feel like you missed out on the story beats that were presented before we even jumped into the narrative from Spider-Man PS4. In a weird way, they make us, the player, feel like we're a part of the history that's been
This is going to be,
you know,
this is going to oh my God.
Grief and the pain that we feel from that grief, and how sometimes that pain can turn to anger. Both Miles and Peter experience these things in their own unique
Uncle
ways,
Aaron.
and it's very compelling. I was glad to see that Insomniac weren't trying to pull any punches here. Don't get me wrong, Marvel Spider-Man 2 is full of heart and full of laughs.
They kidnapped me. I did not consent.
JJ.
Menaces. I'm surrounded by menaces. But J. Jonah Jameson is not going anywhere, you hear me? I'm not going anywhere.
They rescued JJ.
For the most part,
W.
this is a very serious story. Also, narratively speaking, I gotta say the side quests in Marvel Spider-Man 2 are juicy. We've gotten quite the upgrade from chasing pigeons around. Seriously, some of the most mind-blowing moments for me in this entire game happened during the side quests, and that's all I'll say. It also cannot be understated how menacing and vicious Jim Peary is as Kraven. The
yes,
level
sir.
of intensity that he brings to each scene had me sweating bullets sometimes. He does with this character something you always hope to achieve when playing a villain, and that's the idea that every second he's not on screen, the player is looking forward to when he'll.
This is going to be my game of the year.
Jumping into
I just know
mission, hoping we'll just get a little more of Kraven.
He's fighting Scorpion. Look at that.
And it certainly helps.
Kraven's going to fight Scorpion.
Screen, he's accompanied by one of the best scores for a villain that I've ever heard in any form of media.
Yeah, that Kraven score is goated.
Track the lizard. The spider is mine.
Yeah, bro, the whole score is the same.
About Venom, all right? But, you know, Tony Todd is the freaking man. You
damn right he is.
Okay, I didn't need to say that much to you, but he truly elevated an already quite scary interpretation.
That's from the launch trailer.
Even if presentation-wise, Venom is this massive, intimidating beast, without the voice of Tony Todd behind it, it wouldn't be nearly as effective. In general, the rogues gallery in this game is pretty impressive. There are a good number of
Mysterio
that you may expect to be seeing in this game, but also some that you will not see coming.
Black Cat, the new Black Cat suit.
But you don't. Seriously though, please do yourself a favor and try.
Can't wait to see the cake.
Humanly possible to avoid spoilers for this game.
The Black Panther suit for Miles.
You think you're seeing a lot, but believe me, please trust me when I say that you haven't seen anything yet at all. Yuri Lowenthal was not lying when he told us all the way back in May from that PlayStation Showcase demo that that was just a thwip.
Current Metacritic score is a 91, by the way.
Building and getting crazier and crazier with one insane jaw-dropping moment to another.
Highest rated Insomniac game for Spider-Man so far.
Down as one of the most bold, bombastic, brilliant pieces of storytelling in the history of this character's 60+ years of existence. You do not want to know how it all goes down. I know it's hard to resist when spoilers are popping up left and right, but I beg of you, avoid them.
The Killmonger suit.
It'll only elevate.
Well, he's got the haircut.
Go in knowing as little as possible.
Makes sense.
All right, let's now move on to the gameplay. The combat in Marvel Spider-Man 2 is very satisfying. The symbiote abilities, alongside what you can do with Peter's iron arms and Miles' blue bioelectricity or his venom powers from the first game, offer up so much freedom in every encounter you find yourself in against a group of enemies. What I really loved about this too is that you can mix
those iron arms look good.
Abilities. You aren't tied specifically to the symbiote powers or the iron arms. And the same applies to Miles and his venom or blue bioelectricity. It's all power to the players, allowing each and every person who plays this game a unique experience from one another. another. General combat,
Bruh.
outside of the new abilities that our heroes have, has also gotten quite the upgrade. There are plenty of new moves that Peter and Miles can perform once you've gone through an
Oh, I can't wait to play this.
Definitely take a close look at the shared skill tree.
Look at that.
There's a lot
The iron arms on
new ways to
the symbiote.
combat encounter with both the Spider-Men. Although I will mention, on the topic of skill trees, I found it odd that there are certain abilities that I had to re-unlock that I already had unlocked in the previous games. You know, the big point launch that sends you further and then has that little explosion kind of when you jump off of a point. I had to re-unlock that again, even though that was something that you had to unlock in the first game and you had to unlock in Spider-Man Miles Morales. Now, granted, you can get it pretty early on, but still, it's
Is that a
weird that for the
wingsuit?
third time in a row, I
That
had
a
to
suit with a
unlock
cape?
the point launch, or at least the
There's
upgraded version
the
of it.
water surf.
There's also a good variety of enemies that you're going to face off against that will require you to utilize every tool in your arsenal. And what I liked about the enemy variety too is
There's a
that it's
Spider-Verse suit.
frustratingly difficult this time around. It's a nice challenge, and you'll know which enemies will cause you some problems, but it's never to the
I can tell by the frame rate.
annoyed at the mere sight of a certain enemy type. And hey, speaking of your arsenal, I'm so happy with the fact that gadgets are way more streamlined in Marvel Spider-Man 2. Gone are the days of having to grind the fun action of a fight to a complete halt while you pull up the gadget wheel and decide which one you want to use. Now everything is just
Thank God, no more gadget wheel.
4 gadgets to unlock that both the Spider-Men share, as well as having your classic web shooters available. This is a much needed change. I don't want or need 10 different gadgets when I only end up using like 1 or 2 most of the time. Not to mention, they are all pretty fun to use in this game. I mean, especially I love the
I think that's the that's the Raimi Spider-Man 3 suit. The Spider-Man 3 black suit.
Any throwable items in the vicinity, doing some hefty damage to anyone that gets caught in the middle. I was also thoroughly impressed with the stealth in this game, which got a substantial boost for me thanks to 2 very small, very
web line
minor upgrades that make the world of a difference. Those upgrades being the web lines that you can use to help give you more vantage points to perform stealth takedowns.
What's up, Bruno? That Bully Maguire suit.
You get the upgrade in the shared skill tree.
Spider-Verse suit for sure. Yep.
Dual stealth takedowns on enemies. In the past games, unless I was forced to, I would just jump right into the action and fight as many people as possible, as loud as possible. Now in Spider-Man 2, I find it equally engaging to try and take down a room of enemies without being seen.
I like to see that.
Making a ton of noise.
You know, I love the stealth.
If we were talking about gameplay, to not bring up how much better the traversal is in Spider-Man 2. Not only do we have a ton of new
air tricks for Peter.
Very large, very dense open world, but the old ways have been given a significant boost in speed. Web swinging already feels faster, but
they gave Peter the Venom launch
you start with can only go
that Miles has,
and spend your resources on the
except he uses it with the iron arms,
loops, which are insanely fun to perform, super slingshots or regular slingshots, and some familiar traversal mechanics that you might remember from Spider-Man Miles Morales that now has been implemented for both Miles and Peter in this game, and you'll be zipping from one end of the open world.
Looks like they definitely gave Peter a nice upgrade on his traversal.
Reiterate what I said when I got my hands on with the game last month, and that the web wings are, in my opinion, the single most fun traversal mechanic I've ever utilized in a video.
They look so fun.
Like me, and sometimes just like to jump back into the Insomniac.
Love that superior suit. Yeah.
Swing around for a few hours, then you'll be very happy with how therapeutic of an experience it is.
Oh, that looks so good.
Exactly that in Marvel Spider-Man 2.
There's a loop-de-loop.
Easy to lose track of how much time you've been spending free roaming around the city. And I'll
Caboose.
say that the wall crawling is technically faster in this game, but it's a very minor bump. I still never found the urge to be.
There's a Spider-Verse Spider-Man Noir suit.
Necessary. And I know a lot of people were asking me if you can run down a wall.
Oh, there's the Rubik's Cube.
Any Web of Shadow style.
Oh, that's so dope.
In this game. I think this is.
Oh, that's so crazy.
Of Spider-Man and his gameplay.
Yes.
Insomniac can improve upon.
Look at that.
Ever make another game in the future. And honestly, I feel like the only way
that Spider-Verse Noir suit is sick.
By introducing wall combat in some way. Because I mean, come on, guys, let's just be real here. Wall crawling is not something.
Yo, that's insane.
You get into a Spider-Man game. It's the bottom of the list of things you want to do, and that's the case for any Spider-Man game.
Spider-Man Noir suit mid. That is 100% caps.
The greatest. That's just in general. Swing steering is another hot topic of conversation, and yes, if you were to turn down the swing steering assistance to 0, it can be quite jarring to get the hang of how much you need to control your swinging. For me personally, I hovered at around 7, where I got most of the assistance they usually offer us from the past 2 games, but also that slight bit of control. It struck a good balance for me, but what's great about this is
I love that Spider-Verse. I love the Spider-Verse suits.
For how players would want to experience this game. And yes, the MJ missions are back, but they are very few and far
MJ missions confirmed,
and they're a lot more engaging than they were in the last game. At least that's in my personal opinion.
MJ with the stealth takedown. The taser is back.
finally sprint as MJ. It made the pacing during her missions not feel as slowed down as they were in Spider-Man PS4. Moving on though, Insomniac, as
Set this 1 point off.
now, has expanded upon the open world in Marvel Spider-Man 2, now offering up the opportunity to roam around Brooklyn and Queens.
We knew the MJ missions would be back.
Addition to an already very lively,
So I like that they at least added a sprint.
Feels like as though there are an endless amount of sights to see, collectibles to obtain, and also plenty of fun quests scattered around the city. I already mentioned how great those side quests are, but you also have some smaller, more personal tasks in your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man app, similar to what was offered in Spider-Man Miles Morales. These missions allow you to connect with your city on a more personal level for Peter and Miles, and thanks to all those fun new traversal mechanics, roaming around the suburban areas of Queens isn't as difficult as it should be for someone that usually needs some high rises to swing from. And I quickly wanted to mention that while there are some really cool
Bro, these suits are so good.
I do think that Miles got a fantastic selection of them to choose from. I feel as though overall, the selection of suits, especially for Peter, isn't as strong as it was in Spider-Man PS4. This is in part due to the fact that there are quite a bit of returning suits in Marvel Spider-Man 2, and don't get me wrong,
looks like they got most of the old stuff.
Are great, and some of them feel new considering that they have new color palettes to choose from. And plus, you know, this is a pretty game. The graphical fidelity in Marvel Spider-Man 2 is upped quite a bit. It's taking advantage of the PS5, so the suits look nicer. But I feel like
they got the
missing out on a couple of comic book suits that I was almost certain would pop up in the game. Who knows though? In the past, Insomniac has done like free DLC drops where
I see they got all the
so they might do
the Toby suits.
I can't complain though for Miles.
I think I saw the TASM too.
That you can get for Miles are really cool, man. There also isn't still a ton of variety in the random crimes that happen around the city when you're
the
playing
TASM 2.
I don't know, this never really bothered me in the first 2 games.
I saw that TASM 2.
Stuff that's different.
I saw it.
You know, for the most part, you're chasing cars.
I saw that, Caboose.
Stopping and mugging. It's fairly simple. Just beat up some bad guys. The really cool part about the random crimes, though, in this game is
I saw that TASM 2 suit.
And the other
the only one that matters.
In some instances, the Spider-Man will already have been there by the time you get to the fight. In others, they'll join you in the middle of the fight. And then you both perform some really awesome team takedowns, and it's super flashy and super fun. It's particularly great that you can have a little interaction with the other Spider-Man.
That's so good. Oh, I can't wait to play this.
And some pretty funny moments that happen from that. Overall, I can say with confidence that for me, Marvel Spider-Man 2 is a masterpiece. I'm putting this one on my Mount Rushmore of superhero video games.
It's on the Mount Rushmore.
There are some minor flaws and some quality of life fixes that I hope they add into the game in future patches, like specifically the option to be able to change the time of day and
Shout out to Raimi.
You beat the game. Seriously, Insomniac, why wasn't this in here day one? But then also, please, Insomniac, let me replay missions. I feel like this was something I remembered being an option you could do in Spider-Man Miles Morales, and I don't know why it's missing in this game. So I'm hoping they take in some feedback from the community, and those are things that, again, we will see in future patches for the game. But outside of that, I mean, I could not recommend Marvel Spider-Man 2 enough. Not that there were people watching, I imagine, who were like on the fence. I'm sure a lot of you already have.
So there's no mission replay.
We're definitely going to be getting the game day one.
And probably no new game plus.
For those of you who are ready to go, let me just say, if your expectations are high, if they're astronomical, I can promise you, and I'm telling you this with certainty, that they'll at the very least be met, if not surpassed. Believe the hype. Marvel Spider-Man 2 delivers.
I believe it.
All fronts.
I'm a believer.
It is a home run. And that's why I give Marvel
Mysterio
Spider-Man 2 from Insomniac Games a 9.5 out of 10.
9.5.
Contender. Yuri
There's a Mysterio boss fight.
Lock for best performance of this year. I can't wait for you all to experience it. And with that being said, if you enjoyed my review, hit the thumbs up button. Subscribe for more Spider-Man 2 content coming your way. I've been Caboose, and I'll see you guys later.
So that is Mr. Boost. Shout out to Caboose. That was his review. Currently, the Metacritic score is a very nice 91. Let's do a refresh. It's dropped down to a 90. Universal acclaim. VG and GamesRadar gave it a perfect score. Those are the only two so far. VG 247 and GamesRadar gave it a perfect 100. All right, let's check out all the. I'm so excited from what I saw on Caboose's video. I'm so excited. So IGN apparently gave it an 8. We'll watch the IGN review. So I know chat's going to be raging at IGN. So we'll see. All right. Oh, never mind. Before we get to IGN, let's get to SkillUp, who I trust more than IGN and everyone else. SkillUp dropped his review of Spider-Man 2, and it is a juicy one. And he says that he recommends Spider-Man 2.
Speaker ergonomic and their new smart coffee table, the perfect glow up for any living room or gaming room. Not only does
Shout out to the sponsor.
Watching them, that includes this one if you're particularly sensitive to spoilers. Okay, so with that out the way, let me say this.
Non-spoiler review.
Here. You are not here to find out if Spider-Man 2 is good. You already know that Spider-Man 2 is good. You haven't played it yet, but you've got 2 eyes and 2 ears, and even if you don't, you can feel it in your jellies. This is a good video game, no 2 ways about it. What you want to know is this better than the first game, Spider-Man 2018, or the smaller spin-off Miles Morales released back in 2021? The answer to that
they gave Starfield a 7. True.
Yes. This game looks vastly better owing to the power of the PS5 and how it's been put to work. It makes use of the DualSense controller in both novel and meaningful ways. It has a bigger world to explore, now incorporating both Brooklyn and Queens. It has deeper, more flexible combat. It has more enemy types, more open world activities, more.
See, Peter had an arrow stuck in his arm.
Most importantly, more Spider-Man, since Spider-Man 2 is told from the perspective of both Miles and Peter, allowing you to switch freely between them while exploring the open world, though the missions all require you to play one Spidey or the other, depending on which part of the story.
That Sandman mission is going to be insane.
In conjunction with all of the more that Spider-Man 2 offers, the quality of this package cannot be overstated. From graphical fidelity to loading times to how bug-free it is, except for the spiders, to the strength of the voice work, the unbelievable combat that regularly looks and feels so good that it's hard to believe that you are actually controlling these characters as they do all of this stuff. It's genuinely remarkable. Sadly, when it comes to many AAA games in the modern era, so much of our time is spent talking about them being unfinished or broken or patchy storytelling.
Shots fired.
Full of game design elements that clearly haven't been properly thought out or tested. Not so with anything in
Shots fired at Cyberpunk and Starfield.
And certainly not so here in Spider-Man 2. It is an utterly complete and polished package that continues to cement Insomniac as one of the greatest studios working today. So, by every tangible metric, this is a better game.
This is not spoiling the game by any stretch of the imagination. No.
The conversation around Spider-Man 2 will center on the more intangible.
Oh, look at the mini Sandman you're going to fight.
Story, how much innovation is brought to bear across the experience, and how it leaves you feeling at the end of it. Spider-Man 2018 left you pretty damn.
Obviously, it's going to have information that you don't know.
That you had just played through one of the best.
But it is a non-spoiler review.
A brilliant retelling of the Spider-Man mythos.
It's not going to spoil the main story.
Friends and loved ones, but also a pantheon of almost every.
They're going to show stuff that you haven't seen yet.
Not all of them.
I talked about this,
but a lot of them
before
with the
reviews went live.
That game was willing to dish out at the back end.
If you didn't want to know anything new about the game,
out of nowhere. It's hard
don't
to
watch the reviews.
That feeling, but it is possible.
Like, it's not that complicated.
God of War Ragnarok managed to find a new level, not through its core gameplay, but in the expansiveness and functionality of its semi-open worlds. And in
did we see a Black Panther spider suit? Yes, we did.
Introduced so many new characters.
Looks like the Killmonger one.
With all of them. Most importantly, it used our knowledge of an ancient prophecy as a jumping off.
Yeah, the Sandman fight looks like it's going to be insane, bro.
Subverting expectations at every turn. And Sony Santa Monica could do that because they could.
You fight mini Sandman.
The story.
You fight the kaiju size Sandman.
And it's an original story. No one can tell them no, and we as an audience can't bring any preconceptions to it. It's not like that for Spider-Man. Firstly, this isn't Insomniac's character, it's Marvel's. And that sort of partnership is naturally going to create some constraints, especially for a character as popular and ubiquitous as Spider-Man. More than that though, the stories that are told with this character usually aren't new stories. They're remixes of old stories, ones we've been told and retold countless times over the years in comics, cartoons, movies, and games. There's great comfort in that, but it also allows us to see the twists and turns coming before they do, which naturally dulls some of their sharpness and cut through. I think there's a little bit of that going on in Spider-Man 2. This definitely has some new elements that I found moving and powerful, in particular the way Spider-Man 2 depicts the friendship between Peter and Harry, the complex relationship between Peter and Miles' personal journey as it relates to the death of his father at the hands of Martin Lee, aka Mr. Negative.
Miles definitely has some crazy suits.
The emotional high points for a game that is, by and large, not going to surprise you with its story beats.
It's like a flashback.
Also manages to mishandle a few of the other core relationships.
Well, there's the prison break.
This predictability is also present on the gameplay front. New combat options, enemy types, and open world activities absolutely broaden this experience, but they all still fit within a framework that's going to feel familiar. The inclusion of Brooklyn and Queens stands out as a bit of a missed opportunity, since they both feel functionally identical to Manhattan, and it would have been nice to see these spaces open up different gameplay experiences we couldn't get elsewhere. None of this is to say that Spider-Man 2 isn't an absolutely superb game, because it is. Like I said, by the numbers, this is a better game by almost every metric. But the stuff that you can't measure, that's where Spider-Man 2 didn't quite knock me on my ass the way that the first game did. For those who have not yet experienced an Insomniac Spider-Man game before, boy, are you in for a treat, let me tell you.
Oh yeah.
If you're returning to these characters in this city after Spider-Man 2018 and Miles Morales, Spider-Man 2 is going to feel more familiar and comfortable rather than amazing or spectacular.
So Spider-Man 2 is probably going to settle on like a 9, I think, on the Metacritic.
Spider-Man 2 picks up immediately after the events of Spider-Man 2018 and Miles Morales. You're slipping into some familiar territory here with Peter and MJ, Miles and his high school buddies. They're each struggling in their own way. Peter finding it hard to hold down a full-time job while having to randomly disappear to go and save the city. And Miles struggling to focus on his college admission essay when he keeps getting the itch to
Peter and Mary Jane kissing.
It's that central tension that's always been at the heart of Spider-Man, how demanding that suit is, exacting a heavy toll on not only those who wear it, but on the friends and family around them. We've seen this story endlessly riffed on over the years, but it's rare to see it play out for Miles and Peter simultaneously. That's the beating heart of Spider-Man 2, the fact that there are two Spider-Men, both of them facing the exact same challenges but in totally different ways. In the past, they've each needed to carry this burden alone because who else could possibly understand it? But here, they work as a team, they fight side by side, and they confide in each other. Peter does play the role of mentor, sort of, but no one's an expert at being a Spider-Man, Peter included, and so they're both kind of figuring this out as they go, making plenty of mistakes along the way, and some of the most memorable and touching.
Yeah, we're gonna check out what IGN said next.
Are just hanging out, perched high above the cityscape, chatting about how hard it is to be a Spider-Man.
We'll put Lee back where he belongs. Promise. Don't leave me hanging.
Trying to soak over here.
Not on my watch. Come on.
Hey.
Special mention has to go to the way the relationship between Peter and Harry is built up. Harry has reappeared in Peter's life after spending time recovering from a chronic illness, and Peter is overjoyed, but we as an audience can't buy into that immediately because we don't know this Harry. What follows is a number of really fantastic
bike ride mission.
constructed scenes where the two of them are both rediscovering their friendship. They'll go on a bike ride together and just chat about old times. They'll shoot moose while shooting the shit. Just two dudes being bros on the court. One of the best sequences in the game is this flashback sequence where Peter and Harry are trying to break into their old high school, and they're remembering when they first did this as teenagers, and it's this combination of tender storytelling.
This is so well done.
Puzzle-style gameplay.
This is perfect.
Peter needs to use his Spidey powers to avoid the gaze of a lurking security guard. It culminates in a really important emotional moment, and as a result of this scene and others like it, I was really bought in on this bromance. I could see how much it meant to Peter and how high the stakes would eventually become when that relationship was eventually threatened. One of those threats is some new threads that Peter gets his hands on, the symbiote suit. Again, not going to spoil anything about this except to say that you probably already know that the symbiote suit is not our friend. It does bad things to us, including but not limited to making us very cranky. Peter's acquisition of the symbiote suit is a real high point for the game because it's when we get to start seeing Peter's voice actor, Yuri Lowenthal, absolutely burn the place down with his performance. You're used to this sort of nervous, nerdy, emotionally needy Peter Parker and a cocky, smart-mouth Spider-Man. The symbiote suit brings out this whole other side of Peter. Angry, vengeful, selfish, and at times cruel. If you've seen this story told in the past, it isn't surprising, but I really think the way Lowenthal delivers this transformation opens up this other side of Peter is just so worth watching. There's been a lot of fantastic voice performances this year, from Resident Evil to Final Fantasy 16 to Baldur's Gate 3 and beyond, but I would absolutely class Lowenthal's performance as symbiote Spider-Man as one of the best performances of the year. A true standout in a game full of standout performances.
Meaning something.
Can you visit Aunt May's house? Yes, you can.
We almost had Lizard.
I'm sure he was just trying to help.
Sometimes it's just easier to do things myself.
It's not a spoiler to say that there are two antagonists in Spider-Man 2, Kraven and Venom. Kraven is, I don't know, man, he doesn't do much for me. An interesting through line of some of the best Spider-Man villains is that each of them could walk through Spider-Man's front door and be welcomed in by Aunt May or Miles' mother. Norman Osborn carving turkey in the Sammy Raimi movies. The Vulture being MJ's dad in Tom Holland's Spider-Man movies.
So hot.
The Prowler being Miles' uncle in Into the Spider-Verse. Doc Ock, the Lizard, Martin Lee, the list goes on. Obviously, you can't do this forever. Spider-Man can't be related or IRL friends with everyone he ends up fighting, but there's something in that definitely is not present in Kraven, and nothing else replaces it. He's a fairly unremarkable villain by many metrics. Inexplicably
he doesn't like Kraven?
Needlessly cruel, quite one-dimensional compared to even some of the lesser villains that Spider-Man has squared off against. Kraven serves as a powerful catalyst for events in ways that I won't spoil, but he's almost incidental to the broader plot. And I do wonder if this villain was chosen as the focus because Sony have a Kraven movie coming out soon and they needed to up his brand recognition. That sounds more cynical than I really am about this villain. He's fine, he has some moments, but yeah, for me personally, he just doesn't really do much. The other villain is Venom.
I thought Kraven was awesome.
It's impossible for me to talk about him without spoiling stuff, so I'm just not going to. I'm also not going to show you footage of him in action because I think that this is like the most terrifying and intimidating rendition of Venom that I have ever seen. The physicality and power of Venom, I don't think any film or cartoon, and certainly no video game, has captured it as well as Insomniac have captured it.
Oh, I can't wait.
He's transfixing whenever he's on screen. You feel like nervous seeing him so much as look at another character in the story because you immediately fear for their safety. I have thoughts about how the whole Venom arc plays out, stuff I'll maybe share on the podcast when we're past the statute of limitations on spoilers, but the way Venom looks and sounds and moves is just unbelievable, and you are really going to love it. While certain character relationships stand out as high points, as does the whole symbiote suit thing and what it means for everyone involved, you can kind of guess where like 80 to 90% of this story is going to go before it gets there. You absolutely could say the same of many Spider-Man stories, including Spider-Man 2018, but that game was surprising for a lot of reasons, not just its narrative. It was the first time we were introduced to that rendition of New York City, to that web slinging, to that combat, to that Peter Parker before he got his facelift. There was also that pantheon of villains, which was just like, it was like a Saturday morning cartoon marathon where they only played the hits. So there was a lot in that package that really surprised, and I think similar to God of War Ragnarok, if I
think this is definitely going to be my favorite.
Capture that magic, then I think it needed to be in a more challenging Spider-Man story, one that made us rethink this mythos. Spider-Man 2 doesn't do that, either because of constraints or intent. Spider-Man 2 is quite predictable, and while it's always a great story, well told, it does leave you feeling as though you've heard big chunks of it before, and as absolutely superb as the rest of the game is, the rest of the game fits into that overall pattern.
Listen to that music. It'd be funny if Miles doesn't want to call this punch a Venom punch anymore.
Spider-Man 2 is a remarkably good-looking video game that runs spectacularly well across a variety of configurations. I say that because Spider-Man 2 offers 3 different graphical settings. There's your 4K high-fidelity mode at 30 FPS, there's a 4K performance mode targeting 60 FPS, and wedged in between the two of those is a cheeky 4K performance mode targeting 40 FPS. If you're wondering what the deal with that 40 FPS mode is, it's really designed for anyone rocking HDMI 2.1 and a 120Hz screen. The target frame rate with that combination of hardware produces an exceptionally smooth experience. 10 extra frames doesn't sound like a lot, but when combined with the right screen setup, it really is a bit of a game changer. Having said that, I played at 60 FPS because the game already looked fantastic, and if I can get an extra 20 frames a second, then I'm going to do that. For a deep dive into all of this stuff, I'll refer you as always to Digital Foundry. They'll no doubt have excellent coverage of the 3 graphical options, including detailed comparisons. For me though, I will make clear that even when playing at 60 FPS performance mode, this game looks incredible. The scale of New York as it stretches out before you is overwhelming. The speed at which you can move through it all is dizzying, never any slowdown or any loading screens. The amount of ground traffic is massively increased versus even Miles Morales or Spider-Man Remastered, and the city itself is sporting so much geometry, detail, and lighting. That's the other thing I should mention. Those 3 modes I listed, all of them have ray tracing. You can't turn ray tracing off in this game because, to quote Insomniac, there's no need to. Insomniac found a way to make a game look this good, run this well, stream assets this quickly,
That's
and get to a
Insomniac.
rock-solid 60 FPS with ray tracing enabled. I feel it is necessary for the government to step in and begin regulating Insomniac because clearly these people are dangerous. The most powerful thing about Spider-Man's visuals aren't the textures, reflections, or frame rates, they're the framing. We don't often talk about the way that cutscenes or action sequences are directed in video games, the cinematography of them, but it's impossible to not notice how good Insomniac are at this stuff. From the massive, elaborate chase sequences across the city, to just the finishes where Miles and Peter tag team some goon to put out his lights, the absolute talent that has gone into making all of this action look this good is at times hard to fathom.
Bro,
even more so
look at
because of
that.
the fact that it's like always playable. It's one thing to make some sick cutscene, but to allow the player to participate in that, to control it in ways that are more meaningful than just quick time events and button presses, that is rare, and there are very few games that are able to achieve this level of interactive spectacle.
Look at that.
Zooming out, New York City in Spider-Man 2 is zoomed out. It now encompasses the low-rise industrial blocks of Brooklyn, as well as the white picket-fenced residential burbs of Queens. This was definitely one of the most talked-about features of Spider-Man 2, but sadly, this new real estate fails to achieve anything that the old real estate wasn't already doing. Brooklyn is basically the exact same as Manhattan, like you straight up can't tell the difference unless you're from there or something, I don't know. Queens certainly looks different, but it doesn't feel different. Sure, it has houses instead of warehouses, but functionally, as Spider-Man, you're doing the same thing there that you would do anywhere else, though you are more reliant on your wingsuit here for the absence of skyscrapers to swing off. This does feel like a big missed opportunity. As a form of virtual tourism, it's nice to take photos of stuff in Brooklyn or Queens and learn a little bit about them, but that's a pretty low bar to be aiming for. New sections of the map shouldn't just be an aesthetic expansion, they should ideally broaden gameplay opportunities, delivering stuff we haven't seen before or can't do elsewhere. Brooklyn and Queens both fail to do that, and barring one later mission that sees you sneaking through the back streets of Queen at night to avoid Kraven's forces, you'll barely notice the impact that these new spaces have on the overall experience.
What's up,
When it
Ian?
comes to what there is to do around New York City, there's a hell of a lot, more so than ever before. But in terms of how new a lot of this feels, I think your mileage may vary. There are plenty of returning activities. You'll still have the photo shoots and the random crimes where you have to stop a burglary or catch criminals as they speed in a getaway car.
Holy.
That stuff is sort of lifted and dropped from the first game into this one. Then there are the sort of remixes on a theme, like instead of beating up bad guys at a Fisk construction site, you're beating up Kraven's goons as they light bonfires on top of buildings. Instead of collecting backpacks hidden throughout the city, you're collecting spider bots, which are hidden throughout the city. This stuff has a new coat of paint, but it's basically the same stuff. Then there's the genuinely new stuff. One really fun side activity involves staying in the slipstream of one of these drone things, and the way it weaves through New York.
I remember this mission from the
speed at which
hands-on
you travel
preview.
it's always a good time. There's another one where Miles needs to open up these stashes left behind by his uncle, and they involve some scanning of the environment and puzzle solving to get them open, etc. It's pretty basic, but it gets the job done.
So that's
there's
what the,
definitely some new stuff here.
Uncle
In
Aaron
fact, I'd
stuff
say
is
more
for.
than half of what you're doing in New
The
York
Uncle Aaron
is
side
new
missions.
or new-ish, but all of it feels like it fits within an open world framework that hasn't evolved from the last game. It's still an assortment of very discrete, singular, disconnected activities peppered throughout the game. You do them to get some upgrade currencies, you do a lot of them to get the Platinum Trophy. For many, that's fine, and it must be said that completing the Platinum Trophy here is, as with the last game, a really pleasant experience. I haven't done it myself, but I've spoken to other reviewers who have, and you can Platinum Spider-Man
SkillUp,
2
you
in
didn't
around
get
about
Platinum?
30 hours or so without
How
needing
dare
to
you.
do any bullshit like many Platinum trophies ask you to do. This open world model was never groundbreaking, but it was fun and straightforward and never onerous and, yeah, pleasant. It was just a good excuse to go out there and do more Spidey stuff.
Caboose got
It's that
Platinum.
again here in Spider-Man 2, and if that's what you wanted, then great. But if you were hoping that that formula might evolve somewhat, then I think you're going to be a little bit disappointed. To be clear, I liked it, I really did, but I definitely found myself engaging with it less this time around because I felt as though I'd already experienced a lot of what was on offer. The biggest thing that transforms the feeling of being out in and above New York City is the wingsuit, and I'm sure I'm going to get in a lot of trouble for this take, but I think the way it's been implemented here isn't great, and I think Spider-Man 2 loses some of its identity owing to how powerful and convenient these wings are. So to be clear, you get them basically right away, like the first mission, and it lets you glide basically endlessly, and you can use them whenever and wherever you like. No restrictions, no limitations. It's really fun, especially at first. You're dive bombing to pick up speed, weaving in between buildings, pulling up to get your
This looks
height back, and
amazing.
surveying the city below you. It's totally
I'm gonna
awesome.
love the
It
wings.
has a nice feel to it as well. Like you can feel the wind resistance, and you feel the laws of aerodynamics kicking in as you try to make turns that are too ambitious. It's genuinely super good. In fact, it's too good because it's so fast and so convenient and often so necessary that it quickly becomes your default means of getting around New York. And it's like, I don't know about that, man. Like, I'm playing the Spider-Man game, not a Superman game. Web swing is kind of the point, and I found myself doing a lot less of it this time around.
Said the web wings are too good.
The response is, well, what's the problem? If you don't like it, don't use it. And that's actually true. And that's actually what I started forcing myself to do after a while. Stop using it. Because I felt like I was missing out on the Spider-Man experience.
That's a wild take.
By defaulting to the wingsuit as often as I was able to.
This feature is so
the
good.
obvious follow-up to that
I don't like it.
is, well, if you don't have to use it and you can still web swing, then what the fuck are you complaining about? And the answer is, I don't know.
That's a wild.
Doesn't feel quite right, to be honest.
That's a
with
wild
you.
take, bro.
I felt more like a cape in this game.
That's a wild take.
And I think a lot of the open world traversal, any particular mission sequences, were less interesting for how much.
Never let bro cook.
There are wind tunnels.
He was cooking for a little bit, but yeah, that's a wild take, bro.
To only those tunnels, then I think that would
That's an L take.
If the wings were a way to get across town fast or across a body of water, then yeah, sure. But always available, always the fastest and most convenient means of transportation for Spider-Man.
I like SkillUp in general. This is an L take.
And if there does
at least he acknowledged this is an L take.
3, I wouldn't mind seeing Spidey's wings being clipped just a little.
He actually wants a nerf in a single player game. He wants them to nerf one of the traversal mechanics because it's too good. That's a wild take.
Missions in Spider-Man 2, you're going to be doing 3 things: fighting, stealthing, and science. Let's do the science first. The science stuff in the first game, not great. Some really boring, drawn-out missions that felt like the game screeched to a halt every time we were forced to do them. We didn't mind doing them though, because I think we were all on board with what Insomniac were going for here. They were trying to show that Peter Parker isn't just a superhero, he's also a scientist, and they wanted to communicate that part of his personality and his story through actual gameplay. Insomniac.
Can I respectfully zip it up? I respectfully will not.
Do a much better job with the sorts of activities that you're doing in order to showcase the different sides of both Peter and Miles. There is still puzzle-solving science stuff. Some of it is in the main missions, but a lot of it's been pushed to the side missions. It's faster to get through and less compulsory than it was the first time around, so Insomniac have found a better balance here. There's also some genuinely exciting science stuff, like when Peter needs to go into a particle accelerator to repair it while it's turned on, or this weird minigame where you have to shoot bees using a shooting bee drone, and apparently this trains the drone to spot the bad bees or something. Really, it's just an excuse to shoot shit for a few seconds. It definitely works. It's fun.
Some of the science stuff I'm definitely skipping.
AKA bee killer wasps. And you're helping with the machine learning algorithm.
For Miles, Insomniac did a great job of showcasing his life as a high school student, namely by asking him to help out on campus with various odds and ends. One mission sees a rival school kidnap the school mascot, and so Miles has to go and solve a bunch of puzzles to find and rescue it before slinging it over his shoulder and web schlepping back to campus.
We heard about this before, so that's our first look at it.
Miles, but he's on campus helping out fellow students with their problems, and it's nice.
Any luck? On my way back.
Yeah, this does look funny.
Bringing a fluffy friend.
The MJ stealthing stuff is back, and it's a lot better, though it definitely requires a lot more suspension of disbelief. MJ was pretty helpless in the first game, so the stealth sections were very limited in what she could do, other than just, don't get seen. Now MJ has a stun gun, and she will just run around KOing anybody in her path. As a result, she finds herself in some very, very dangerous situations and locations, far more so than like an after-hours art gallery, for example. But yeah, it is a little funny to see just how lethal MJ is against all manner of foe.
That's that lethal stun gun.
Where are you, Doc?
It must be said that MJ isn't the only one getting her stealth on. Miles and Peter are both able to do takedowns from above in certain mission settings, and these are often some of the most satisfying rooms to clear, since the stealth framework is surprisingly functional, aided by the inclusion of a new zipline feature that allows you to build a literal spider web above your foes' heads. But yeah, eventually, it's time to go to Pound Town, and when that happens, Spider-Man 2 delivers a surprising amount of improvement, more than enough to spice things up, in fact. There's been a reworking of the approach to abilities and gadgets. Miles and Peter each have moves unique to them which are mapped to the left trigger, and they also share a number of Spidey gadgets that are mapped to the right trigger. Hold one of those down and press a corresponding face button to execute your move of choice, and there are a number of different options you can equip from the menu. They're all on very short cooldown timers that only become shorter as the game goes on and the better you play, and they all offer a measure of strategic depth owing to their utility. One web gadget will knock a group of enemies into the air, rendering them temporarily helpless. Another will cluster a group of them together, making them prime pickings for Miles' AoE slam. You can just sort of mindlessly dump all of these abilities on cooldown, and that'll work, but if you really take the time to understand what these things do and use them in the proper combination, you're going to be a lot more effective, which is important because I definitely found Spider-Man 2 to be a lot more challenging than the first two games, owing to things like enemy density and aggressiveness. Helping you out on that front is the inclusion of a parry mechanic. It's a parry mechanic. It means you aren't just riding the dodge button the entire time.
Score
it's
is
optional
amazing.
In most
Hell
cases,
yeah.
but some of the larger enemies will force you to use it or suffer the consequences. More than anything else, it helps you maintain aggressive momentum during combat, something you'll appreciate more and more as new moves get unlocked and as your own mastery grows. A special treat are the tag team takedowns. Often Peter and Miles will be fighting together or with someone else, and when that happens, hitting the takedown button will trigger a really impressive alley-oop style finisher. It just looks fucking cool.
Look at that.
One of the biggest changes is the way the game handles boss fights. Previously, they were kind of about doing certain things to trigger attack windows, and you do that X number of times to finish off the boss. Here in Spider-Man 2, bosses now have health bars. In fact, they have a lot of them. The big marquee bosses will have up to 4 health bars that need to be chipped away at over time, each one marking a new phase of the fight and offering a checkpoint when you complete it. Coupled with the increased difficulty of the game, I definitely found myself really appreciating these boss battles a lot more. I really had to knuckle down and earn it. I couldn't just master one mechanic and repeat it 3 times to win.
I love
had
that.
to master my whole combat arsenal and bring it to bear over a sustained period, because these fights can go for a while. Definitely a notable step up versus the previous game. There aren't many of these boss encounters, but when they happen, they absolutely deliver. Where the narrative and open world side of Spider-Man 2 can often feel familiar, I really do think Insomniac found a new level here with mission and combat design. The better approach to science and stealth makes for better mission pacing, while the revised combat controls, the new moves, the parry, the tag team takedowns, and the boss battles all feel like meaningful improvements. It's not like you're playing a whole new game, don't get me wrong, but there's enough here to make combat feel notably better than in previous outings, and it's going to be more than enough to keep you feeling excited each time you need to put some hired goons in.
Yep, the MJ missions are back. All you MJ fans, rejoice. MJ will be using that stun gun once again. Look at that score. Oh my god, that score is so good.
So like I said at the top, I do think Spider-Man 2 is a better video game than the previous 2 Spider-Man games. It's unquestionably better looking, it runs better, it has more space to explore, 2 playable Spider-Men, better mission and boss design, better combat, better basketball. The first game had 0 basketball, so this is a no-brainer right here. But yeah, just because something is better in each of its components doesn't mean that the sum of those parts is greater. For me personally, I think this is a remarkably well-made game that is a must-purchase for anyone with a PS5 or eventually a PC, but it just didn't hit as hard for me the second time around. I do think the inclusion of Queens and Brooklyn was a bit of a missed opportunity, as I would have loved to have seen them do something that Manhattan wasn't already doing. I do think the wingsuit chipped away at that Spider-Man fantasy. I think the open world stuff continues to be diverse and enjoyable, but a lot of it felt quite familiar, and I wonder how this random assortment of activities could be combined to feel more
Yeah, there aren't that many
satisfying
MJ
and
missions
to complete, other than just for upgrade components and a platinum trophy. Finally, and I think most importantly, I definitely felt as though this story had its ups and downs in a way that I didn't feel about the previous game. That's totally subjective, everyone's going to have their own view on that stuff, but as someone who's grown up on Spidey and seen his stories told and retold countless times, I definitely feel ready for some new stories, or at the very least, a deeper inversion of those existing stories. Spider-Man 2 doesn't do that. It's pretty safe in most aspects, always enjoyable, always well told, but yeah,
Craven
safe
captures
at a time
MJ.
when I think Spidey could do with a little shaking up on the narrative front. Like every other review,
Interesting.
all of that is just my subjective opinion, and surely many people will disagree. What is an indisputable fact is that this is a fantastic video game. Minor qualms one way or the other don't change how well made this is, how much is on offer, how dazzling its spectacle regularly is, how brilliant its combat continues to be, the list goes on. Spider-Man 2 may just be more Spider-Man, but when the bar that Insomniac hits is this impossibly high, more of that can never
Xbox
be
players crying
repeated.
intensifies.
So for a while now, I've been partnered with you.
So shout out to SkillUp. That is his spoiler-free review. He strongly recommends Spider-Man 2. Let's quickly check over the Metacritic score, see where it's at right now. Yes, SkillUp didn't give a numerical review, but if I were to guess, it sounds like he thinks it's technically better, but it just didn't hit as hard. But it looks like for the most part, Spider-Man is getting 9s, not a lot of 10s. The current Metacritic score just jumped up and went from a 90 to a 91. He definitely had some L takes for sure, but overall, I like SkillUp is fair for him. Like he'll even if he has an L take, like his webwing take, he'll acknowledge it's an L take, and that people are going to disagree with him. So I respect that at least. Yeah, it looks like so far the best reviewed Insomniac game in years. Best reviewed Spider-Man game from them, 91. It's not hitting those mid 90 numbers like God of War Ragnarok was, which reinforces what I've been saying. There is a very heavy bias against superhero games. There's just no way around that. people are super biased against superhero games. Like pretty much everything I'm hearing about, a lot of what I'm hearing about Spider-Man 2, what would apply to God of War Ragnarok, except Spider-Man 2 added more, but they rated God of War Ragnarok higher on average. So it is that unfortunate superhero bias that's really hard to get around. But 91 still an incredibly good score. I don't think it's going to be Game of the Year. I think it's definitely going to win some awards, especially for some of if the Venom fight is as good as it's been teased. That's got to win something. I'm hearing everyone praising Yuri Lowenthal's performance. That might win him an award. I feel like the music should definitely win. But yeah, I'm pretty after we'll look at IGN next, but I'm pretty confident that after looking at the impressions, Spider-Man 2 is probably going to fall short of Game of the Year. I think it's going to go to Baldur's Gate. That's my prediction. I think they're going to give it to Baldur's Gate. In the beginning of the year, it was looking like Tears of the Kingdom, but once Baldur's Gate 3 hit, that was pretty much the end of that. So let's all right, here comes the roast of Insomniac. Of Baldur's Gate. Of IGN. So we're going to look at the IGN. I'm sure some people are going to be roasting Baldur's Gate. I haven't played it. It's not my type of game. It's definitely a game that I heard had a lot of technical problems that people were willing to overlook because they did a lot of other stuff correctly. But once again, that shows the bias in gaming media. They are willing to overlook more when it comes to like a RPG type of game if it delivers in other ways. They would not give that benefit of the doubt to a superhero game. Baldur's Gate 3 is like the biggest story in gaming this year other than Spider-Man. I was hearing that there were literally parts of Baldur's Gate 3 that were unplayable because of progress blocking bugs. But it didn't matter. Here, the story was otherwise fantastic, though. People who like the MMO combat love that turn-based strategy stuff. So let's see the IGN review.
Glad you could make it.
With Marvel's Spider-Man 2, Insomniac has the unenviable task of following up two riveting
They rated
superhero
it higher than
fantasies full of
Starfield.
excitement and heart. While that may sound like a good problem to have, the question becomes, where do you go from there? Well, its answer is to double down.
91
Double
is
down on
fantastic.
Spider-Man, double down on the size of the map, double down on explosive action sequences. In doing so, the studio has crafted another consistently exciting rollercoaster ride and the best story of the series yet. But stand the original alongside the sequel in other ways, and it can look a bit like two Spider-Man games pointing at each other.
Yeah, that's going to be the common criticism. Like, which they did not give the God of War Ragnarok, but they will be pointing that out to for Spider-Man 2. Like that is the bias I'm talking about. Ain't no way you think it's going to win over. You think Baldur's Gate's finna win against Spidey? Yeah, because I think I'm confident that I would enjoy Spider-Man 2 more. It's more my type of game. I'm personally not interested in Baldur's Gate at all. But I'm not talking about my opinion. I'm talking about just the facts. I know, because this is literally my job. I know how voters judge these sort of things. I know how the Game of the Year award is not a fan vote. Fans contribute to the Game of the Year by like a very small percent. It's like 10%. The overwhelming majority of the votes are from gaming media. So if you look at the games journalists and you really look, and you can usually tell by the Metacritic score, you can tell based on how they rated games, which games are more likely to win Game of the Year. And Baldur's Gate 3 was getting like hundreds, 10 out of 10s, 10 out of 10s. Like I think their average is like a 97, 98. And right now, Spider-Man 2 is sitting at a 91. So based on the facts, how gaming journalists generally view games when they go Game of the Year, how Metacritic scores usually correlate to Game of the Year, the odds of Spider-Man 2 beating Baldur's Gate are very, very low now that we've actually seen the scores. Those are just the facts. That doesn't mean anything for the players. You know, you're going to enjoy the games you're going to enjoy. But, you know, in terms of just people who care about awards, it's not going to go to Spider-Man 2. That's just what it is. The odds of Spider-Man 2 getting Game of the Year are pretty much close to zero. Like that's just the way the voting system is set up. Like it has nothing to do with whether or not I think Spider-Man 2 is a better game. It is just the fact that is how the voting is done.
Excellent combat hasn't gotten old, but it is largely the same fun as before, and despite that larger map, most of the open world activities found within it are in desperate need of evolution. The result is a blockbuster in the most modern sense of the word, undeniably thrilling for long stretches, but by the numbers for others. Despite a couple of new tricks up its sleeve, Spider-Man 2's combat is very familiar. It doesn't have that new suit smell anymore, but it still feels incredibly comfy to slip back into. The rhythm of precision dodges, the new perfect parries, so you're not only swerving and striking now, and acrobatic finishes are hugely satisfying, as is chasing high hit combos to keep the fight as stylish as possible.
Yeah, we're definitely eating good this year.
The movement is smooth and the hits are crunching,
I'm not
like
complaining
some
about
sort
that.
of peanut butter hybrid that every one of your foes is
Which I
allergic
remember
to.
IGN gave
Power
Last
and
of Us
elegance are
2
brought
a 10.
together in a brick-to-the-face ballet
That
as
is
enemies
true.
are thrown around like dolls, juggled in the air, slammed across concrete floors,
That was a great
and
game.
slung into
It
each
was not
other
a 10.
like body-armoured bowling pins. But, naturally, never killed. Every bone in their body may be broken and every organ punctured, but of course, they'll somehow live to commit crimes again. Overall, there's slightly less emphasis on stealth encounters this time around than in either Spider-Man or Miles Morales. As someone who found the stealth action of the previous games a little simplistic and routine, this new louder approach is welcome. Naturally, there are story missions where Miles or Peter have to slink across ceilings and take out thugs who never look up, but Spider-Man 2 is much more eager for you to get into the action, with many abilities designed to let you group up enemies and then deal big damage to all of them at once, rather than spreading them out to pit them off one by one. But once Parker dons the symbiote suit already shown off in trailers, the gooey, angry powers that come with it make a big impact, adding more of a brawler nature to fights and giving Peter a set of tools to match Miles' satisfying electric abilities. One area the Insomniac has made improvements in is that Spider-Man 2 offers significantly more in the way of enemy variety, so you'll no longer be battering the same 5 balaclava bullies with baseball bats. Certain enemies are weak to different types of abilities, such as electric or symbiote attacks, which also adds an enjoyable extra wrinkle to fights. It's by no means revolutionary stuff, but a welcome added level of complexity that makes you consider which powers or even which Spider-Man are best for the job. That's not to say there aren't benefits to taking a sneaky route though. There are many perch takedown possibilities offered and new toys to play with too, such as the web line, which allows you to create your own high wires over your enemies to prey on them from above. It's a fun tool that allows you to reshape the tightly designed arenas into a battlefield more in your favour, and in doing so, redecorate the room with people pinatas.
It's the same,
on the topic of
it's the same length of Spider-Man PS4.
MJ sequences from the original Return, and while they are more involved this time around and serve the story well, they never add up to more than simple stealth missions or splashes of basic third-person shooting. She's certainly not sidelined, but it does feel like a little more could have been done to make her gameplay sections a bit more exciting. Combat aside, our Spider-Men can now move around their friendly neighborhoods in more stylish ways than ever. The new web wings are undoubtedly a standout. Like Batman before him, Spider-Man can now glide and soar with ease through the city, and web swinging is as gratifying as you remember, and still one of the best ways to get around any open world.
Yeah, The Last of Us 2, I thought the gameplay was amazing,
just as
and the graphics, the story was horrible.
Hijinks and solemn moments of reflection. It's undeniably a fun time to don the suit and enter a Kratos-like rage mode where you push in both thumbsticks and start one-hitting everything in your path. But the writers never once forget to take their eyes off the humanity inside these superhumans. The same can be said for both its heroes and villains, as Spider-Man 2 tackles the reasoning behind each character's actions and the good that can hide in the shadows of evil. Avoiding spoilers, the basic premise revolves around Kraven the Hunter, who is, well, craving a hunt. For those uninitiated in the character, he's essentially the Predator, an apex hunter blessed with super strength who has chosen New York as his next hunting ground.
The great hunt begins.
Yeah, Ghost Tsushima definitely got robbed.
Point that sends the city's hero and villain dynamic into flux as he sets his sights on the biggest prey possible. There are also smaller stories at play though, ones that may seem less important when compared to the citywide chaos, but feel like potential world enders to those who inhabit it. Both Spider-Men tackle the most extreme examples of trying to manage a work-life balance you could imagine, exploring a range of personal issues including strange relationships and loss that plague us as humans, no matter how superpowered we may feel. It's the best written story in the series yet, if still a little cheesy at times, with performances worthy of the script. It's a real triumph that manages to cover such a wide spectrum of themes without suffering from tonal whiplash.
No exaggerated swagger.
You made it. I thought you said this was
IGN reviews depend on who's reviewing
Spider-Man
them.
2 explores his relationship with MJ and the reintroduction of childhood best friend Harry Osborn into his life. It's always compelling to watch him contend with which pieces of the past to leave behind and what future self he wishes to be. No matter how hectic a scenario gets though, he always has a quippy one-liner ready to be expertly delivered by actor Yuri Lowenthal.
I really should have stretched.
Miles still gets his time in the spotlight however, and has some fantastic moments towards the end of the main campaign, even if some of the more interesting explorations of his Puerto Rican African-American culture are reserved for side missions. Obviously, what you take from the story and its diverse cast of characters will be unique to you. On the surface, it's another thrilling superhero story packed full of surprises, cameos, and Easter eggs.
Say the thing.
But there are deeper meanings to
exaggerated
be found here too.
swagger.
Mr. Morales, is it? Are you sure this isn't something you can handle yourself? I'm sure.
Spider-Man 2, and to an extent all
Peter
great
being a
Spider-Man
teacher.
stories, tackle themes of adolescence and puberty, a time of uncertainty for even the most normal of teenagers trying to control bodily fluids.
I gotta get better at fluid management.
We join Miles at this exact point in his life, with family ties straining, friendships facing new challenges, and life decisions of genuine importance being posed for the first time. Actor Najee Jeter displays all the range needed for the role, continuing to excel as a younger Spider-Man, maturing before our eyes.
Maybe one of those scholarships has my name on it.
For Peter, these themes manifest in a much more physical
That Prowler
sense.
suit on
He's
Miles
in his
is
early 20s,
crazy.
so has already navigated the difficult years that Miles finds himself in. But thanks to the symbiote suit, he's working his way through yet more bodily changes. This physical manifestation is also representative of mental health issues that have developed for each Spider-Man. Venom hangs over the main characters like a spectre of grief, drenching them in black as if in a state of mourning. The story does a great job at gently exploring these issues and how, when not healthily addressed, personal demons can eat at us and lead to people we care about being unintentionally caught in the crossfire of the anger and pain those
I love that
feelings
Prowler
can
suit.
produce. Of course, a hero is nothing without its villains, and Spider-Man's rogues gallery is almost unparalleled. Outside of the likes of Venom, Kraven and Lizard seen in the trailers, Insomniac has kept many more hidden up its sleeve. I won't even hint at any of these except to say that Spider-Man 2 opens with a bang, offering up a sense of scale not previously seen in the series. It's an adrenaline-fueled reintroduction that tests how well you remember the combat, as well as providing a few new tricks. It's also the start of one of the new side story villain threads that are optional, and while those don't offer anything overly new in terms of gameplay, they do add valuable extra scraps of story. Speaking of boss battles, that's one area that Spider-Man 2 takes a noticeable step up.
Hey, Doc. Ready for your annual physical?
Oh man, I
There
can't
are
wait for that
evolving
Sandman
brawls
boss
packed
fight.
full of
That boss
danger
fight.
that put all of your skills to the test. Dodges and parries are key, as well as using environmental tools dotted around the arenas for your benefit. The latter third of the campaign essentially becomes a boss rush mode that will put the sturdiest of thumbs to the test. Not necessarily because it ever gets too difficult, but because of the sheer number of times you'll be hammering that square button. These later stages are where the majority of Spider-Man 2's thrills lay, however, as it really hits its stride late on and emphatically wraps up a tale with miles of emotional depth that never once threatens to peter out.
Your dad used to give me that exact same look.
Despite what loftier ambitions the roughly
Watch Digital
18-hour
Foundry after
story
this?
may
I
have,
got you.
this is still unapologetically an old-school approach to open-world game design, and nowhere is this displayed more clearly than in its optional quests. To their credit, the way you can highlight side objectives by pressing the right stick is a welcome upgrade over mere icons on a map. This isn't a world that beckons exploration or discovery necessarily, but it is a step in the right direction toward creating greater immersion and mercifully less time spent looking at the map screen. That being said, I can't help but have hoped for a few more flashes of Gotham City to make their way into New York. Something like the spontaneous shock of Man-Bat jumping at you out of nowhere went a long way to making Rocksteady's superhero open world feel more reactive than what we get here. When you consider the evolution of open world game design that the Arkham series took over the course of the trilogy, it's a bit disappointing to see Insomniac
they do
series
have
stuck
some
in
of that.
time when it comes to its side content and the way it presents itself to you.
With the,
Standard
like the-
open world filler
with the
activities are
Spider-Man
here aplenty,
joining
and
you
that's
in,
one area where Spider-Man 2
and random
hasn't
encounters.
moved with the times or shown much ambition at all. Collectibles, photo opportunities, and rather basic street crimes are still here, and despite having a few slightly more
Way
interesting
Home has
quirks
ray
this time
tracing,
around,
yep.
they only very occasionally excite. Granted, the additional enemy variety in play makes these activities take a little longer to get old than they did in the past, but this still isn't quite a strong enough twist to make
Yeah, where did it mention the interactions of the open world? Because they mentioned like the Man-Bat thing from Arkham, and basically said that the world doesn't feel immersive. I know that's not true from just a hands-on preview, because not only if say you're playing as Peter, if you're doing random crimes, you'll sometimes drop in and Miles will be there already dealing with the enemies, or sometimes one of the Spider-Men that you're not controlling will jump in and help you while you're dealing with some enemies. There's also spontaneous missions that break out after missions where, say you just saved a bunch of people. They'll have spontaneous missions where it's like, oh, you have to take these people to the hospital, you have to drop this person to the ambulance and stuff like that. So they do have more dynamic stuff in the open world. We confirmed that from the hands-on preview. I don't know why they didn't mention that and instead tried to just nitpick. But yeah, they actually do. There's no jump scare as far as I know, like Man-Bat, but they 100% have a lot of spontaneous, immersive stuff in the open world. That's just not true.
Prioritizing photographing these jabronis over saving a house full of people from a raging fire not seem ridiculous.
Arkham better. You literally never played this. You don't.
There are exceptions to the rule, however. There are a couple of more involved quest lines that are much more nourishing, almost to the point of being a series
so you're
of
clearly
mini
biased.
plot missions. My favourite was the Flame questline, which begins with simply helping out the fire brigade, but quickly spins a layered and mysterious web. It's full of twists, turns, and surprises, like a great short comic book run
You just
that separates
joined,
itself
yeah, I
from
did
the
Caboose
rest of
first.
Spider-Man 2's optional time trials and simple puzzle minigames. All of this contributes to fighting back against crime in each district of New York, a city now twice the size of what we've seen before. There are 14 unique districts, each with its own set of objectives to complete before you can unlock fast travel to that part of the map. Not making fast travel readily available is smart, and truthfully, I barely used it anyway, as swinging and gliding around the city is so much more fun. Gliding is especially great for crossing long distances thanks to the numerous wind tunnels that carve their way through New York's seamlessly endless grid of streets, flanked by Art Deco architecture and modern mirror-like skyscrapers. Of course, if you're going to be catching a reflection in that glass so often,
Arkham City was the best one in the series for sure.
Looking fresh. Thanks.
I didn't like Arkham Knight that
there
much.
There are dozens and dozens of suits to unlock, with myriad colourful skins to pick from on each of them. From modern interpretations of classics to returning fan favourites,
Hey,
there are
Bodega
treats
Cat.
waiting for Spider-Man fans of all generations.
I
In keeping
love
with
that noir
Insomniac's track
suit.
record, the music behind it all is stellar, with Miles and Peter's respective signature tunes playing depending on who you're controlling. A highlight though is the theme that follows in Kraven's footsteps, which bears more than a passing resemblance to Howard Shore's Uruk-hai War March from the Lord of the Rings score.
The Spider-Verse Noir
It
suit is
soundtracks
insane.
a world that looks stunning, even when played in performance mode at a very stable 60 FPS, as I did for almost all of my playthrough. In fact, Spider-Man 2 is a technical marvel as a whole. I can't say I noticed one drop frame in my dozens of hours of playing. This allows
webham it.
Spider-Man 2 to shine in its most jaw-dropping moments, of which the story offers many, as explosive action, sparkling electrical effects, and fittingly slimy symbiote gloop filled the screen.
So, what do you think?
As a sequel in a spectacular series, Marvel's Spider-Man 2 is both blessed and cursed.
This is going to be my
Its
game of the
story
year.
of two Spider-Men is a great time and a
I feel it.
Spidey fan's dream to play through as comic book pages are brought to life, elegantly walking the tightrope between light humour and heavier themes. Meanwhile, Insomniac refines a successful formula of combat and web swinging without revolutionising either in major ways, making them comfy and familiar with just enough new tweaks and abilities to elevate them to fun new heights.
Is all this just a game to him?
The part that feels like it actually needed a radical rethinking is the open world of New York City, which has been made bigger, but not better, with an exhausting checklist of mostly repetitive side activities. But it's safe to call this another thrilling Spider-Man adventure that delivers Insomniac's best tale yet, and despite its open world falling short, it is a reliably fun
They complain
superhero
about the
power
zombies
trip.
not being black
and
and
you know
Days
what?
Gone. Holy.
Screw it. It really did make me feel like Spider-Man 2.
So IGN gave it an 8. Caboose gave it a 9.5. Let's check the current Metacritic score. Last I checked, it was at a 91 average. And it's still there. Still sitting at a 91, healthy 91. Very good, very good. That seems to be consensus seemed to be 9 out of 10. Another IGN Adria. I don't know where that is, but they gave Spider-Man 2 a 10 out of 10. So far, Spider-Man 2 has no negative reviews, no mixed reviews. Every review they've gotten is positive. So far they've gotten perfect score from The Enemy, Inverse, Gfinity, Guardian, Shack News, Impulsor Gaming, Gaming Nexus, The Loadout, Screen Rant, PlayStation Universe, IGN, Adria, GamesRadar. I checked VGC, Video Gamer, Well Played. A lot of perfect scores. We got 95s, 93s, 92s. IGN France gave it a 80. PC Mac. So the lowest score is it hasn't gone, no one's given it below 80 so far. IGN's main account gave it an 80, GameSpot gave it an 80, PC Mag gave it 80, Dextro gave it 80. Most reviewers gave it a 9 or a 10. So that's really good for Spider-Man 2. Really good. It's got enough haters. If it wasn't for the haters, it would easily be sitting at a 97 right now. But those are still fantastic scores. Those are still great scores. There's definitely some bias going on, because that's a lot of 10s. That's a lot of perfect scores. Let me see. Someone wanted me to check out Digital Foundry. GamesRadar gave it a. Let me see. GamesRadar posted a video. Here it is. GamesRadar dropped a quick review. We'll look at a review real quick. It's a quick 6-minute review. GamesRadar called Spider-Man 2 the best superhero game yet. So according to GamesRadar, this is the best superhero game of all time. Which I think is going to be closer to accurate.
Marvel's Spider-Man 2 improves on its forerunner across the board, while saluting the superhero genre over the last 30 years as a whole. With narrative nous and unrivaled spectacle, it's the quintessential superhero game in both story and mechanical gaming terms. I can say with absolute certainty that Marvel's Spider-Man 2 is as good as superhero gaming gets. It is the quintessential costume caper that's larger than life in more ways than one, and whose blockbuster boss battles and mob fighting forays set new standards in not just superhero games, but AAA action-adventure games in general. Marvel's Spider-Man 2's busiest moments, though, are matched by its quietest. The Manhattan map of the original 2018 outing was a triumph in open-world design, but that game's bustling thoroughfares and scaled interpretations of NYC's busiest tourist spots feel empty in comparison to its exclusively PS5-powered sequel. Here, we're seeing the true potential of Sony's cutting-edge hardware. In practice, this means more yellow cabs slouching down Fifth Avenue at rush hour, and more subtle suggestions that this virtual sprawl is alive away from the action. Any journey across New York, or taking part in one of the breakneck action set pieces, feels credible, almost real. You know, despite the fact that you're dressed in increasingly outlandish spandex costumes while en route to fight a giant man made of literal sand. And of course, while Marvel's Spider-Man 2 shines in its
looks like he's usually using
it
footage from the trailer
in its
as well.
Carnage. That's likely best showcased when the game's duo of Spider-Men, Peter Parker and Miles Morales, join forces in the throes of fast and furious combat. Both Peter and Miles are now fully playable characters, each with their own stakes in the game's general narrative, and with their own tailored offshoot side quests throughout. Outside of core missions, switching involves swiping left on the DualSense touchpad and selecting subquests dedicated to each character. Hitting X and watching a quick fade to black transition change things up almost instantly.
Oh, this is going to be crazy when it comes to PC.
Control one Spider-Man with the other offering AI support, either locking horns with individual enemies elsewhere in whichever conflict you wound up in this time, or assisting in picture-perfect slow-motion double-team takedowns. Surviving these hectic wave-based battle royales requires fast reflexes, flitting between attacks with the square button, dodging with circle, and pulling yourself forward towards the nearest enemy with
wonder why they're not using
and then
captured footage.
Special abilities at the perfect moment. Unlike the first game, these abilities are no longer tied to specific suits, but are instead assigned via the pause menu. Mixing and matching your favorites is essential in ascertaining what works best and is most effective for you, as is strategizing the order in which you perform them. You have a suite of skills, gadgets, and tech options to complement all of your abilities, each of which is unlocked with skill points accrued by winning battles.
They're not using any captured footage. This is weird.
Field. Peter and Miles each have their own traits that aid them in combat.
They're using only trailer as
of shared
footage as B-roll.
Offer more generalized leg ups, both in battle and while traversing New York City. There is now the inclusion of a web wing wingsuit that lets you glide through the skies at any height, as opposed to swinging from platforms above. This is especially helpful when making the journey over the East River towards Queens and Brooklyn, where by catching wind tunnels and updrafts around the
they don't want to spoil in the game. That doesn't make sense either, because they could just use
a degree of light puzzle work
regular combat.
That I enjoyed moment to moment. As for the spider suits themselves, Marvel Spider-Man 2 boasts 66 in total, 34 for Peter and 32 for Miles, each of which is a nod to a specific
They could just not use any story cutscenes or anything.
Storied multimedia lineage. One of those, of course, is the symbiote suit, and while it's impossible to properly dig into why this is so special here without spoiling some pretty key narrative beats, know that it is special. Kraven the Hunter is the central antagonist, with everyone from Sandman to Lizard, Scorpion, Mysterio, the Prowler, Spider-Woman, Tombstone, Mr. Negative, Scream, Venom, and more, all showing face in various capacities throughout, meaning Peter and Miles really do have their work cut out for them this time around. And, inspired by the symbiote suit, Peter makes especially light work of all of it with a library of OP abilities, shooting a web of tendrils from the suit, grabbing half a dozen enemies by the skull, and slamming them into the concrete simultaneously never ever gets old. Unlocking the game world's various districts is a far more organic process in Marvel Spider-Man 2 compared to its forerunners, with discovery hinged on simply physically entering areas as opposed to the
PS5. What's the best monitor?
Comms tower interactions. Like its predecessor, the world map is littered with extracurricular activities away from the main quest. They take the shape of designated photo ops, raidable enemy gang headquarters, randomly generated crime scenes, and time trial style puzzles.
He said it's a spoiler.
Each of which offers a predetermined amount of tokens.
It's probably a mistake. He just said he's not going to spoil any villains.
More. For a sense of scale, I'd completed less than 50% of the game in its entirety after beating story mode, meaning there's loads more to dig into after the credits roll. My only notable criticism of the game is tied to this very point.
I didn't hear it.
Exceedingly paced throughout.
I didn't hear any spoilers.
Acts, the game's third act struggles to maintain the same
he said Spider-Woman,
tension and momentum. That's not to say it lacks either, but similar to the likes of The Last of Us Part 2, there's a section towards the end where I was sure I was nearing the final scene before it lulled, then hit the roof and dialed everything up to 11. The choice puzzled me a little, but it's perhaps reflective of a wider issue pertaining to sequels in 2023, whereby value is unreasonably tied to the length of the game.
He spoiled every villain. That's definitely cap.
And all of this matters a lot less when a game like this backs it up with quality across the board. Through all of this, I reckon Marvel's Spider-Man 2 does something few game sequels are capable of. Feeling fresh.
The reviews are definitely
innovative and
for the most part very good.
Familiar and deferential.
9s and 10s.
All at the same time. Marvel Spider-Man 2 is quite simply the best superhero video game yet. And unsurprisingly, we give it 5 stars out of 5.
5 stars out of 5. 5 stars out of 5. People keep saying I think somebody misheard something or it was a mistake. Let me look at the comment section. Well. Yeah, I'm not seeing anyone in the comment section complaining. I think y'all misheard him. I think y'all misheard him, or maybe he said something by accident. Spider-Woman is not in the game. I'll tell you that. Spider-Woman is not in the game. All right, let me see the Digital Foundry. I mentioned Digital Foundry had a good review. I'm not rewinding, but yeah. Spider-Woman is not in the game. I mean, we've seen a decent amount of villains already. All right, let's see. Digital Foundry, Marvel Spider-Man 2, the next big leap for PS5? Question mark. All right, let's check in on the Metacritic score real quick. He spoiled one villain. It was probably a minor villain, if he did. Because we know the main villains. We already kind of see some of the side villains because we have the fire-based enemy faction. We know Sandman. We know Mysterio. Obviously, the big ones are Venom and Kraven and Lizard. So score is still sitting at a 91. Let's check out the Digital Foundry. I didn't hear any spoilers, and no one commenting on their video said anything about spoilers. So I don't know. Maybe I think y'all misheard. I think y'all heard something wrong. How do you know Mysterio? They literally showed it. Like, the state of play trailer made it unbelievably clear that Mysterio was in the game. And then the Caboose review literally showed the parts of the Mysterio boss fight. Like, we know Mysterio was in the game. Like, that was incredibly obvious at the state of play. But yeah, Caboose also showed a little bit of the Mysterio boss fight in his review. Caboose confirmed Black Hat as well. Though we knew Black Hat was probably going to show up because she was one of the characters that were on the map that Kraven had pull up, showing potential characters that he wanted to hunt. All right, so this is the Digital Foundry Spider-Man 2 review.
On the eve of PlayStation 5's 3-year
The
anniversary,
epic music.
headlined by Miles Morales no less, Insomniac Games has returned with a new Spider-Man adventure.
Minor spoiler warning.
Built for the PlayStation 5, Marvel Spider-Man 2 expands on Insomniac's in-house
As with every
technology,
review,
a game with a larger scope.
You will
and
learn
a
stuff
brand new
that you probably didn't know before.
The title in this case couldn't be more apt, with players switching between the two Spider-Men seamlessly over the course of the story as you explore a greatly expanded environment. In DF tradition then, I wanted to break down this game's new visual and gameplay features, highlighting the positives and the negatives along the way. At first glance, it may feel familiar, but trust me, there's a lot here to unpack. So grab your web shooters and let's get swinging.
You have a 1080, 165 monitor. It's pretty good for a budget gaming monitor. Yeah, I don't use a monitor. When I'm streaming, I'm only using my computer, which is a MacBook Pro.
Marks Insomniac's
but I have the game on my TV,
on PlayStation 5, following Miles Morales, Spider-Man,
which is a 43-inch Roku.
It's a level of production efficiency that continues to impress, and Spider-Man 2 is perhaps the largest production of the four, expanding the size and scope of its world while doubling down on granular detail. When the console launched with Miles Morales, there were two major innovations brought to the table on PS5. Fast loading and ray traced reflections. Both of these features return in Spider-Man 2, and each have received numerous enhancements, allowing scenarios to exist which were not previously possible.
The teacher pre-ordered?
Like miles before it,
W
Spider-Man
teacher
2 loads quickly. Fire up the game from the PS5's home menu, and you're dropped back into the game world within seconds. It's so fast it almost feels as if it was simply suspended in the background. It loads with minimal delay.
Look at that.
They've leveraged these technologies in additional ways, however, to enhance the experience beyond what was possible in those cross-generation vehicles. First off, there's traversal speed. There's this moment during the game's introductory sequence where Sandman grabs Spider-Man and hurls him across the map. The speed at which this occurs is disarming at first. Despite the ultra-dense urban location, the game seems to effortlessly handle flying across the map at a ridiculous speed. But it's just a taste. You're quickly given access to the web wings, as they're called, which completely change the pace of traversal.
That's how you watch the video for the leaks, and YouTube removed it.
While swinging remains Spider-Man's
pretty much
primary
what
means of
it tends to happen.
You can now tap the triangle button to spread your wings and glide across the city. Flying across the map while trying to maintain altitude even creates a similar feeling you might get from linking together manual combos in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. This also enables the
grandma pre-order Spider-Man 2?
rather fancy
grandma
tricks. Like here, after completing a mission as Miles, the game then seamlessly pulls the camera back, soars all the way across the city, before eventually parking itself on a perch, waiting for Peter. Both the speed of flight and the camera work
that looks so cool.
Are tremendous. Basically, the game can now pan across the entire world at a high speed, creating an almost worst-case scenario for the game's level of detail systems, yet somehow it all manages to feel remarkably stable. The level of visible detail has been pushed out significantly. In fact, there seems to be a new midpoint between the near-field detail and distant detail, and as a result, overall world density has been boosted with less in the way of flat buildings and visible pop-in. This applies to dynamic objects as well, and the best way to showcase it involves comparisons. So for this, I decided to use the remastered version of
Remastered versus Spider-Man 2. Here we go.
Quality mode on PS5. The time of day settings do not match up between the two games, but I selected a similar time of day. In the near field, I found that Spider-Man 2 presents a more densely populated world. Yes,
wow, look at that.
Patterns, they are random, but the sequel presents more cars and pedestrians at any point, giving the impression of a more lively inhabited
and looks
city.
photorealistic. Look at those graphics on Spider-Man 2.
Just walking down the street reinforces this perception, and it represents a significant boost. Oh, and while we're looking at the cars, I should mention that they seem to have added an actual suspension system to the vehicles. While cars did react somewhat in the prior game, they now behave much more realistically when Spider-Man lands on them. And any scenes that involve driving on top of or behind a car really showcase this well. But there's more to the city detail than just this. If you look out across the cityscape, pay attention to the buildings. There now exists both additional geometric detail as well as an increase in material variety.
Wow.
It now manages to shake that feeling of countless textured boxes serving as the city. Plus there's more dynamic lights in the scene, and light maps are presented better at a distance. So the whole thing just looks more coherent. Looking at it, however, I can kind of understand why initial reactions to the trailers were mixed. It still very much is designed to look like the prior games, artistically. But as I discovered, once you get in there and look closely at everything, it's clear that they've taken this design and pushed out the detail levels across the board.
The graphics are insane.
There's both far more detail in the distant cityscape, as well as in the nearby park, which is now
and it runs at 60 FPS.
Spider-Man 2. There's other detail improvements as well, such as large-scale occlusion. The area beneath these trees, for instance, in the park, appear properly darkened and shadowed in Spider-Man 2, which you would expect from an area shrouded in vegetation, but it wasn't something we saw in the prior two games. But the fact that all of this detail just sort of loads in without any significant visible pop-in, though there is still some, it allows the game to just feel much more stable overall from a visual perspective. Now, the other area where the game's fast loading systems are used might be familiar to fans of the recent Ratchet & Clank. Remember, when this game first arrived, Insomniac showed off these portals.
Who's that teleporting?
Right? Very impressive.
That Doctor Strange?
When you jump into these portals connecting to different environments, there was this staging period between them where Ratchet sort of floats in space. Well, they've overcome this in Spider-Man 2, and there's now multiple points where portals are used, allowing players to seamlessly move between two completely different environments without any sort of interstitial middle section. It's an impressive accomplishment. When considering
literally the
speed
rift
of traversal,
that's literally the
fast
rift apart
loading,
feature,
and the increased level of detail, I feel we're looking at a game that simply wouldn't be feasible on the last generation
hey yo,
PlayStation 4.
that's insane.
So this is kind of a quote-unquote next-gen game. It's a case where more capable hardware is used to enhance the overall game experience.
That's crazy.
Rather than just the visuals. But of course, there is a visual component as well, and that's ray tracing. This was a big deal when Miles Morales launched alongside the PS5.
Holy.
And things have improved. Firstly, unlike the
that
prior
PS5 is insane
games on PlayStation 5, the development team made the decision to focus exclusively on ray tracing in Spider-Man 2. That means every mode in the game uses ray tracing, and there are no options to disable it. I feel it's a positive step forward though, as it allows the team to embrace certain decisions around the presentation without worrying about fallbacks. It's essential for a game packed with gleaming skyscrapers.
That was definitely a Doctor Strange portal.
And it almost feels like revenge for the 2018 Puddlegate situation, if you remember that one. Needless to say, thanks to ray trace reflections,
look at those puddles.
Puddles are no longer an issue.
Rip Puddle Gators.
Before we dig
Rip
into
Puddlegate.
the RT reflections themselves, I want to spell out exactly what the various modes on offer bring to the table. If ray tracing is forced on in every mode, what does this mean for the player? So, Spider-Man 2 includes both a performance and a quality mode. These are expected, right? In addition, they also offer the option to output at 60 or 120 Hz. Using 120 Hz unlocks the 40 frames per second quality mode. So, quality mode can be enjoyed at a solid 30 frames per second or a solid 40 frames per second. Both use dynamic resolution.
That would look delicious.
Ranging from 1440p all the way up to 4K. Insomniac's
and that's New York water
is used to handle anti-aliasing, and it does a great job.
It's basically radioactive.
Both modes stick to their target frame rate most of the time, but there are occasionally some blips in specific sequences and on camera cuts.
Look at that Sandman fight.
40 FPS mode also sees the resolution drop closer to 1440p more often than in the 30 FPS mode. Performance mode then is designed to target 60 frames per second, and I found that it is reasonably stable as well. This one, however, tops out at a maximum resolution of 1440p, but it can drop as low as 1008p. That's right, 1008, not 1080, at the absolute lowest. One benefit of this is, if you're using a 1440p monitor with your PS5,
the multiverse is real.
The game will natively output a proper 1440p image, including the HUD. Performance again is largely stable, adhering to the 60 FPS line, but alpha effects like smoke and dust, especially during these large-scale sequences,
how many side quests are there? No one has said how much they have.
There's more, however. Insomniac offers 3 VRR modes: off, smooth, and uncapped, and this is an awesome feature. Obviously, disabling VRR means you'll get judder if the frame rate falls out of its target range. But what's the difference between smooth and uncapped? The smooth option retains the frame rate cap, so if you're in performance mode, for instance, the maximum frame rate is 60 frames per second, and VRR can smooth out any drops that may occur. Uncapping the frame rate, however, allows it to go above the target, which in the case of performance mode averages out to around 65 to 80 frames per second, but it can go even higher. Removing the cap in quality mode then allows it to go above.
The multiverse is already confirmed
it sort of averages between 40
by
and
the
60.
Spider-Verse side mission.
When using the uncapped performance mode, though, the game's resolution can now drop to a minimum
where you're collecting the spider bots
936p as an absolute worst case scenario, but other modes will not drop to this point. The options menu here is so good that we want to produce an actual dedicated video on this topic, so we'll have more of this around launch. But for day one players, the key here is that Spider-Man 2
this is Digital
a wide
Foundry
range of choices when it comes to image quality versus performance. For my money, I'd have to go with the 40 frames per second mode, as I feel it strikes a perfect middle ground between the two. When comparing them side by side, you can see that the visual quality is maintained across both options. It really is just an adjustment to the resolution. The game looks fantastic in quality mode, whether you're using 30 frames per second or 40 frames per second. And thanks to a new capture card we're testing, we're actually able to show the 40 frames per second mode here captured at 4K. Pretty cool, right? As for performance mode versus quality mode, however, there are certainly more differences. Load distance is pushed out slightly in quality mode. There's more objects receiving ray traced reflections, like here in this intro scene. The shadow quality is better in quality mode. and more, but since we only have 20 minutes for this initial video, we'll have more on this in a follow-up. So, you might be wondering then, if all modes feature ray tracing, what does it actually mean for the visuals themselves beyond resolution? Why did they make this decision? Well, I think a large part of this ties into the new, larger map, specifically the water. You see, it's now possible to cross the river, opening up a larger
look at that water,
York, including Queens.
Quality mode is
what this means for the player is that you'll spend more time crossing over the river.
If you go full fidelity, it's 30
to extend ray traced reflections to all bodies,
and they have a higher, they have a quality mode that strikes a balance at 40.
The nature of choppy water means a high water surface roughness. Rougher surfaces result in more computationally expensive reflection rendering, and prior Insomniac games relied exclusively on screen space reflections as a result. There was some confusion over this, and this is down to the choppiness of the water. You don't get perfect mirror reflections on water like this, and you can see it if you look at photographs
actual New York
of the real New York skyline. That's what they're attempting to simulate here.
That's pretty damn close though.
Now if we compare it to Spider-Man Remastered, the benefit becomes rather obvious. Distant environments receive more precise and realistic reflections in Spider-Man 2. More importantly, there's no disocclusion artifacts.
Ain't playing at 40. Fair enough.
SSR. You know, when a character model
yes, you can go to Ame's house
environment, which is normal for a third-person game, there's no longer any screen space information to draw from, creating noticeable artifacts in the reflection. By using ray-traced water reflections in Spider-Man 2, this problem does not occur. Which is good because flying across the water is a lot of fun. You can catch a breeze sometimes, but Spider-Man even has a move that allows him to glide along the surface of the river as well. It really opens up the world and feels great. But of course, ray tracing is also applied to smaller bodies of water, such as ponds and streams found in Central Park and other places throughout the environment.
All the water bros are drooling right now.
In these scenarios, the reflections appear more like in Spider-Man 2. But this isn't the only enhancement that's been made to the RT reflections. So firstly, secondary reflections have been implemented. You know, where glass that is reflected within glass shows its own reflection based on an angle. If you recall in Miles and Spider-Man Remastered, this was not the case, and looking at a reflection within a reflection just provided a color basically. In Spider-Man 2,
long story short, the water looks great.
Of reflections are now visible if you look closely at the reflection of the glass in other glass. I'll give you a second to wrap your head around that, but it's a nice touch. Secondly, VFX are now rendered using ray tracing in many instances, so things like explosions and particle clouds are drawn into the game's reflective surfaces. Beyond that, there's simply more objects included within the BVH structure, meaning that reflections are more accurate to
you play games for the water, and you rate how realistic it looks.
These reflections are also
10 out of 10
quality with less smearing and fizzle. For my money, it's the best example of ray-traced reflections you'll find in an open-world console game as of 2023. Nothing else comes close.
Ooh.
But if you look beyond the reflection itself, you'll discover another major improvement: interior spaces. So the prior Spider-Man games relied on cube maps to fake the illusion of a 3D space within the building structures, but if you look too closely, the limitations were plainly evident, right? It's just a flat texture.
I'm gonna spend most of my time looking at the reflections in the building.
Trying to render out a bunch of individual cubes through transparent windows, each with their own geometry, lighting, and shadows, is really expensive. Yeah, you could use Portal's map to a texture for this, but with so many rooms, I just don't think it's viable. So what the heck are they doing? Well, after some pixel peeping, I think I have an idea. I noticed that the internal room geometry on the other side of the glass exhibits obvious checkerboarding artifacts, along with more visible aliasing versus the clean geometric edges surrounding the window. The projected shadows within the cubes are also basically perfect, suggesting we're not looking at shadow maps. Given this, I think what they're really doing here is
you can see someone poop now.
Ray tracing support to create virtual spaces.
Looks like she's watching TV.
I surmise they've stored a bunch of individual rooms within the same BVH structure as the rest of the city. And when a ray hits the glass of a building, they can then trace into these rooms that are off screen and figure out the lighting, shadows, and more. So you end up with real 3D spaces within the buildings. It's a remarkably elegant solution to a very difficult problem to solve. Other enhancements include an increased density of real-time lights pushed further
Venom is
distance.
Venom is
this
playable.
Is most evident at night, by the way. alongside more times of day and variable weather conditions.
I knew Venom was going to be playable.
Pre-calculated large-scale animations
as soon as
all over the place, similar to alembic animations.
Brittany answered the question
sequences can be played back
about if he would be playable.
Gameplay. This approach allows for some
and didn't say no
sequences. You know the game is making a statement when its introduction battle reaches a scale of this magnitude. But beyond that, they've also refined existing features in this new game. The strand hair system, for instance, is used heavily in Spider-Man 2, and main characters sport exceptionally detailed locks. This was also true in Miles, of course, but now there's more variety of hairstyles on display, and they all look
There's too many hints of them
characters
at this point, yeah, for sure.
Hair, which is something that tends to be tricky to render without clipping issues. Character model detail remains excellent, and things like the muscle deformation system that was added via a patch to Miles is also used here, so Spider-Man's suit will change based on muscle movement. Speaking of the suit, the detail level remains very high in this game, with every little detail right down to the web shooters, exhibiting delicate model and materials work. But what really caught my attention is the symbiote stuff. I don't want to spoil anything here, so it's just a couple early sequences here, but the procedural animation system that they've built to support this suit is really remarkable, perfectly capturing its organic slithering. Clothing also
I didn't see any spoilers.
Cloth simulation and increased variety. For instance, I was surprised to see that characters would often wear completely different outfits from day to day as they appeared in cutscenes, which is a really nice touch. Plus, the shell texture fur shading is back on the menu and used both in clothing and on things like carpets in certain scenes. So there's just a lot of eye candy to enjoy in Spider-Man 2.
Look at that carpet.
That said, I do have a couple of nitpicks I want to present. For one, I noticed occasional texture seams in certain areas. Secondly, the sand particle clouds used for Sandman look a little off to me, like that typical flat billboard smoke. When in close proximity,
I've been saying Venom is playable for 2 months,
which do look great, but from a distance, it doesn't blend that well with the scenery. I also encountered a bug where a defeated enemy went into a horizontal T-pose and began to float up through the scenery towards the heavens. The game has been patched since that occurred, mind you, and it was really the only bug that I encountered, but I thought it was funny, so I wanted to mention it.
That's actually an awesome bug.
Of course, another aspect of the presentation,
Blood's getting summoned to the mothership.
This is more difficult to showcase in a
Spider-Man
video
literally
like this,
sent blood to heaven.
I noticed. As expected, the surround sound experience is sublime, with great use of rear and height channels thanks to the system's support for Atmos output. But there are some other more subtle things worth mentioning.
Blood is about to go to Blood got uppercut so hard they went to Asgard.
Sounds and voices are now influenced by their position within the world and the materials around you. Like in this case, listen to MJ's voice as you move through the different rooms of the house. All of this is calculated in real time.
Let me know what you find. I'm gonna keep looking at these photos you've never shown me. Oh.
Listen to that audio.
Gonna need a deep 6 on these. Need more side.
Hurt yourself.
Peter working as a waiter. That's tough.
It's often subtle, but it adds an extra
It's hard being a
layer
teacher.
of realism to the presentation, and I appreciate that. But unfortunately, we're coming up on our time limit for this video, so let me share a couple final thoughts. For starters, the technology powering Spider-Man 2 remains excellent. It's a nice evolution of Insomniac's work on prior games, and the fact that they got another game out already is genuinely mind-blowing. It doesn't completely rewrite the visual identity of the game, but what's here looks amazing, and there are noticeable leaps over the last generation games, often in areas beyond the visuals. As for the game itself, I think they've done a great job here as well. Early on, you're introduced to all the various side missions and mechanics, which aren't bad, mind you, but I was moderately concerned about padding. Well, it turns out you can pretty much ignore these if you choose, and just stick to the main plot. So if you're not someone that wants to
I think this one is on mine. Let me oh, the video's almost over anyway. Streaming in 4K is tough. Let me drop that down.
Engage with a bunch of side quests, you don't really need to do so most of the time. That said, the side missions that are here do feature more variety than the first game, but the main story is what excited me the most, and it definitely delivers. In fact, the storytelling is a huge highlight here. Without a doubt, this is the best story Insomniac has told in any of their games to date. It's so well executed, and as a fan of Die Spinne, I was delighted with how things play out. So, if you're a fan of the Spider and happen to own a PlayStation 5, what can I say? You're in for a treat. The game is great, the technology impressive, and the whole package just feels remarkably polished. It's been a tough year for big game releases.
Have not heard anything about Carnage.
But Insomniac has absolutely nailed it with Spider-Man 2.
I've heard one thing about
Carnage.
Carnage.
This video was also enjoyable. So if you liked it, be sure to let us know, and we'll see you next time.
Shout out to Digital Foundry. We'll do a quick check on the Metacritic score. See where that is sitting at. Last we checked, Metacritic score was sitting at a 91 out of 119 reviews. And now still 91. But as far as Carnage goes, haven't heard anything about Carnage from anyone who played the game. Obviously, that would be a significant spoiler. But I do know I did a video on this a while ago. Insomniac started on a bunch of different villains. They designed. They were at least planning a bunch of different potential villains for Spider-Man PS4, and a bunch of them ended up getting cut. Some of the I did the full list of villains in that video, but Carnage was on the list along with the Chameleon, the Spot, and Lizard, Tinkerer. So some of the stuff ended up getting used in other games. Others did not pop up, but Carnage was somebody they were considering for Spider-Man PS4. The Hood was on there as well, and the Hood ended up being used in the prequel comic to Spider-Man 2, but not in the actual game. So I was looking for JORaptor's review earlier. Didn't see it, but it should be up by now. So we'll see what JORaptor did for Spider-Man 2. I got 100% completion in Spider-Man 2 and have thoughts. Shout out to JORaptor, one of the few content creators who were given access. Carnage DLC, definitely possible. All right, let's check out JORaptor.
I got the Platinum Trophy for Marvel Spider-Man 2, saw everything the game has to offer thanks to an early code from Sony, and in many ways it's a huge step up from the previous two titles.
Peakman
no
2.
Spoilers of course in this video, but the amount of set pieces in this game is staggering. It immediately starts with what could have been the final boss in many other games, and it never really slows down. I sometimes, especially early on, wondered how the next mission was going to top what I was currently playing, only to be surprised an hour later. They do a great job at making every main mission memorable by giving little twists and letting you interact with different characters. Marvel Spider-Man 2 is at its best when it has fun with the new and familiar cast.
These look
like
crazy.
One of the best additions is that the other Spider-Man can join you when fighting a crime, and that you can then do takedowns together. What's even cooler is that there are other people that you can team up with as well that also have unique combo moves. I will let you discover those for yourself though. There were really moments where I was like screaming out loud, awesome, this is really cool. Now there are also some gameplay changes and in particular story decisions that I did not really like though. so want to discuss them as well. No, but it doesn't change the fact that Spider-Man 2 is a very easy recommendation if you love superhero or open world games in general. It's Insomniac at its best. It really doesn't get much more blockbuster AAA than this, with action moments
Coffee.
that
I don't know who that is.
And sometimes even exceed the
he shows the fall damage
set by Naughty Dog. I was really impressed by the spectacle on screen here, and I also love how they improved upon almost every aspect of the first game. The spider bot sections are way more fun now, thanks to more interesting environments you have to infiltrate, and some new tricks the robot can do. I never thought I would say this, but the MJ missions are actually some of my favorite parts of Spider-Man 2.
You actually like the MJs
that keep the gameplay fresh and interesting that I don't want to tell you about. Like, overall, there's a great balance throughout the story. I was kind of afraid when the early parts shower you with a bunch of new mini-games, but they are mostly optional after that, and never really got that annoying. Like, while you sometimes have to wait for a character to call you before you can move on with the main quest, just doing one crime or side activity is mostly enough before you can follow the main story again. Now, I totally recommend that you do the side content as well, though, as it is of a very high quality, especially the missions that have a fire icon, which are exclusive to Peter. Like, during the main missions, the game will decide which Spider-Man you control, but in the open world, you can choose and switch between them at any time, and are also able to do some of the content with both characters. Now, it is weird to complete all the objectives with Peter to then get a suit for Miles as a reward, but that only happens a few times, as there's still a lot of the more narrative side content that can only be done with one of the two Spider-Man.
Yeah, I paid to say that.
It doesn't always make sense, though, why something is exclusive to one Spidey.
Paid actor.
Would be cooler if it was open to both of them for some replayability, but still, the
maybe the MJ missions are good.
Is really great, and almost all the times it leads to a nice final mission that gives it a satisfying ending. I really like the standalone friendly neighborhood Spider-Man request as well, that lets you help locals with their everyday issues, and it also teaches you a bit about New York City. The map is 2 times the size, as they added Brooklyn and Queens, which is great, and especially the more green forest area in Queens helps to change up the otherwise like very urban environments. The new regions also have some very impressive landmarks, with Coney Island in particular being one of the coolest looking areas I've ever seen in the game. And normally when you enter a theme park like this, you cannot really interact with many of the attractions. Well, in Spider-Man 2, it's all possible. I was really impressed by this part of the game, and the fact that there are more cars and people on the street also help make the world feel more alive, just like the new photo ops that have you take pictures of people that live in the city and the typical New York things they do. Like, by focusing on the people instead of the landmarks like in the previous game, it all works just a bit better, and having to ride a bike sometimes also really makes New York feel
the
much
loop looked
bigger
good.
than when
Caboose showed that one off.
Although it's not only swinging anymore in Spider-Man 2, they
Spider-Verse
also added the web wings, which are really great additions. They help you to more easily cross the water, as you of course can't really use your webs here.
Triple J got the glow up.
I in particular love how you can very easily get this top-down view of the buildings and streets. It doesn't only look stunning, but it can actually help you more easily spot some of the side content as well. So even though half the map is the same, the web wings and the various ways you can launch yourself make it all exciting to explore again. And the same can be said about the combat, that at its core has not really changed, but did get some really big improvements. If you are, by the way, excited to play Spider-Man 2, leave a like, that would really support the channel, and subscribe for way more videos on the game, and drop your spoiler-free questions in the comments. We will then answer them in a review discussion stream we will do a bit later. One of the big new additions to the combat is the parry move both Spider-Man can do. You now really have to pay attention to the enemy's attacks, and sometimes parry to create an opening, or other attacks.
The glider reminds you the Superman Unreal 5.
This makes especially the boss fights way more challenging and memorable. I thought they were way too easy in the first Spider-Man, but they really fixed that in this game. You now have to pay attention, learn the opponent's moves, strike at the right time. There's way more strategy involved, and There are quite a lot of boss encounters in the game that were all really good. Now I do wish the overall enemy variety was better though, because while you will encounter many factions that look different, they will almost all feel the same to fight and have the same type of enemies. Like you got your melee fighters, one that shoots you from afar, you have the shield enemies, and the brutes again, with the exact same finisher animation to take them out. We could have used more enemies like the robot ducks and the birds that really change things up, especially the final enemy faction that I won't spoil. Is not that exciting to fight because it just doesn't add a lot of new things. Still, the combat is a blast. It really helps that you switch between both Spider-Man to change things up as they both have different abilities. Miles of course already had them in his game, and Peter now also gets access to an ability wheel with spider arm attacks and symbiote moves.
Yeah, we definitely saw some portals. We saw some portals in Digital Foundry
attacks and punches.
review.
You now also have a lot of other moves to choose from. It is weird though that some of the skills from the previous games have to be unlocked again, like there's no explanation why both Spider-Man have to relearn certain moves when the game takes place 10 months after Miles Morales. Still, there is enough new stuff here, and by the end you will be a way more advanced Spider-Man compared to the previous games. You will also look way cooler thanks to some amazing familiar and brand new suits that you can wear. Like they did not hold back, there are 68 suits in total, 34 for each Spider-Man,
total suits.
and this does not include the 10 deluxe edition outfits. I also love the
with the
addition
deluxe
of
edition,
color schemes, especially for the older suits, so they still kind of feel new. And I was really impressed by the fact that some cutscenes have you remove your mask with the outfit that you're currently wearing. And for all the suits that I used, it felt very natural. Now, I do miss the gameplay benefits that the suits first had though, as in Spider-Man 2, they are only cosmetic. So I ended up only unlocking 4 suits that I really liked per Spider-Man throughout my playthrough. Because there's really no reason to unlock suits that you don't like. In Spider-Man 1, even if you did not like the look of a suit, it could still have a powerful suit power that you would then also get and could use in combination with an outfit you did like. In Spider-Man 2, the resources that you need to craft a suit can also be used on impactful gameplay upgrades, and they just always feel like a better choice if you already got a few suits that you like wearing. It also makes getting a suit as a reward for an activity way less exciting, because if you don't like the look, it kind of feels like a useless reward. Maybe a hot take, but I would prefer it if they give us half of the suits, but make each of them way more unique. We already get glimpses of what that might look like with the Secret Wars Civil War outfit that has unique Falcon wings as the web wings. That's really cool. You have lower frame rates for some of the animated suits and different colors for the spider arms in combination with some familiar suits. Like I would take 25 suits with very unique effects like this and a special suit power over the 78 suits that we have now. There's also simply not enough content for all these suits.
Those Spider-Verse suits are going to be insane.
25 hours. So even if I would wear a different suit every 30 minutes,
I would
still not have been able to use all of them in one playthrough.
I don't wear a suit, bro.
Well, I did try them all at least once in the previous Spider-Man games. Now we should get New Game Plus in the future, so that is nice. But yeah, I think it's good to talk about the game's length. So 25 hours to platinum. If you only do the main story, you would be looking at like 15 hours. So it's the exact same size as the first game. Now length is of course subjective. Some people like shorter games, some people like longer games. I personally expected more content after waiting this long for a new game in the series. We see it very often that a sequel is always bigger. Jedi Survivor this year was larger than Fallen Order. God of War Ragnarok, Horizon Forbidden West also gave us more hours to spend in their world if we wanted to. And I would argue that the side content is on a similar level in those games as Spider-Man 2. So yes, for me, it's kind of a letdown that you can finish this in a few days. But again, that is a personal thing. Some people actually like that. More power to you. It is also a positive thing, of course. I wanted more than what we got. Now, there is an issue with it as well, though. And that is that it feels like the game is kind of holding things back. There's one really cool side activity that ends on a climax. You're told that someone will contact you in the future to track this villain down, but that will just not happen in this game anymore. So do we really have to wait 3 to 5 years for a continuation of that story? Also, other activities
there's going to be DLC.
Teasers for future stuff. While I would have loved to see these things end in this game
there will be DLC.
Yes, I already teased it a bit at the start. I don't want to get too much into it for spoiler reasons, but I was not a fan of the story overall. There are missions that are totally a 10-10 for me, especially in the first half. I was surprised, really happy they did not spoil these parts before launch, but it ended up going places that for me were just not that exciting or interesting or surprising. I kind of left this game caring less about Insomniac's Spider-Man universe than going in, and that's not a place that I expected.
You must have forgot. But yeah, there is DLC.
Like, high chance this is different for you. I really think
it's coming. It is coming as early as next year.
But I can't wait to like discuss this further when more people have finished the game in the future. I don't want to end on a negative note though, because Spider-Man 2 is really, really good. I'm sure that if you pre-ordered or are thinking of getting it, that it will be worth your time. Insomniac totally delivered in what they set out to do. Marvel Spider-Man 2 is bigger and better in almost every way. The production value you will see on screen here is
I'll talk about DLC after I made a video on it, but I'll talk about it after he's done.
Some of the best DualSense features that really add to the experience. There's a solid performance and fidelity mode, the most impressive fast travel I've ever seen, where you can spawn at any point of the map, which kinda crazy and super helpful when clearing out the final side content after finishing the main story. I do wish there was more in this package though, and that some of the things they tease actually happen in this game. It's a very by the numbers open world title, and while it gets close during certain main missions, for me it did not reach that Santa Monica Naughty Dog quality level, while you do see that they're aiming for that. Nevertheless, it's a really great game in a great year for games. And it is just the start of our Spider-Man 2 coverage. Like, we got a ton of spoiler-free tips and tricks and way more planned before and around launch, so subscribe to not miss that. A like on the video would be awesome, and again, drop questions down below and then we will maybe answer them.
Alright, shout out to JORaptor. That is JORaptor's Spider-Man view overall. Liked it. Surprisingly didn't like the story, and seems to have forgotten that DLC is a thing. Just in general. But yeah, for this game in particular. So yeah, I covered this in a previous video, but a friend of the channel, Deeper Depths, he did an interview with the Venom voice actor Tony Todd several months ago. And during that interview, Tony Todd mentioned that he was working on a project for 2024. But he didn't say what it was. So people speculated that it might be Spider-Man related. It might be related to a solo Venom game or something, or it might be something unrelated. We didn't know. Then Deeper Depths managed to meet Najee Jeter, the voice actor for Miles Morales, and Najee Jeter, much more talkative when it comes to the spoilers and what have you. And he mentioned that he was working on a project in 2024 with Yuri, who voices Peter, of course, and Tony. So put two and two together. Najee, the voice actor for Miles Morales, the voice actor for Spider-Man, Peter, and the voice actor for Tony Todd, for voice actor for Venom, Tony Todd, all working on the same project scheduled to drop in 2024. So, yeah, there you go. Don't think it's a spin-off game. Definitely sounds like a DLC. Doesn't that mean Venom is sticking around? Or it could mean another symbiote is popping up. Remember, Tony Todd is the voice of a lot of monsters. You know, he's got a great range if you're trying to go for a monster. He was I think he was Savitar. Null is confirmed to be in the Insomniac universe. There was an Easter egg for Noel that they talked about during the hands-on preview. Carnage was originally being considered to be a villain in Spider-Man PS4. He was Zoom. He's obviously a Candyman. He could be doing Carnage. He could be doing Agent Venom. He could be doing a different host for Venom. An Eddie Brock, if you will, maybe. A Flash Thompson. Could be Carnage. Could be Null. The Symbiote God. But, yep, all three of them are working on a project for 2024. Yep, so far, the Spider-Man 2 reviews have been overwhelmingly positive. Mostly 9s and 10s. Being dragged down by sites like IGN, who gave it an 8. It's looking like my prediction is going to come true. I predicted Spider-Man 2 was going to have a really high user score. A significantly higher user score than critic score. And it wasn't going to win Game of the Year. And I think that's what's going to happen. The reviews for the critics, surprisingly, very good. I mean, I heard some rumblings from insiders before that this was going to happen. But so far it's sitting firmly at a 91 on Metacritic, which is fantastic. Definitely puts it as one of the Game of the Year contenders easily. Some GamesRadar called it the best superhero game of all time. It's got a lot of 10s. So I think fans are probably going to regard this as easily the best Spider-Man game, probably the best superhero game. I think the user scores are going to probably be like 100 or close to that, 98 to 100. And I think the critic score is probably going to stay around 91. That seems like it's going to be the case here. I don't see it going anywhere, but I don't think it's going to win a Game of the Year. I think it's going to lose out to Baldur's Gate 3. So far, the negatives, some of the negatives have been like wild. Like SkillUp in his review mentioned that he thought the web wings were too good. He was like, he had a problem with the web wings because he thought they were too good, and he thought they should be nerfed a little bit, which was weird. But the main criticism we've seen is that they think it doesn't go far enough to be different and groundbreaking. JORaptor said he didn't like the story, which is the first I've heard from that. And he doesn't think, he personally prefers much larger games, and Spider-Man 2 is the same length as the first game. That seems to be consistent. The consistent criticism that it's still too familiar, doesn't do enough groundbreaking stuff. But yeah, that the web wings needing to be nerfed was the wildest take, I would say, so far. Surprisingly, the MJ stealth missions were not considered bad. Like, everyone who's reviewed them said that the MJ stealth missions were actually much better than they were in Spider-Man PS4. I think it was JORaptor who said he actually liked them a lot. Yeah, so far none of the reviews we've heard have actually said that MJ stealth missions are bad. So it sounds like they definitely got a significant glow up compared to Spider-Man PS4. There's not as many of them, and the ones that they have are apparently really good. She has a stun gun. She's not pew pewing people's heads off. But I did see one sequence where MJ, like, she sneaks up behind someone, hits them with the stun gun, normal takedown, but she gets spotted by an enemy. Now, normally in Spider-Man PS4, that would be instant, restart. But in this one, Spider-Man 2, instead you still had a window to do a takedown. Even though it reminded me kind of like an Assassin's Creed type of thing where you could do a takedown, even there's still a window, even if you were technically spotted before it like fully hits, because she kicked the Craven soldier in the leg and then jabbed him in the neck with the stun gun, which I thought was pretty cool. Yeah, but yeah, it really weird that JORaptor loved the MJ missions, but didn't like the overall story. He also seemed to have forgotten that DLC was going to be a thing because he was complaining that they were going to hold stuff. It seemed like they were holding stuff back or setting stuff up for the future, and he thought that the stuff that they set up as cliffhangers wouldn't pop up for like 5 years. I'm like, bro, they have DLC. Like, relax. Did JORaptor say he's not a fan of Spider-Man universe? That could be another thing too, for sure. If you're not a fan of Spider-Man, even then he still enjoyed the game. He didn't give it, and he's obviously going to be doing more content on it, but he didn't. But very surprised he didn't like the story though. But yeah, I have the other criticism I heard is that the story aspects of the story are predictable, particularly if you were familiar with like the storylines it was like kind of based on, and they wanted them to subvert those expectations a little more. But SkillUp loved it. Caboose loved it. He gave it a 9.5 out of 10. GamesRadar called it the best superhero game of all time. And the consensus seems to be that it's a much better game than the previous ones. Much better than Spider-Man PS4, better than Miles Morales. So far, it's definitely the highest rated Insomniac game of the generation. IGN gave it an 8. So Adria, because IGN is a very large company, they have different regions. The main IGN gave it an 8 out of 10. IGN Adria gave it a 10 out of 10, and IGN France gave it an 8 out of 10. Amazing Luke. Oh yeah, based on the criticisms that I heard, Amazing Lucas is definitely going to have a lot to complain about for sure. He's been complaining about the game the whole time, so he's definitely going to have plenty of fodder. Pray they ship a collector's edition and it somehow comes before the 20th. Doesn't look like that's happening, unfortunately. People already started getting charged for their collector's editions, and they are currently on the way, or they're preparing to ship. Mine says preparing to ship, and people are saying that theirs are going to arrive either on the 20th or the 21st. I know somebody earlier, a few months ago, said that they got theirs from Amazon Canada, and they weren't getting theirs until the 24th. But yeah, any hope that the collector's edition we ship early doesn't look like it's going to happen, unfortunately. And so far, apart from some chat says the GamesRadar review spoiled something, but so far I haven't seen any major spoilers in any of the reviews. But we did get to see some really cool stuff. We got to see in the digital Foundry review, there's a chase scene which looked to involve Doctor Strange portals, complete with a literal, because there's a part where you web zip through a portal and you end up in what looks like Antarctica. There's just ice everywhere, and then you zip right back through the portal and go through the city, which looks absolutely insane. They confirm that the Sandman boss fight is the opening introduction to the game, and we got to see some of the different parts of that one. It's as epic as you would want it to be. We saw the loop-de-loop in Caboose's gameplay. He also showed the Mysterio boss fight, and he showed a little bit. He gave us our first in-game look at Black Cat with her new suit. Unfortunately, just the neck up. Didn't get to see the rest. Yeah, Doctor Strange would be insane. I mean, he is in New York. Do you think Rock Rider will be mentioned in Marvel Spider-Man 2? Do I think he'll be mentioned in the game? No. It would be interesting if they added, like, as a patch, they included like a shout out to Rock Rider, because he definitely was putting in work. I mean, 100 posters in 100 days, and these are like incredibly high quality Spider-Man 2 themed posters. Like, these were incredible, and he just pumped them out every day. He definitely should get something. She probably thick. Hell yeah. Oh yeah. He keeps recommending Kofi. You mentioned that he shows the fall damage. There it is, Kofi. He platinum Spider-Man 2. Spoiler-free review. I think I recognize him. He's the PlayStation ambassador. He's one of the few content creators that got access to the game. Since you recommended him, and he said he's keeping it spoiler free. Let's check it out. He's got a nice little setup there.
I have put 35 hours into Spider-Man 2. I've beat it, got the platinum, and can confirm the puddles look absolutely amazing.
W puddles.
All jokes aside, being granted the opportunity to review Spider-Man 2 is a full circle moment for me in many ways. So I want to send out a huge thank you to Insomniac and PlayStation for this incredible opportunity. I'm not gonna lie, after playing Spider-Man 2018 and Spider-Man Miles Morales, both amazing games by the way, I was a little worried for Spider-Man 2. I was worried because after Miles Morales, I couldn't see what more Insomniac.
What video am I doing after Spider-Man 2 comes out? Spider-Man 2.
I really enjoyed Spider-Man Miles Morales and the new gameplay elements it offered, like Miles' Venom abilities. After
the game will be out. I'll have it.
I was starting to feel a little burnt out from the gameplay formula. I know Miles Morales is an Uncharted Lost Legacy type of situation and not a full-blown sequel, so maybe that's why the game was pretty safe overall. And I've been on record saying Insomniac Spider-Man is the best Spider-Man game to date, and I've played a lot of Spider-Man games over the years. But my question going into Spider-Man 2 is, have they peaked? Outside of expanding New York,
everyone will have it.
Quality of
content, some content creators will get it early.
Has the core gameplay hit a road stop? All I knew is that Spider-Man 2 needed to make some big changes to keep the experience fresh. So, did Insomniac pull it off? By the end of this video, you'll find out.
Love that music.
I'm not going to get too much into story specifics because Spider-Man 2 has a lot of surprises, Easter eggs, and I want you all to experience it for yourself. I will say, this is Insomniac's best Spidey story yet. The story takes place roughly 9 months after the events of Spider-Man Miles Morales. Peter is having a hard time balancing his life as Spider-Man, struggling to keep a job, make ends meet, all while dealing with the loss of Aunt May. Miles, on the other hand, has really become his own Spider-Man, but also realizing the difficulties keeping up with the two personas. After an unexpected visit from an old friend, Harry Osborn, who seems to be cured from his deadly sickness, that's kinda sus, Peter and MJ are thrilled to see their old friend well again and catch up on lost time. Times of peace between the trio is short-lived because Kraven the Hunter has chosen New York as his new hunting ground, and shit goes left. Let's just leave it at that. Spider-Man 2 is a thrilling, high-stakes adventure, and the overall pacing of the story is great. I also really enjoyed all the breaks from the action as well, where we got to see more character dynamics and relationships. It took me about 18 hours to complete the main story and 35 hours to get the Platinum Trophy. I've been seeing a lot of conversation online about the game's length, and some people feel like it's on the shorter side. Personally, I think the game's length is perfect. Spider-Man 2 respects your time. Nothing in its story feels forced to extend the playtime, and I like that. The game doesn't overstay its welcome, and it's just as long as Spider-Man 2018, which nobody had a problem with. The story is amazing, and I can't wait to discuss.
I just checked my roundtable.
Everyone completes the game. Spider-Man 2 is absolutely beautiful. I went back and installed Spider-Man 2018 Remastered.
Yeah, it looks like Lejeune has got offered a code.
Side by sides out, it's a night and day difference.
Yeah, they're going to be sending out some more codes this week.
New York looks so much better in Spider-Man 2. The lighting, the assets, the textures, the ray trace reflections, the view distance,
Lejeune didn't get it yet,
and the character models all got significant upgrades.
Lejeune
I also found in Spider-Man 2,
Lejeune got a
much more vibrant
confirmation that he's on the list.
In comparison to Spider-Man 2018, it feels a lot more rich and alive.
What's up, cute little Chaos Kitty? Shout out to you. Hope you're feeling good.
Spider-Man 2 has multiple different visual modes. It has a fidelity mode that targets 4K native resolution with all ray trace reflections enabled. Pedestrians.
Yeah, basically they made a list
better hair detail
of people who are going to get
it has a performance mode
codes for Spider-Man 2 after the reviews,
ray tracing at a lower quality and toned down graphical detail to achieve.
So they're gonna start sending them out later this week.
Fidelity 40 frames per second mode if you have a TV that supports 120 Hz and has VRR. During my entire
no Chrysler building
hour playthrough, I didn't experience
for
any performance problems
copyright
in
reasons.
The modes I tried. Insomniac has done an incredible job providing a consistent experience.
I'm enjoying life.
One of the most impressive features.
Just wanted to make sure I checked up on you.
It's super fast loading.
I'll be seeing your X posts.
Incredibly fast SSD, and they really flex it in Spider-Man 2. Switching between
I gotta pop in on one of your streams.
Traveling anywhere on the map is damn near instant. No loading screens. Now, let's talk about the biggest and most important aspect of any video game, the gameplay. Like I said earlier, going into Spider-Man 2, I was concerned the gameplay might have peaked with Spider-Man Miles Morales.
They copyrighted building.
After completion, I will say Insomniac was mostly successful in evolving the gameplay. In some aspects, they completely exceeded my expectations, and in others, I felt like they could have done a little bit more. I have a few gripes that I will address, but there's a lot of great changes, so let's break it all down. I want to start off with what I personally think got the biggest glow up, upgrade, improvement in the game, and that's the traversal. If you thought swinging around in New York was fun in Spider-Man 2018, it's 100 times better in Spider-Man 2. The big addition is Peter and Miles now have a wingsuit, and boy is it satisfying.
Will you start streaming again? I'll pop in.
Swinging, point launching, wall running,
take your time,
corner tethering, and surfing. Yes, surfing.
Look at that surfing.
I went nuts when I found out the Sunset Overdrive water surf has made its way into
Spider-Man
Spider-Man 2. Just look how awesome this looks. They also added these slingshot launch pads scattered around the map, just, you know, another way to get around. The web swinging speed is ramped up as well. With the inclusion of Queens and Brooklyn, the map size has pretty much doubled, but since the overall speed of swinging around is a lot faster,
you don't have to wait for the end
it doesn't really feel
of the game.
twice the
You can just go to
especially when you're gliding.
You can just go to Aunt May's house.
You really can cover a lot of ground. There's even an upgrade in the game where it allows you to do a loop-de-loop, and that really sends you flying. You can also toggle fall damage, making the game much more immersive, so you can't just jump off the Empire State Building and land on your feet. The updated traversal gets an A+ from me. Right away, I felt right at home playing Spider-Man 2. I played the entire game on spectacular difficulty and didn't have much trouble at all. For the most part, the free flow combat hasn't changed much outside of a few key additions. Now we have the ability to parry enemies.
Ooh, he played on spectacular.
Been reworked. I really like these two changes in Spider-Man 2 because now that the parry system has been implemented, stronger enemies have these new attacks that are not dodgeable area attacks, and the only way to stop them without taking any damage is to parry. It's very satisfying to pull off. I love countering.
I heard it was harder though.
As for the gadgets,
it might be a sweat.
It's been reworked to operate like your abilities. You know, in Spider-Man Miles Morales, when you hit L1 and one of the face buttons, you can use Miles' Venom powers.
I am a pretty sweaty Spider-Man player too.
Armored spider arms and symbiote powers once you unlock the black suit. So now, to use a gadget, you gotta hit R1 and one of the face buttons. They
parried his copied Avengers facts. Avengers did it first.
Way more on Spider-Man 2 because now you don't gotta cycle through your gadgets, slowing down time, maybe accidentally picking the wrong one. You can just instantly use them. The flow of the combat is so much better. With that being said, there's only 5 gadgets in the game. Peter got less gadgets than he did.
Like I said, you don't have to wait until the end.
Kind of a bummer.
You can just go to Aunt May's house.
Didn't make a return. Like the trip mine, web bombs, and the electric webs.
You can freely explore Aunt May's house.
5 gadgets that are in the game are pretty good though. Black Suit Spider-Man is probably one of the biggest reasons people are hyped for this game, and I want to set some expectations.
Said he played on easy.
First of all, Insomniac has done an amazing job with the suit design. It looks awesome.
I'm a see for myself.
Once he gets the suit, it starts to affect his personality, and you guys will see how it plays out in the main story. As for how it changes Peter's gameplay as Spider-Man, his armored spider arms gets replaced with Venom powers.
I played all the previous games on the highest difficulty.
Super cool. He also gets a special move called the Symbiote Surge, and once it's activated,
so I'm gonna try
Peter
it.
Becomes a beast, dealing crushing combos to his enemies until the meter runs out. But besides that, don't expect any new swing animations or for his base combos to change. It remains the same. The stealth gameplay mechanics hasn't changed much either. Melee takedowns, web strike takedowns, wall, ceiling, and perch takedowns have all returned. The only new addition to the stealth gameplay is now Peter and Miles can create these web
lines. It will always be
on
Aunt May's house.
It's actually pretty neat. Now you can create your own pathway to take down unalert enemies. Since I'm on the topic of stealth, our favorite girl is back. During the course of the game, you're going to be playing as a few different characters, and MJ is one of them. In the first game, a lot of people hated her stealth segments. Personally, I thought it became a lot more interesting towards the end.
She could actually just shoot people now?
Well, in Spider-Man 2, she has her taser gun right from the very beginning, along with throwable distractions to alert enemies. I found her gameplay sections a lot more enjoyable this time around, and I'm glad Insomniac decided to make her parts better instead of completely removing them from the game after people complained. Just like in Spider-Man 2018, Spider-Man 2 has a lot of light RPG mechanics. There's a character level progression system that caps at level 60, and with each
what game am I covering after Spider-Man 2?
You can upgrade Peter and Miles. There's a solo skill tree for both of them.
Looking at the schedule of games, Marvel's Wolverine.
There's some really cool upgrades in there. My personal
Suicide Squad,
Directional Yank. Another slight change that they did is in Spider-Man 2018,
all the EA Marvel games,
speed and maximum health increased. But in Spider-Man
Wonder
2,
Woman,
it's done a little different. In the menus, there's a suit tech tab.
I do superhero games. That's what I do on the channel. I cover superhero games mainly.
To upgrade your health, focus, traversal, and damage. Alright, so let's go over the open world activities because this is one area I felt needed to be improved. In Spider-Man 2, Peter and Miles have their own set of side activities, and there's also a set of
4
side
days until
activities
showtime.
either Spider-Man can do.
Is that with 15
The side quests in
uploads
the
a
game
day?
are actually well thought of and very,
I think the most
good.
uploads
But
I've
there's
done
one
is
problem.
3.
There wasn't a lot, especially for an open world game. After completing them all, I couldn't help but feel I needed more. There's this one particular side mission that ended
I
in a
definitely need
crazy
way more Wonder
cliffhanger,
Woman.
and I was so tight. They're clearly saving it for a future DLC or something. Outside of side story content,
Can't wait to play that Wonder Woman game.
Spider bots to collect, hunter bases, and other activities in the open world, which I won't say just yet because it contains some spoilers. Random city crimes has made its return as well. There's some old ones like stopping a speeding car, and there's some new ones in there as well. What's super dope is you can run into Miles or Peter, depending who you are at the moment, fighting crime in the city, and do some awesome tag team takedowns.
Love those
This is a
takedowns.
really great addition. Oh, and when a
Did they do
civilian
the
is
point?
hurt, you may have to pick them up and swing them to the nearest hospital or ambulance. I felt like the
That's a
city
nice
crime
touch.
activities were
Hold up.
pretty repetitive early game, but as you progress in the story and more types of enemies are introduced, it becomes a lot more dynamic.
Let me rewind that. Did they do the point meme?
Fighting crime in the city and do some awesome tag team takedowns. This is a really great
They have the thing. They have the thing. They do the thing. So we're gonna slow that down. Yeah, we gotta slow that down. They do the thing. Spider-Man point meme confirmed. Let's go. They actually do the thing. That's awesome. They actually do the meme. That's awesome. Oh, that's fire. That's fire. I love that. I love that. That's awesome. I'm so glad they put that in there. That's perfect.
really great addition.
This meme is
and
forever.
When a civilian is hurt, you may have to pick them up and swing them to the nearest hospital or ambulance. I felt like the city
No
crime
Bully Maguire that I've
activities
seen
were
so far.
pretty repetitive early game,
Except for the
but as
Spider-Man
you
3
progress in
suit.
the story and more types of enemies are introduced, it becomes a lot more dynamic. So the open world activities they have are actually great.
Is Spider-Cat in the game? Yes, the Bodega Cat suit.
And, you know, more friendly neighborhood Spider-Man request storylines. I want to quickly address the boss fights and
They brought back a bunch of the suits from the previous games, and they have confirmed. We saw that in the earlier review. Bodega Cat is back. The Bodega Cat suit is back.
Spider-Man 2. I won't be showing anything in this review because of spoilers, but I can confirm they have vastly improved. The boss fights are not as QTE heavy like it was in the original. There's a whopping 68 suits in Spider-Man 2,
68.
and
Woo!
most of them have multiple different colorways you can unlock. The suits in the game are awesome, but I have another issue. They have completely removed the suit mods.
Yeah, no suit power.
Man, I thought it was pretty cool unlocking like the Spider-Punk costume and also getting a special move with it or a perk. I get it, there's 68 suits in the game, so that would be a lot of work, but still, it feels like they regressed in this aspect. On a positive note,
Suit
when you're
damage.
low health in a majority of the suits in the game from taking a beating, you see the damage. Just another detail that adds to the immersion. I think I pretty much tackled everything I wanted to in this review. Oh, there is one thing I forgot to mention.
You can DJ in this
As you would
game?
expect, Spider-Man 2 takes full advantage of the DualSense controller. From little sound effects coming out of the controller speaker to you feeling the tension of each swing on the adaptive triggers. It's a great
19 inches of amazing
Also,
Spider-Man venom.
After completing the game, do not expect a new game plus.
No
I'm
new
pretty
game
sure
plus.
It's gonna come after launch. When you do beat the game though, you do get access to ultimate difficulty. So that's the Spider-Man 2
So there is ultimate okay.
In conclusion, Spider-Man 2 is a fantastic game and definitely feels like a true sequel. Insomniac has done an incredible job making meaningful changes to the core experience. Revisiting Spider-Man 2018 highlights how much has improved. The only drawbacks being the amount of side story content in the game, the lack of suit mods, and the lack of gadgets. Everything else has gotten a major update. I look forward to seeing what Insomniac does next with the series. I do have a suggestion though, in case they're listening. Please give us a proper day-night cycle and some dynamic weather.
Dynamic weather.
I know certain missions need to take place in specific times of day, but we have seen games already solve this issue. Just fast forward time. I think that's all the open world needs at this point, because can you imagine if there were certain crimes that happen at different times of day, like at nighttime there would be more robberies. I think that would be pretty fire. Give us more side story content as well and we're golden. But that's the review, guys. I really enjoyed playing Spider-Man 2. Once again, thank you to PlayStation and Insomniac for sending over a review code. Hopefully this video was very informative, and if you enjoyed it, please hit the like button and subscribe for more quality.
All right, shout out to Kofi. That was actually a really well made review. Really well done. Thank you for your recommendation. Does Buddy have a baby strapped to his chest? Yeah, from everything I've seen so far, I think I'm going to probably be right with Caboose. 9.5, 9.5 out of 10. This is going to be my game of the year, I think. And probably my favorite superhero game of all time. That's going to be my prediction. Metacritic score is still sitting at a 91. Universal acclaim. You skip school to watch this? You skip school to watch the reviews? I would skip school to play the game, but that works too. I can definitely not be Miles Morales. Can I give you a PS5? No, I cannot. I mean, I could. I'm not going to. At this time. School is important. School is definitely important to some degree. So we watched Caboose's review. We saw the IGN review. We watched Digital Foundry. We watched JORaptor. We just finished Kofi. And we watched GamesRadar. And we watched SkillUp. We pretty much covered the main players. So everyone confirmed no new game plus, no mission select, at least not at launch, or the versions of the game that they got. They don't have those features. But when you beat the game, you will unlock ultimate difficulty. But there's no new game plus, but you still can unlock ultimate difficulty by beating the game. Still no weather toggle, no. I'm pretty sure they're going to add new game plus later. That's what they did with the first game. So I wouldn't be worried about that. They're definitely going to add that probably within the first month. DLC is supposed to come out. It hasn't been officially announced yet, but thanks to the voice actors, we are pretty confident in saying that DLC for Spider-Man 2 will be dropping in 2024. We'll say that. But game looks great so far. What I'm going to do is once I finish the game, I'm going to do a replay on ultimate difficulty, see just how that one feels. And I'm going to go for platinum as well. And then next year there should be DLC. And after Spider-Man 2 is out, that means the focus is going to start switching to Wolverine. We've already seen that so far. A bunch of Insomniac developers are being moved off of Spider-Man 2 and on to Marvel's Wolverine. Now, according to Jeff Grubb, they're targeting 2024 for Marvel's Wolverine, but it probably will be out in 2025. We'll see how that plays out. I'm going to try to get some more info from Jeff Grubb on his podcast. I'm gonna try to hit him up and get some more info on the superhero stuff. But yeah, Marvel's Wolverine, you're gonna start hearing more about that after launch. They have not shown. No one has shown anything about Dr. Octavius so far. I have not seen I have not seen Snow yet. There is no limit. There's no limitations on web wings. From what I've seen, you can basically fly. They've confirmed already. The community manager, Aaron, he confirmed that you can actually fly across the entire map of Spider-Man 2's New York on the web wings without hitting the ground at all. They have air vents that will boost you up. They have wind tunnels scattered throughout the city, so you can essentially use the web wings and never touch the ground. Only confirmed thing is Doc Ock is in the raft. That's all. Yeah, that's all we know so far. I'm sure pretty much everything got leaked already. I haven't watched any of the leaks. The only leaks I watched was the trophy list because I didn't think that was going to be too big of a deal, and it wasn't. It confirmed some of my theories already, but I haven't watched any of the other leaks. I want to go in as fresh as possible, which so far is fine. What's up, Luis? I have not played the game yet, but review codes for Spider-Man 2 are going to be going out again in a second wave. The wave that started, the first wave was 3 weeks ago, and that was for basically just hands-on non-spoiler reviews, which were allowed to be posted starting today. And later in the week, there's going to be another wave. There's going to be another wave of codes going out. And I'm guessing it's going to be like God of War Ragnarok, where it's going to be basically like walkthroughs of like the first mission, part 1, part 2. But I've been completely avoiding as many spoilers as possible. Does anyone know how you can play Spider-Man 2 without sleeping? I mean, it's a 15-hour game, I've heard, in order to finish the main story. JORaptor finished it in 25 hours for the platinum. So he was hurrying through. So you would so you would only have to be awake for 25 hours if you really hurried. Very possible to stay awake for 25 hours. Probably not recommended, but there are means to stay awake. I absolutely cannot wait to see the Venom stuff. Yeah, if you put, and that's also depends on difficulty. If you don't care about a challenge, you can literally just play on a lower difficulty and just, speed run through it. But, I'm assuming some people are going to want to play on a harder difficulty for a challenge, so that'll take them a little longer. But if you don't care, you just play on basically the lowest difficulty and just breeze your way through everything. Do I know if that would make more Spider-Man 2 controls and panels? As far as I know, the stuff they released is all that they're doing. Why would you speed for? Some people just like to rush through games. They just want to get through the whole story. I'm gonna play on medium. I prefer when it comes to Insomniac Spider-Man games, I prefer the higher difficulties. Can I watch the launch trailer again? That was a great trailer. So good. Who else did a review? Marvel Spider-Man 2 review. I know Kinda Funny did a whole show on it. Gaming Bolt did one. ACG did one. We watched IGN. GameSpot has one. Kinda Funny did a podcast review. YongYea got the review of the game. YongYea just posted his review. YongYea liked the game. He said Insomniac understood the assignment. We might have to check out the YongYea review. I didn't think YongYea was going to like it. Do ACG next. They're usually pretty good. Yeah, I don't think I've seen any of their content yet. Someone wanted to see the trailer real quick. Let's just do a quick reaction. This was awesome.
We have to talk. This is something else. I need your help.
Are you sure this isn't something you can handle yourself?
4 more days. Mr. Negative. I screamed when I saw that Sandman.
Miles, this is crazy.
We call it a symbiote, and it chose you.
Get it off of him! Ready for your annual physical?
I'm the hero here, not you.
The hell's going on with Pete?
You're not yourself.
You want to join us?
Oh, so good.
He's here.
Walk down the whole building!
I know I can snap him out of this!
We can fight this together!
That's so good. Oh, that's so good. Cannot wait. Absolutely cannot wait for this. Tony Todd's performance is so good as Venom. Oh, you want to join us? I was like, oh my God. That oh my God. That sounded like Norman. I'm just gonna say that. Still sounded like Norman. All right, someone recommended ACG. They have 17. No, that was a YouTube glitch. They have over 1 million subscribers. I was about to say 17 million. It's crazy. Oh, they got some footage we haven't seen before. Shout out to ACG. 1 million subs.
Hi, I'm Peter Parker.
Hi, Peter.
I'm 25 years old. I have a bachelor's degree in biophysics, and a while back I was bitten by a radioactive spider and got superpowers.
I also got bitten by a radioactive spider that gave me superpowers.
This is the recap. Okay.
I learned how to be a Spider-Man from the OG.
Spider-Man, from comics to movies, TV shows to anime to video games, has always had a different feeling to me than most superheroes. Rocky says it's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. Spider-Man's always felt like it was an endurance game. Just how many times can he keep getting up? How many times can things fail? Can friends be taken away? How many parts can someone carve of themselves?
Spectacular
before
game.
What's left is just a dark pantomime, where the question finally comes up, Is Spider-Man just wearing a Peter Parker suit?
Look at that $20.99.
Spider-Man 2 triumphs tragedy, post-teen real life in a healthy dose of reality, fighting the Spider-Back. Spider-Man 2 offers the ability to play both Miles and Peter, both with chips on their shoulders because they can't celebrate their successes with almost anyone other than the other people who can't tell anybody about anything. So they kick the living shit out of everybody, like they want to see if it's possible to launch a human in
language. You ask again, is Sandman Venom? I've said this a bunch of times across a bunch of different streams, but for those that forgot or don't or weren't here for it, I'm not spoiling the game. This is a non-spoiler stream. We're going to be doing our best to avoid major story spoilers. So it doesn't matter how many times you ask me who Venom is, I'm not going to tell you. Because this is a non-spoiler stream. Obviously, Sandman being Venom would be ridiculous, as anyone paying attention would know. But yeah, I'm not going to drop a major story spoiler out of the blue. That's not how this works. We're keeping it spoiler free. That's why I've been watching spoiler free reviews, and I've been putting in filters and stuff to make sure people in chat can't drop spoilers, and anyone who does gets banned. But yeah, we're not doing spoilers. I'm not going to answer any questions about major spoilers. So if you're here for spoilers, you're in the wrong place. There are plenty of places out there spoiling the game. This stream is not one of them.
into space by frustrated spin kicks and uppercuts alone, and they swing around. The core story of Spider-Man 2 takes a bit to actually start, but the ultimate plot point is that Kraven the Hunter has come to New York, as we've seen in the trailers. It's easy for somebody unaware to look at Kraven and see every bit the reject WWE wrestler
Venomous Sadot the gamer
failing their first debut. But this is a dude who freebases a questionable jungle serum made of mysterious plants and probably some poisons here and there. Spider-Man 2 is many months past the original game, but it continues with the tradition, one of the core facets of Spider-Man's consistent storytelling and the themes pretty much right away. And that's responsibility, because superheroes, and even more so, Spider-Men, don't kill their enemies.
You can play the game on the 19th. I'm not making a video about that.
Doors. Why not keep repeating what you did wrong if the worst result is a double ass kicking from two kids dressed in ninja suits, only to come out a week later? That's not a sentence. That's a good paragraph of anecdotes to tell your criminal
I'm making a video on
a great deal of Spider-Man.
I would consider making a video
consequences
on how some people can get it early
and others, and choices, both good and bad. Miles and Peter,
but I'm not going to make a video on you specifically.
This consistent point that
playing the game on the
really
19th
does help the story in Spider-Man 2, especially
just because you live in a different time zone.
Team up and where they are in their personal lives. But then the opposite of that is Spider-Man when it's at its best on the ground. Peter and Miles balancing the consistent edge of personal relationships as well as the added weight of criminals and supervillains always trying to upset the balance. And the entire game is about that. Finding study materials in a lab or reading the whiteboard's contents to have an almost control-like feel to the game. Diving deeper into a mystery with interactive objects, looking around and actually studying the environment adds information that an inquisitive player may find about the story or about what's going on top of the...
Do I know who Venom is? Yes, we do.
Already established hot points that game developers want to drive home. A topping of all that information that fills out the story's theme and broader points and really does let the dichotomy of Spider-Man versus these teens breathe. But obviously the combat is hyper important, and Spider-Man builds on everything the other two games
Tony Todd is Venom.
Dodges, split second timing before punches, kicks, or missiles trying to splat the spider like an explosive fly swatter, web slinging enemies to the walls, to the ground floors, cars, trucks, vans, and each other, leaving them hot and exhausted as a sticky mess. Parry lets you perfectly slip out of the attack and do extra damage to enemies, and many times is the only way to get past some of the larger
I love the detail.
Spider-Man has always been about eight-legged
of the sand on the suit.
Martial arts masters with a black belt and Black Widow and thunder kicking their way all Bindi style through leagues of enemies. Spider-Man 2 delivers exactly what you expect in that regard. However, it also does up the ante. When leaping into random situations in the game world, and often repeated, but always fun, are the team-ups. Tag teaming 2-bit thugs with Peter and Miles together feels incredible. And that's when special moves
can't confirm that we are Venom.
Skill section, I'll talk about here in a second, is some of the best in game.
Correct.
Yeah, I know a lot of people look at Batman and say the same. That's up to you. I'd like to know what you think in the comments. For me, while I love Batman and leaving a line of broken down bruisers and pumped up pickpockets strewn behind me with Batman making little hints that, oh no, they're not actually dead, even though they all look dead. Spider-Man's combat, that thrilling ability to encapsulate the outer movement systems like perch hopping and bounding, web slinging, but putting them directly into the combat feels incredible. Stealth is also again integrated into all this.
I'm gonna go crazy on the stealth.
An enemy in webbing and move off without enemies knowing. Here in Spider-Man 2, each of these bad boys is carrying a bit more oomph than they did prior. Well, Miles still has about the same. He's got that electrical power and can absolutely devastate people with some of his attacks. But as the story progresses and Peter gets symbiote powers, as we've seen in the trailer, you now have these two on a similar level, not only relationship-wise outside of Spider-Man, but actually on their power level itself. An evening of that sheer heroic
this is ACG.
that they can unleash. And it helps it feel like you're never really missing out, regardless
ACG, subscribe to them if you haven't.
Because many times you can switch between either one when you want to within the city. The combat is responsive, it's quick to changes, more importantly, despite new additions, a variety of which unleash insane amounts of power into spots. It never once loses the feeling of two kids just sort of happy to kick the crap out of a bunch of bad guys. To apply those skills and powers, Miles and Peter both have respective trees, reflecting their given powers, as well as a totally separate tree for them combined as a duo.
Brawler.
But be aware the combined skill tree isn't really just for moves for them as a team. It's got a couple bits of that. It's actually more of a generic upgrade path, lending a really nice synthesis to upgrading both of them with basic moves while leaving their actual respective skill trees for solely spending points on them separated. And they deserve a kudos for that because it makes the entire upgrade process a little bit cleaner, even though at first it can be a tiny bit confusing. Obviously, you also still have spider tech of all kinds you can upgrade and carry around as well. However, Spider-Man, for a dude with a dexterity of like +8 bonus for D&D, he can't really climb through tunnels without running into crap or hanging up on edges. Something that happened less in the original game than it does in the sequel. It was noticeably crunchier moving in these contained spaces than I can remember in the prior games. Maybe it's just that there's more of them than in the prior games, but it is something I actually noticed. Something else I noticed is enemy variety, something that the original Spider-Man had a couple issues with, and that sort of sticks around through this. While Spider-Man 2 expands the library of available enemies, it does feel that, a little bit like the first game, these groups are made up of just normal enemies, flying ones, giant ones that have to be countered or slipped behind. There's a familiarity here, especially at first. And in some ways, the world's reaction to both of these ultimately noticeable power creeps going on, it just takes a while. And even on the harder difficulties, it can feel a little bit easy. It's not like you're just fighting off roving bands of rampaging babies, but even on harder difficulties, when Spider-Man swings into a room, it's hard not for a moment to take pause and think of the mortality of the enemies you're fighting. While I expected combat to feel different, it's the extension out to both heroes between the combat and their more human moments that actually drove the narrative of the game forward. And Insomniac needed to do this because each Spider-Man is different in the comic lines, the fiction.
He showed this too. But yeah, this was you can mix and match those symbiote abilities and attach them to a regular suit.
Enemies, it does feel that a little bit like the first game.
Yeah, I think he showed it here.
These groups are made up of just normal enemies, flying ones, giant ones that have to be countered or slipped behind. There's a familiarity here, especially
he was using the classic
In some
suit.
ways, the world's reaction to both of these ultimately noticeable power.
See? For people that were asking about the suit switching mechanic, this is basically how it works in Spider-Man 2. You can mix and match the symbiote abilities. They're not tied to the symbiote itself. You can actually put the iron arms on the symbiote, or you can have a regular web. You can have a non-symbiote suit, but when you activate the symbiote abilities, they'll trigger. So sometimes like this, for some abilities, you'll have aspects of the symbiote appear, like the tentacles. For like the symbiote surge, it'll completely consume him, and he'll switch completely to symbiote before going backwards. So that is definitely I think I like that better than just having a button that lets you just switch between the suits. I think this is like a much better way of doing it, personally. Sadot is Venom.
Power creeps going on.
Allegedly.
It takes a while. And even on the harder difficulties, it can feel a little bit easy. It's not like you're just fighting off roving babies,
Sadot is Carnage.
babies, but
I can't confirm or deny.
When Spider-Man swings into a room, it's hard not for a moment to take pause and think of the mortality of the enemies you're fighting. While I expected combat to feel different, it's the extension out to both heroes between the combat and their more human moments that actually drove the narrative of the game forward. And Insomniac needed to do this because each Spider-Man is different in the comic lines, the fictions, where they are in their different lifestyles. And here we see Peter without Aunt May, Uncle Ben, or Doc Ock, accidentally offered and then tantalizingly tempted to test powers that he was augmented with. And this results in a character arc that is darker and more reflective of his attempting to drive forward with those ideas.
Amazing Spider-Man 2 suit is my favorite live-action suit.
But without any overarching supervision from anybody. The most impressive part here, this unique style of storytelling has a vague shadow of Doc Ock's fall, actually reflected in Peter's story. That's all I'll say there. And that's the crux of many of Peter's decisions within the game. The risk of his use of power to ultimately corrupt the original reason for him getting them in the first place. Spider-Man's always been about winning as the underdog, that scrappy superhero that wins because his superpowers are augmented by the flexibility of these young, incredible, bright
Toxic
minds.
life.
But they're never perfect. For example, Peter is a total, utter slob. While he's got his personal life somewhat fixed, it's Miles, on the other hand, who has everything really sort of going his way.
Love Aunt May. Love Aunt May's house.
Correlate with events that happened in his own.
That's going to be so much fun.
But I actually really liked where he was here. It's also easy to think of a superhero game coming down to just the mechanics, but Spider-Man with a hefty number of big-named bad guys,
Mr. Negative,
family and friend moments in the cutscenes. Insomniac had to weigh this carefully, and I really did like the result that we got. It makes it for a more accessible Spider-Man game to me. Also, speaking of accessibility, the options here, best in the business.
The saxophone?
First, it blocks out hearing, motion sensitivity, motor skills, vision into their own one-off presets, but you can also dive in.
Was that a saxophone? Uncle Aaron had a saxophone, was a saxophone player? Ain't no way.
It blocks out hearing.
Shout out to ACG for the review. He's definitely throwing some cool stuff in there.
So speaking of accessibility,
yeah, it's a saxophone. So it was confirmed in an early review that you're gonna have the Uncle Aaron missions are basically side missions where you have to pick up stuff that Uncle Aaron left around for you. So that's going to be interesting. Apparently, looks like it might be a saxophone, or maybe, I don't know. Rio Morales is so hot, no lies detected.
The options here, best in the business. First, it blocks out hearing, motion sensitivity, motor skills, vision into their own one-off presets, but you can also dive in, simplify puzzles.
I have not seen any do-rags so far.
Just swinging itself, adding continuous dodge, changing the way aim mode works, adding combos to one button, and then adjusting camera shake, motion blur, chromatics, and film grain. Then it leaps into audio assist from narrated to
Luke, are you feeling okay?
Frequency cutoffs for people with hearing ranges that might be specifically out of the range of
good,
some
bro?
of the effects, as well as a bevy of subtitle options. Lastly, it handles contrast and colorblind options well with shader changes and adjustments to heroes, allies, NPCs, enemies of all kinds, as well as items, story, impactful location shaders, and even spider sense. That means for a modern superhero game, it's got almost everything other than an auto combat setting, though at the settings on their highest here, it feels a little bit like that. It's an excellent display of one of the more accessible superheroes offering one of the more accessible packages for entry. But I want to bring up something unrelated, but a little bit connected. Spider-Man 2 uses the DualSense for everything. Sounds, vibrations, alerts. The controller's more active than Spider-Man most of the time, ringing and shaking and vibrating and feeding back to the player consistently. However, it absolutely eats PlayStation 5 controller batteries. 2 controllers, both bought at different times, saw low battery warnings before I've ever seen it in another game. You can, of course, turn some of these off and down, and you may want to, especially if you want to extend that playtime. It was highly, highly noticeable. But I love the options and the flexibility for going in there and turning some of those up or down. Speaking of flexibility, if any company has understood that flexibility is needed to deliver excellent performance on the PlayStation 5, it's Insomniac, offering a fidelity and performance setting, with fidelity aiming for 30 FPS and a higher resolution than the performance mode, as we would expect. However, Insomniac has figured out a way to get ray tracing pretty much working in any setting that you choose. It's just the level and the detail that's placed and changed depending. Other changes, for example, in the performance mode that you will see mostly in the video is lower occasional pedestrian traffic numbers, lower detail in some of the smaller things like hair, and some details on buildings. And you also have the option for variable refresh rate and 120 hertz mode if your monitor or TV handles it. For me, the small trade-offs to run the game at 60 FPS was well worth it, especially as a good deal of the game is high detail anyway. You have some high-speed chases and a lot of combat. For taking down the robbers and escaping cars to multi-villain main battles, it just feels better at 60 FPS. It's not always the best-looking PlayStation 5 title. It can be, many times, incredible looking, especially backed up by excellent lighting, texture work, and animation. It's easy to think just how much more can the platform deliver, but there are times where you do see some problems. Now, there is one later patch coming for this version that we've been told about, and I do expect and can see on the list that some of these are fixed, but not all of them. For example, regardless of the setting, many New Yorkers along the street suffer a pretty large step down in detail from everybody else you see. And there is some definite distance pop-in that you get during cutscene loads, as well as some flickering level of detail issues on different building spots. And a lot of the buildings seem to be a little bit more architecturally detailed, while others are actually a step down. This is probably because the city is so large in this game. But that trade-off is definitely worth it. First, the city is massively larger, but graphically the game opens up with a battle against a classic Superman foe, and it is one of the most profoundly epic battles I've ever seen in a game, utilizing an awesome hit mechanic that when you get smashed, you fly across the city, showing just how magnificently that streaming technology has come along. It is ridiculous looking the first time you get in a battle and you get hit across multiple city blocks and have to end up getting back to the enemy. It's not just the speed at which it's changing the city that occurs, that opening moment that sort of makes everything crystallize in front of you when you realize, man, if that's what they got at the starting, what are they going to have at the middle or the ending? And I got to tell you, it one-ups its game almost all the time. It works. It's well beyond anything I think I can see in most of the movies, shows, or otherwise. Spider-Man 2 has some epic battles. However, it's also the animation that nails it. You got Peter in his different animation set than Miles, meaning that even though you're using the same suits sometimes, or it can look that same way, it's different. The folding of their bodies, sort of the way that they move their angles to smash bad guys, it feels different. I can also imagine fighting one Spider-Man is like fighting an 8-cylinder engine where the pistons are replaced by fists, and it's actually 12-cylinder. But fighting two of them, I can only imagine how hard that would be to make the choreography within the animation work and make sense visually to the player, but for the most part, they did it. Though admittedly, there's a couple times where the camera would flick into a wall, or it would just be somewhat otherwise obscured. But a game like this that draws out these large locations, I think, can fall into a big trap. But here, the space isn't wasted. Instead, there's this discrete focus on distance traveled to give you a feeling of these two people trying to save something that's just too large for them to actually do so. And that's no more better detailed than when a huge part of the game that Insomniac relishes in is the ability to switch between both heroes in many moments, many times with less than 1 to 2 seconds for transitions. It reminds you of the moment in GTA 5 when switching for the first time from Michael to Trevor, except here there's less puking into toilets or pissing, and there's more just instant action. This lets you swing around the city as each hero. Heroes that have over 65 suits between them, with most of the suits also having their own set of colors. That means you're technically looking at really more than 200 suits, because apparently 50 isn't enough and 400 is too many. The sheer choice is actually staggering. And that's something I felt pretty much throughout the entire game.
Had to read a very important email I just got.
You may ask. I don't know. I can pixel peep later and tell you the 7 shades of special texture flesticles that can cast 50 ray dumps per second on Spider-Man. But while clinical analysis is great for arguing, said once again,
that had to read a very important email that I just got. I had to respond to it right away. I will be playing Marvel Spider-Man 2 early before the launch day, courtesy of Sony. It is indeed happening. I am being gifted Spider-Man 2 for the PlayStation 5. Could not have done it without all the good folks in Durag Nation who have been supporting me since 2021. Once I get all the guidelines and everything, I'll post an update when I'm allowed to. I don't know what I don't know what I'm allowed to post yet or anything, but once I get all the guidelines and everything like that, I'll work it out and I'll give everybody an update on YouTube and Twitter. But just wanted to let y'all know I am on the list. I will be playing Spider-Man 2 early. So just want to thank all you guys for that. We'll get back to the review.
Spider-Man delivers a feeling as close to being a hero in a movie or a cartoon as really anything currently possible. And a lot of that continues through the audio. Vocal work is just awesome across Spider-Man, from villains to the consistently excellent work of Yuri and Jeter as the main leads. Of course, many well-known and
will Sandman let you go out with him
as various villains across the city-wide roster. Terrible people,
I mean,
with terrific abilities.
I don't think he's very picky.
Of particular note, especially in casts this big, there really isn't that time where one particular
man's been in prison for a long time.
Sounds different than the rest.
In a small vial.
Good. And that's the same as the sound.
You probably
audio
will.
Focuses on delivering a world through the senses of Spider-Man, but not becoming too numbing with input. Enemy call-outs to the sound of doors slamming as new reinforcements leap out of vehicles during a team-up.
Thank you, chat.
It's all excellent. Handles surround sound very well, especially well enough to feed the gamer data regardless of the enemy's direction.
Love that 2099
before spider senses kick in, and I used it a lot of times. Most notable for this, though, is the distance tracking and the audio and the fade-in. For example, being able to perfectly hear how close a rocket is.
Don't get me wrong. I love the 2099 suit from Spider-Man PS4. But you know what I really want to see? The 2099 Across the Spider-Verse version. Because they already showed they have several Spider-Verse suits in the game, and they even did the thing where they slowed down the frame rate to make it look like the animation from the movies. We saw Noir. Keep it up, bro. What? I just got a $100 donation. Holy, thank you so much. This day was definitely already pretty lit. You know, just hanging out with y'all. Confirmation that I'm getting Spider-Man 2 early. That definitely will buy some ramen. It has been a good Monday so far. Can confirm. W Monday.
Behind you as it comes near your roost, letting you actually delay dodges until the very last moment using sound information alone during some of the largest battles is a kudo to Insomniac, and their sound design is just very well done. And the music is the same way. This is cinematic. It's largely movie-like and orchestrated to offer that simultaneous movie experience.
Oh, yeah, that soundtrack, bro.
Moments, as well as some muted themes during times where the characters are facing more than most kids should have to handle. There's a synergy here, and probably always will be, between the movie's large orchestra pieces and the game's pieces. Yet there's always the ability to make your own story and interact with the game music as it fades in and out with the actions you perform, and that's profoundly more personal than hearing a specific character's
big shout out to Bruno.
How good it is in a movie. It's crazy to be reviewing
for the very,
I remember seeing
very
the
generous,
and questioning
very generous donation.
It could be. It was good enough to do a walking the walk game creation video on it. Check out the link in the details. That actually surprised.
Bruno been one of the channel's biggest supporters. Definitely appreciate you, my friend. One of the best people I've met since doing content. Appreciate all y'all. Lucky Ray, Capte, he was here earlier. We got a surprise for Capte coming up. Big surprise for Capte coming up. That's all I'll say in case he pops in. But yeah, we got a big surprise I got a big surprise for Capte planned for sure. But thank you so much for the donation. Thank you so much for the support. This has been a crazy year, and I can't wait to bring y'all guys some Spider-Man 2 content bright and early. Birdman hands.
Surprised me. Then I wondered if they would be able to do the same thing with Miles, and they did. Then we saw Spider-Man 2. It's going to have 2 characters, dual stories, a bunch of different new skills, unique villain, and a city 2 times larger. There's a great deal that could have gone wrong here. Skills making no sense.
There will be giveaways. I could have confirmed. I got offers. I've been given offers to give away some copies of Spider-Man 2. I'm doing a big giveaway. This one that Capte is the winner of. Capte is going to get something very special, and I'm also going to be when I'm live streaming Spider-Man 2. I'm going to be randomly giving away PlayStation gift cards so that you can, redeem that for some goodies. I'm going to be dropping those in at random during the stream when we're streaming Spider-Man 2. So be on the lookout for that. So for some nice PlayStation gift cards. Just as a token of my appreciation. We're going to be doing that during the actual playthrough stream. Thank you.
Sense, the world offering less interesting activities, or just feeling too stuffed. And all of those would have impacted just how fun the game could be. And that brings us to fun factor, which is always the juice.
Ooh, music
Spider-Man
history.
2, without a doubt, is
nice.
worth buying. And there's a number of reasons why.
My plan. So I have to get back to you about exactly what my content plans are going to be, because I got to see what I'm allowed to do in terms of streaming, when I'm allowed to stream, because I'm supposed to get an early copy. So I'll let you know when. I have to see when I get the copy of the game and what the guidelines are going to be. But otherwise, I want to do a stream midnight on the 20th. As soon as it hits midnight, I want to do like a marathon stream of the game. So we'll see how that works out. If it's what you think it is, Captain will be getting a great surprise. Yes, he will. It's going to be a wild surprise. I believe it is what you think it is.
To some of the problems with the game that impact the fun factor and may make you actually sit back and think about this for a little bit. It won't change the overall rating, but it is something I need to bring up. Spider-Man 2 is at its weakest when you're forced into stealth situations. It is just not nearly as fun. And instead of an interlude or more palate-cleansing moment, it shows that there is a generalized clumsiness. The moves, switching around, the stealth as this other character, luckily somewhat few and far in between, but it does not help the game at all. Also, Spider-Man 2 has some other problems, and that's that the side activity structure is still, after all this
Nation
time,
forever,
really repetitive in its setups, regardless of a much larger moveset and different things being added. The activities feel very familiar, and while some adjustments are made, they don't hold up over a longer period of time, and more variation here would have helped, so it doesn't feel like the same 8 jackasses keep stealing the same cars over and over again. I'd like to know if you guys felt that way in the original, and once you play this, pop back off in the comments and tell me how you feel about Spider-Man 2, and if it improved those enough to you, or if you still felt that feeling of repetition. However, to move on to the excellent parts of this game, there is something that occurred throughout the entire title. I know a game is good when my mind plays tricks on me to engage with it, with some random criminal going from nothing more than a red diamond with general information of their wrongdoings to some kind of Carrick magnet, and every single action I take is driving me towards that confrontation because I just want to take them down. And this isn't the insane stupidity of like scores, platinums, or achievements that overlay actually interacting with the game with Pavlov dog's kibble trails to some arbitrary completion list. This is wanting to actually interact with the game. It's feeling like the fiction pushes you into the suit of Spider-Man for a second, either Miles or Peter.
I think it's going to be subjective.
Engaging with it. Is it because the combat's good? Sure, but it's also something else. It's that in the best of games, interaction is never really driven by just the one facet, but by the combination. And just like Peter is wicked on his own as Spider-Man, then you have Miles, and it's even better. And that's where this game works. It's because I felt like I was actually doing good, like Miles and Peter were celebrating with
I love the rate of
afterwards.
crimes.
Sure, you get points for taking down enemies, but many times I found myself not really remembering the scores I was getting. I was just having a blast taking the
game
bad
looks
guys
incredible.
down or trying to rob somebody. Basically, role-playing. While Spider-Man's always had some of the best sayings, as cheesy as they work because inherently they're more ground level in their meaning, even if they consistently drive an almost impossible goal. For Spider-Man 2, when I wrapped up, one quote from the fiction hit me pretty hard. If you're nothing without the suit, then you shouldn't have it. I can say this, pretty much as I expected. Despite problems, when I was done with Spider-Man 2, I actually said out loud, God damn, man. If you're interested in more Spider-Man, check out my Spider-Man Walking the Walk game development videos. Got some Alan Wake coming your way as well.
Shout out to ACG. Really good review. Definitely go subscribe to him if you haven't already. If you're interested in hearing more of his content. He's got over 1 million subs by now, so he definitely doesn't need the help, but definitely appreciate him. Durag Nation forever. What is your PFP? It's very small, but it looks like a Demon Slayer character. Let me check in on the reviews for Metacritic as well. See if Spider-Man 2 has moved at all. Nope, looks like Spider-Man 2 steady at 91. That 91 critic score. Did I play Assassin's Creed Mirage? I did. I got early. I got the game a day early from Ubisoft, and I streamed it on this channel, and then I streamed it on launch day on Twitch with drops enabled. It's the first Assassin's Creed game I've played since Assassin's Creed 1. So I was enjoying that because I didn't get to try out any of the new Assassin's Creed games, and what appealed to me about Assassin's Creed from the beginning was like those kind of grounded stealth assassination type mechanics. Are there any other symbiotes? You mean like is Carnage in the game? As far as I know, no Carnage. I'm your favorite YouTuber. I appreciate that, King. Thank you so much. Love Durag Nation. Durag Nation forever. Let's see who else. Oh yeah, I said I might want to check out YongYea. YongYea just posted his review. Also, Joseph Whitty is going to go live at 5, going over the reviews. Let's check out what YongYea had to say. I'm really curious about YongYea's review. He said Insomniac understood the assignment. Didn't know you played stream you watched instead of MK Ice and Fire. Can't go wrong with Ice and Fire, but yeah, I usually do superhero games on the channel, but now that I'm in the Ubisoft creator program and I'm in the Capcom creator program, so I will be doing some releases for Capcom and Ubisoft as well. I also got early access to Lords of the Fallen. I played a little bit of that. I'm not really a Souls type of guy, but I was enjoying it. So this is YongYea's review. He understood the assignment. Says Simon understood the assignment. Firstly, I have not
Spider-Man launched.
I have not been hit with any crazy spoilers so far. I looked at I've been pretty careful, been able to block people before reading too much. But from what I've seen, I looked at the trophy list. A bunch of stuff I wasn't spoiled too badly because the stuff that I did see on the spoilers that I did see are stuff that I predicted like months ago was going to happen. So it wasn't like, oh no, I can't believe this thing happened. It's like, oh yeah, I knew this already. You know, I predicted that. I saw that coming or whatever. So it's not too big a deal.
5 years ago, back in 2018, it straight up set a new bar for superhero games. And I know saying this is a meme, but it's true. It made you feel like Spider-Man, and it was freaking awesome. The web slinging was sublime, the combat was addictively fun and satisfying, the main campaign and its characters and stories were compelling and captivating, the set pieces were epic, the visual and audio presentation were top-notch.
All true.
And it was just like a dream come true for Spider-Man fans. This was the game that we were waiting for. So then the question becomes, how do you follow up on that? You know, how do you take that leap and web sling forward with this highly anticipated sequel? Well, Insomniac did exactly that with Marvel's Spider-Man 2, creating a sequel that is just better in every single conceivable way, building on what was already a stellar first entry. If you're a Spider-Man fan or an enthusiast of the superhero genre, or just a fan of great open-world action games, this is an adventure you don't want to miss. Marvel's Spider-Man 2, ladies and gentlemen, is awesome. Whether you're a Spider-Man fan or an enthusiast of the superhero genre, or just enjoy great open-world action games, this is an adventure you don't want to miss. With Marvel's Spider-Man 2, Insomniac delivers nothing short of a triumph, and I think the best game they've made to date.
Ooh. Their best game. That looks so good.
In many ways, Marvel's Spider-Man 2 feels like coming home again. It's familiar from the first game and its Miles Morales standalone follow-up. It won't necessarily evoke the shock and awe of playing a game like this for the first time.
Friendly reminder, there are no spoilers allowed. This is a spoiler-free stream. So if you do know some information, some important information that you would only know by playing the game or looking at leaks, do not share that. We've been looking at the reviews that were spoiler-free. I've been making sure that I have stuff set up in the chat so that people aren't going to get spoiled. We're doing our best to keep the spoilers out of here. We have mods all on deck, ready to ban anyone who spoils. Like, you're gone instantly. So just keep that in mind. Keep any spoilers you have to yourself, and let everyone enjoy the game and go in surprised.
But the across-the-board improvements, extrapolations, and augmentations are readily apparent and make the Insomniac Spider-Man experience feel fresh again. With navigation, for example, Spider-Man's iconic web-slinging is back better than ever, just full of the dramatic hipness of a white grown-up. Miles Morales looks dope too. But now, layered on top is the introduction of web wings, these gliders that allow you to essentially fly.
Dramatic hipness of a white grown-up. All right, YongYea, that was a good one. We didn't get the exaggerated swagger of a black team from IGN, but YongYea gave us something arguably better. W reference.
Fly through the city and quickly cover vast distances, which are an absolute game changer. Not only does the combination of web slinging and web wings allow for generally more nuanced traversal across the city of New York, the implementation of these horizontal and vertical wind tunnels across the city that your web wings can sail through allow for expedient and really thrilling feeling traversal. I'm not kidding when I say that Marvel's Spider-Man 2 doesn't just make you feel like Spider-Man, it also gives you a glimpse of what it's like to feel like Superman. Combine web sling and web wings just right, catch the right wind tunnels, and you'll be soaring above and through the city at blazing speeds. And I kid you not, for the first time, it felt like I caught a glimpse of what flying in a Superman open world game could be like. It's the sense of speed that this game really
I
nails
can't
in
wait.
gliding and flying, enabled by the
It's gonna be so
PS5's SSD, which destroys barriers and limitations of past hardware when it comes to loading in open-world assets fast enough. Marvel Spider-Man 2's navigation is so good that I kid you not, I did not feel the urge to fast travel in this game once in my almost 20 hours playthrough, and that's doing a decent amount of side quests and activities, with a completionist playthrough likely being 30 to 35 hours long by my estimation. I did fast travel one time just to capture footage of how instantaneous and cool that transition is, but the very act of being Spider-Man, web slinging, and now web gliding are always so fun and engaging that I literally never wanted to fast travel. I almost forgot fast travel existed. Not to mention that with the web wings, it really doesn't take terribly long to get from one side of the game's open world map to the other, despite the fact that Marvel Spider-Man 2's map is twice the size of the first game's, with Manhattan having been expanded with the addition of Brooklyn and Queens. But at the same time, traversal isn't so expedient that you'll be missing out on all of the myriad points of interest, side activities, the side missions that you'll stumble upon throughout the world. And with how visible these are thanks to Spider-Man's new AR goggles that display large icons at locations of interest, the game constantly encourages you to zip and fly around the city and just kind of take the world around you and see what's out there. So yeah, traversal, navigation, and open world exploration in Spider-Man 2 takes what 1 did and just perfects it, and I never got tired of it. Combat's similar in that, while familiar, it also has been refined, streamlined, and expanded for the better. Many of the basic punches, kicks, aerial combos, maneuvers, and web attacks feel familiar from the first game. There is still that emphasis on aggression to fill up focus meters to spend on heals or finishers, but new to the sequel is the inclusion of a block and parry button, with parries in particular being very powerful and satisfying when the timing is mastered. There's also a decent variety of foes who will keep you on your toes, with certain attacks requiring you to dodge or parry or perform certain maneuvers to counter based on the enemy's builds and attack types. Gadgets have been redone for the better. Instead of holding R1 to slow down time and pick a gadget from a wheel, and then tapping R1 to use the selected gadget, you now tap R1 for basic web shooters and then hold down R1 and press one of the face buttons to use the other 4 gadgets. And then on the other side of the controller, Spider-Man 2 doubles down on the introduction of powers in Miles Morales, where you hold down L1 and press a face button to execute an ability. Now Peter has those as well, with variations to those abilities.
There's the Iron Arms with the symbiote.
Campaign progresses. Forget about suit powers; those don't exist anymore. It's now 4 powerful abilities readily available between cooldowns. And each face button has multiple abilities that you'll unlock that you can swap in and out, so plenty of options as far as those go. Each Spider-Man also has an ultimate move that they can unleash by pressing L3 and R3 at the same time. When this meter on the top right is filled, they can definitely turn the tide of battle, and I'll let you discover what those do for each character. So from new defensive capabilities, gives you so much more freedom in your stealth tactics and makes these segments a lot more fun and flexible. Just a fantastic addition. Though I will admit, combat in this game is just so fun that I often like to just dive in and just kick some ass. But for those who enjoy stealth gameplay and want to tackle these stealth missions stealthily, there is this new tool that really opens up stealth in a big way. You've now got 2 Spider-Men to play as to boot. Throughout main missions and character-specific side missions, the game will automatically switch to the required character, but out and about in the open world, you can switch to your preferred Spider-Man instantaneously at any point with nary a loading screen.
But at least they're going to add it at some point.
Basic attacks and maneuvers are the same. They feel relatively the same to navigate with, but their unique L1 abilities, ultimates, and distinct animations distinguish them enough. It's a good balance of not feeling like you're playing 2 different characters who have completely different control schemes, as that might be jarring to constantly switch back and forth between, while still giving each Spider-Man unique enough tools and personality to still make playing as each compelling in their own right. Progression mirrors that in that it has elements that are shared across both Spider-Man, and then skill trees that are specific to each Spider-Man, with the Peter and Miles specific ones mainly focus on upgrading their L1 abilities and ultimates. Speaking of progression, it works very similarly to past Marvel Spider-Man games. Doing main missions, side missions, and side activities throughout the city will earn you XP to level up and earn skill points to spend on unlocking skills and upgrading abilities, and you will also earn currency to spend on unlocking and upgrading gadgets, upgrading your suit tech that can boost your health, damage, focus meter, and traversal, and crafting suits that automatically unlock as you level up, which in this game are purely cosmetic, no powers or anything attached to them. And I've got to say, there's so many awesome looking suits in this game, both familiar and new, with some of them featuring color variations that you can craft, unlock, and pick between. These are skins that greedier companies in this day and age might charge $10, $20, $30 a pop for.
Free.
Huge kudos to Insomniac for keeping the joy of cosmetic customization alive, which really does have tangible
Free
emotional
suits.
impact on many people's experiences, especially Spider-Man fans who recognize many of these suits across all of the different Spider-Man materials. As for what kind of side missions and activities you'll partake in, well, you've got your classic crimes that emerge throughout the city, which you can choose to intervene. You've got side missions that center around doing favors for specific characters or driving back specific enemy factions. You've got resources, stashes, and collectibles scattered throughout the city that you can collect.
Mission Web
You've
Bomb
got
and Impact
vistas of
Webs.
New York that the game encourages you to take photos of, so on and so forth. Many of these activities do involve combat, and
Same
while
man.
some of these activities can feel somewhat repetitive, because the core mechanics of this game, from navigation to combat, are so fun and addictive and never get old, I never found myself bored by the repetition, especially since many of these activities do build towards some kind of narrative conclusion. I will say, however, that some of Spider-Man 2's activities can feel like a bit of a drag. There was this one mission that involved me having to web up holes on pipes from which water was leaking in this gardening side mission. Some activities may involve you engaging in rudimentary minigames or puzzles that are not all that fleshed out, which were my least favorite part of Marvel Spider-Man 1, and the same applies for Marvel Spider-Man 2. I found that these kinds of activities slowed down the game, and it was time not spent doing cool Spider-Man things. At the same time, these are not so prevalent as to severely mar the experience, especially when they're balanced out by some fun standout side activities like missions involving chasing a drone through the air at high speeds like a thrilling aerial roller coaster ride utilizing your web wings, or partaking in a Mysterium combat challenge that sees you testing your skills under specific conditions in a visually spectacular way. Certain side missions are straight-up full-fledged questlines that are more substantial in their storytelling, featuring cutscenes, substantial scenarios and set pieces, unique interactions with key characters, and a sense of the content being more handcrafted. With all said and done, there's plenty of fun and fleshed-out side activities to do that do outweigh some of the occasional droll ones. But of course, the biggest allure of Marvel Spider-Man 2 is unquestionably its epic new campaign. This is where the game really shines. I obviously won't spoil the story, but suffice to say that this game...
Yo, he showed us Wraith. Our first look at Wraith fully fleshed out. I was in combat.
Unique interactions with key characters, and a sense of the content being more handcrafted. With all said and done...
She looks so good.
There's plenty of fun and fleshed out side activities to do that do outweigh some of the occasional droll ones. But of course, the biggest allure of Marvel Spider-Man 2 is unquestionably its epic new campaign.
That's dope.
This is where the game really shines. I obviously won't spoil the story, but suffice to say that this game takes the cliffhanger they left us with in the post-credit scene of Marvel Spider-Man 1 and runs with it. The first game did a fantastic job at establishing relationships and making us care about all of its heroes, friends, and foes, and the sequel is incredibly effective at that as well.
Spider-Man suit,
the relationship between Peter and Miles in particular really blossoms throughout this campaign. Central supporting cast members like MJ and Harry Osborn have their moments as well, and villains are memorable, fearsome, and well-established. Kraven the Hunter, for example, is menacingly portrayed like the apex predator fans will know him as, and Venom, oh man, I don't want to spoil anything about him. Let's just say that if you're a Venom fan like me, Insomniac understood the assignment. It is everything I could have asked for out of Venom in a AAA Spider-Man game. They absolutely do one of my favorite comic book villains of all time justice. It makes me so happy.
I can't wait.
The set pieces and scenarios in this game are simply mind-blowing. Easily some of the best Insomniac has ever made, and just across the board, some of the coolest and most epic stuff ever put into a video game. Insomniac really went above and beyond to make the campaign's thrills feel like a never-ending barrage of jaw-dropping moments. You can feel how hard they worked on pushing the boundaries of spectacle they achieved with the first game, and how much they labored over and scrutinized every gameplay scenario, set piece, spectacle, and cutscene. Though I will say some main mission types didn't resonate with me quite as much, like the infamous MJ stealth missions, which do make a return. They are much improved from the first game, I will say. MJ does feel more agile and more capable. But these missions still play out like the most basic and linear form of Assassin's Creed. Not to mention, it's kind of weird watching MJ take down professional killers with such ease. But mainly, anytime these segments would present themselves, I missed playing as Spider-Man. These aren't horrible or anything, they're short-lived enough to not be overly tedious. There are only a handful of them, and I'd say one of these I felt was pivotal. But generally, when playing a Spider-Man feels as good as it does, it's hard to look forward to the more passable and kind of
like the last
blander MJ
semi-paid actor.
The campaign will also occasionally ask you to engage in some of the game's rudimentary mini-games and
YongYea.
puzzles, which I don't think add much to the experience. But again, these are short-lived enough and not so frequent as to ruin the experience or anything like that. These small complaints aside, though, man, from a spectacle standpoint, I couldn't have asked more from Marvel Spider-Man 2. Insomniac pulled all stops on this one. At the same time, the campaign knows how to slow things down and focus on developing characters. With a symbiote now in play, characters' fears, insecurities, baggage, and inner darkness becomes a big focus, especially so with Peter Parker, whose personality changes throughout the course of the game as the symbiote takes over. Yuri Lowenthal, man, he delivers a magnum opus of a performance as Peter Parker and Spider-Man, striking that perfect balance of kind, chivalrous, courageous, nerdy, frantic, and witty the iconic character is known for, while really pushing himself to a whole new level with the festering malice he imbues into the traditionally wholesome character. There are some really visceral moments this portrayal demanded that I legit don't know how Yuri's vocal cords survived, but whatever the case, he absolutely knocked these moments out of the park while also bringing his A game during those powerful emotional moments. I kid you not when I say that Yuri Lowenthal's Spider-Man is my favorite portrayal of the character, and this was only further cemented by the performance he delivered here. The rest of the cast members deserve much commendation as well. Najee Jeter's portrayal of Miles Morales and his chemistry with Yuri's Peter Parker is in many ways the heart of this story. But past that, Najee also effectively conveys the inner struggles of a kid who is still discovering who he is, learning how to balance his life, how to be Spider-Man, and how to cope with the death of his father. Newcomer Graham Phillips as Harry Osborn is a very welcome addition, does an excellent job. Laura Bailey is still great as MJ. Jim Peary utterly eats up the scenes he's in as Kraven the Hunter. Todd Phillips is just perfect as Venom. And just about everyone brought their A-game, all elevated by wonderful performance direction from Chris Zimmerman Soldier, who, fun fact, voice directed all of the Metal Gear games. Great, convincing, nuanced performances really go a long way in giving a game's campaign the emotional weight, nuance, and humanity to keep players emotionally invested in these characters and the events surrounding them, and so they really just nail it on that front. Further aided by how the general presentation of Marvel's Spider-Man 2 has been taken up a notch from Insomniac's previous releases. The cutscenes and set pieces are so well directed and animated and beautifully brought to life.
Phillips.
The scale of them can feel like a whole new level for even Insomniac, and it's made all the more impressive by how every cinematic in this game is rendered in-engine in real time, making gameplay to cinematic and cinematic to gameplay transitions completely seamless. The visual fidelity on this game, while it's not this huge generational leap per se, is a noticeable step up from previous entries. You almost might not notice it at first because this is how you might have pictured the first Marvel Spider-Man 1 looked in your head. But for my part, when I went back to even Marvel Spider-Man 1 Remastered after beating Marvel Spider-Man 2, the visual improvements in the sequel became pretty apparent, especially on the big OLED TV that I game in. The enhanced texture and lighting on the Spider-Man suits in particular really make them look noticeably more detailed and photorealistic. And zooming out, the city itself definitely feels denser, more crowded, less flat, and more alive. I'd say environments especially really benefit from the enhanced lighting and fidelity found in this game. The aspect that looks the least higher fidelity, I'd say, is character models and faces. They look like a little better, but not by much. But the thing is, they already looked really good in the first game, so they still look pretty damn good here. If at times a bit clay-like for some of the less important NPCs, there are also some really great particle effects on display to boot, something Insomniac has always been really good at. And to top it all off, regardless of whether you're playing in 60 FPS performance mode or 30 FPS fidelity mode, having tried both, the game looks great and runs smoothly, on both options. They're both great. Go for whatever you like. I even tried the 30 FPS fidelity mode and found the gameplay to feel just smoother than I expected for some reason. Like, obviously, it didn't feel as smooth as 60 FPS, but it felt smooth enough that I would play the entire game in fidelity mode for a second playthrough. It's also worth noting that the game does show off the power of the PlayStation 5's SSD. Whether it's shenanigans with portals or seeing the in-game camera just zoom across the city in certain scenes and cutscenes and gameplay moments,
we watched
it's
the
all
digital
just
Foundry.
incredibly impressive and elevates the presentation of this game to a whole new level and just makes everything feel so much faster and seamless, and they can really do some unique things with the faster loading in of assets. On top of the visual elements, the music in this game, sublime. That familiar melody is still there, but you can also look forward to some darker tones that represent the symbiote's darkness and corruption. The sound design, from how the music builds and swells when you start web-slinging, to the sounds of the bustling crowds of New York, to the feedback you get during combat, to all of the incredible sounds that you hear as some of these set pieces play out, it gets the job done and then some. Now, there were a few moments throughout the game where, for some reason, the background audio and music would just go dead silent, making everything feel really dead all of a sudden for a moment.
You guys need help with that? Does anyone have sunscreen?
A technical issue that I'd occasionally encounter, but when the sound was working as intended, which was most of the time, it was pure ear candy. I did experience a few other small technical issues as well throughout my time with the game. It did crash twice on me throughout my playthrough, but due to generous checkpoints and fast loading, they didn't amount to lost progress or anything. One time, one of the button prompts for a boss battle would not trigger, so that forced a checkpoint restart, and that fixed it. Another time I did see a car driving through a wall before a car chase side mission started. That was kind of funny. Twice I witnessed invisible character models while the objects they were interacting with remained visible during the photo op side activity. So that made it appear as if ghosts inhabited New York City.
Yeah, I've been avoiding
So there were things like that, but
TikTok.
all in all, honestly, these were pretty minor hitches in an otherwise very polished experience, made all the more impressive by what an amazing technical achievement this game is. Marvel's Spider-Man 2 is, simply put, another must-own title from PlayStation, a system seller of a sequel that raises the bar for superhero games a second time. Feeling like Spider-Man has gone up a level, and the game's campaign is a wet dream for any fan or enthusiast of the Spider-Man universe. It's also just a good-ass video game that anyone would enjoy in its own right, with rarely a dull moment or a missed step, always a rewarding and thrilling delight, coming in at just the right length, never overstaying its welcome, never robbing players of a well-paced and rewarding experience, made with love by Spider-Man fans, for Spider-Man fans at a high-budget level that we could only dream about a decade ago. Insomniac once again proved that they are one of the best game development studios in the world right now. A studio you can trust will output consistently high quality and bar-raising games one after another. I honestly don't know how they do it, like, especially when they tend to work on multiple projects at the same time with a relatively high cadence of new releases, from Ratchet & Clank to Miles Morales and now Spider-Man 2. Like, it's crazy, but whatever you're doing, Insomniac, please don't stop. Marvel's Spider-Man 2 is an easy Game of the Year contender for 2023, and it only serves to elevate my excitement, anticipation, and optimism for the upcoming Marvel's Wolverine that much further.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait for Marvel's Wolverine. Bro, with how good Spider-Man 2 is, imagine how good Marvel's Wolverine's going to be. Shout out to YongYea. Definitely go give him a sub if you haven't already. He's really good for gaming, pretty good for gaming news in general. He definitely cooked up on this Spider-Man review. I thought he did a fantastic job. Showed us some new stuff as well. Got to see Wraith in action. I can't wait. I can't wait to play this. Let me check the Metacritic score. Pretty sure we're going to be locked in at 91. for Spider-Man 2. Yep, that looks to be the case. 91 out of 100. Make it one of the best review games of the year and one of Insomniac's best reviewed games of all time, actually. Can you still pre-order? The game launches on October 20th. You can pre-order until the game is no longer available. Until the game is officially available. How many heroes are in New York? So, well, I know, well, in the Insomniac universe, there's Peter, Miles, Doctor Strange, Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Luke Cage. There's also an Avengers Tower. We don't know which Avengers are stationed in New York in their universe. Probably Iron Man. Yuri, if you count her, she's more of an anti-hero. You know, she has more extreme measures when it comes to dealing with criminals. But she is technically in that hero lane. Wolverine is not really a New York hero. He is Canadian, but he kind of operates all over the place. Black Panther is a Wakanda based hero. They have the Wakandan embassy, but that's because Wakanda is a country, and they have embassies in different places. But that's so far the heroes that I know of in Insomniac's New York. Did I play Ghost of Tsushima? Ghost of Tsushima, one of the games I covered on the channel. I played actually before I started making videos, and I did do a couple of videos of Ghost of Tsushima. But as my longtime subscribers will tell you, Ghost of Tsushima is my favorite game of all time, and I am always talking about it and telling people to go play it. Yeah, the Xavier Mansion is in upstate New York. But in the actual city, X-Men don't typically operate there, and Wolverine in particular is like famous for being like a loner. He like travels all around. His solo game, for example, looks like it's going to take place in Madripoor. Based on the clues that we saw in the trailer, the bar that he's in is called the Princess Bar, which is located in Madripoor. So that's likely where the main game will take place, which is not in America. Will I do GTA 6 leaks? I will not. I generally don't do real leaks, especially since they will in fact come for you if you do post them, especially GTA. I haven't seen, I don't know if they haven't really talked about, much of the other heroes of New York in Insomniac Spider-Man. We just know that Doctor Strange's Sanctum Sanctorum is in Insomniac's New York. I don't think Spider-Man 2 is going to be, I don't think it's going to win Game of the Year. I still think Baldur's Gate is going to be given the title, but based on everything I've seen so far for Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man 2 is going to be my favorite superhero game of all time and the best game that I've played this year. For sure. So I think Alan Wake 2 will surpass Spider-Man 2 in the Metacritic score. Alan Wake 2, I don't know. It's hard. I'm not sure what to quite make of Alan Wake 2. Actually, let me check. It looked cool, but I'm not sure. I feel like Alan Wake is going to be in the 80s. But we'll see. Let me look at how the critics rated the first Alan Wake. So, yeah. So they gave the Alan Wake remastered a 79 on Metacritic. And they gave Alan Wake, the original Alan Wake, an 83. Alan Wake 2 review should be out soon, actually. It comes out on the 27th, so the review embargo should be coming up soon. Based on what I've seen and heard from Alan Wake 2, my prediction is that's probably going to be in that range, 80, maybe 85, 86 at the most. You replayed Avengers this year. That clears the best game you'll play this year. Well, besides that, I meant new games, not old games. Avengers technically is a game that I played before. So, in terms of new games, I played the Resident Evil remake. I played Jedi Survivor, Hogwarts Legacy. I played Assassin's Creed Mirage, Lords of the Fallen. I don't have a Switch, so I didn't play Tears of the Kingdom. And I didn't play Baldur's Gate 3. Because it's just not my type of game, but I probably watched some of the cutscenes and stuff. I watched some people play it a little bit. I watched people play Starfield. And it feels like Spider-Man 2 is going to be the best game, but Baldur's Gate 3 is going to win Game of the Year. And I played Final Fantasy 16 as well. Yeah, I played a lot of the Game of the Year nominees. I still have to finish Final Fantasy 16 too, but I don't know, I think my favorite game that I've played so far this year, in terms of the new games, was probably Hogwarts Legacy. As mainly because I'm just a big fan of the of the franchise. It was such a well-made open world, and I had a lot of fun with the combat as well. Jedi Survivor's combat was really good, but I thought the story wasn't as good as Fallen Order. Final Fantasy XVI's combat was really fun. Took me back to Devil May Cry. It was fantastic, but I didn't like the story at all, really. And I was just kind of ready to just skip all the cutscenes and just get right back to the action. Assassin's Creed Mirage, I haven't finished that yet. I need to get further into that, but it's solid so far, but definitely not going to be up there. I only played the Resident Evil remake demo. I didn't get the full game. They were supposed to send me the full game. I didn't get that yet. Oh, I did play Street Fighter 6 as well. But it's a fighting game, so it's hard to judge that. But Street Fighter 6 is fantastic. I played the Mortal Kombat beta. I didn't play the full game. But Street Fighter 6, between the two, I thought was the better fighting game from what I played. It was fantastic. I haven't played fighting games that much, apart from like anime fighting games like the Ninja Storm series, the Dragon Ball stuff, Demon Slayer. But Street Fighter 6 was really good. I didn't really like MK1's combat. It felt a little too slow for me. But I think Spider-Man 2 is going to be my favorite. Is it going to be a dinosaur game? I mean, there's always a dinosaur game. Exo Primal is a technically dinosaur game where you fight dinosaurs while wearing robot suits. During the stream, what do you think of the reviews? Reviews so far, overwhelmingly, the reviews have been positive. Definitely, IGN's review definitely a L, but but for the most part, Spider-Man 2 has been getting 9s and 10s across the board. Some of the stuff I can see where they had issues with based on what they described, but overall, it seems like they did a great job and pretty much made the game better in every way. I know some people wanted the game to be longer. Some people wanted the day-night cycle thing that they keep asking for. And weirdly, JORaptor didn't like the story, but he loved the MJ missions, which crazy take, but fair enough. That's his opinion. But from what I've seen and heard, it looks like a fantastic game. The combat looks great. The story is great. They definitely improved the side missions a lot, made the world more immersive. The music is perfect. I'm loving it. I can't wait. The one downside I will say is that there's no New Game Plus at launch and there's no mission select. We're assuming they're going to add it later on because that's what they did in previous games. But at launch, for the time being, there's no New Game Plus or mission select once you finish the game, but you will be able to unlock ultimate difficulty after your playthrough. So after I finish Spider-Man 2, I'm going to replay it on ultimate and see how that feels. And then once they add New Game Plus, we'll do that. Yeah, the New Game Plus isn't a deal breaker to me, especially since you still unlock ultimate difficulty. But yeah, it is definitely a nice little bonus feature that I feel like should be standard in open world games in particular, but especially single player story driven games. But I'm sure they're going to add it later on, and I'll play New Game Plus once they add that. And I'm looking forward to when they announce the DLC that I know is coming, because that's going to be fun. Are you not bored after 4 hours? Why would I be bored after 4 hours? That's weird. I'm not. I don't have. Yeah, my attention span. Well, maybe because I don't use TikTok, But yeah, my attention span isn't so cooked that I'm unable to sit down for 4 hours and play a video game. Said JORaptor sucks toes for that. You heard there was a new game plus? You heard wrong. Several content creators and our reviewers confirmed that the game doesn't have new game plus. What's up, Void? I'm doing great. Today's been a great game. Today's been a great day. We got to watch some Spider-Man 2 reviews. Got to learn some really cool stuff about the game. The reviews are really positive so far, which is very encouraging. I got confirmation that me and a friend of mine are going to be getting we're going to be getting early copies of Spider-Man 2. So it's a W all around. We got some very generous donations. Biggest one from Bruno. Another very successful stream. W day. We won't get New Game Plus till end of the year, early next year. I highly doubt that's true. Last time they added New Game Plus after like 30 days or so. So I would expect New Game Plus to be out within the first month. I look like your neighbor. You getting that early copy? You missed that part. Picking out work, yes sir. We're getting that. Got the email while I was streaming. Just got that sweet confirmation. Lots of content creators say the third act was rushed and worse than the other two. Caboose loved it. I heard some reviewers that I thought were going to be more critical of the game say they loved it, and to say in particular it got much better in the third act and it ended really well. So I guess that's going to be down to a matter of preference. What content creators? Because not many content creators even got the game. But yeah, GamesRadar said it was the best superhero game of all time. Caboose gave it a 9.5 out of 10. YongYea said it was incredible. Yeah, the only person I heard that didn't like the story was JORaptor. So I like the blue avatar people. It's okay. GamesRadar, GameSpot, Eurogamer was one of... So GamesRadar was the ones that gave it a huge, like a 10. But yeah, I saw Eurogamer gave it like an 80 on Metacritic. Yeah, the vast majority gave this game a 9 or a 10. So I'm going to go with the majority here and say that the story is really good, because that's what pretty much everyone else said. People, the common complaints is basically like they wanted more, like they wanted a new game plus, or some wanted a day-night cycle, but mostly people wanted a bit more variety in the open world in terms of, and in some of the like random crimes and stuff like that. But overall, yeah, people said they loved the story and everything, especially the set pieces. I should get Avatar Frontiers Pandora. That's pretty sure that's Ubisoft. I'm in the Ubisoft content creator program, so I'm probably going to get that game because they sent me Assassin's Creed Mirage. So I imagine once we get closer, since it comes out in December, once we get closer to that, I'm going to probably play it. I'm going to probably be playing that like a day or two early. It looks interesting enough that I'll try it out. Sounds like all people wanted were quality of light changes, but the game itself is almost perfect. pretty much like it was this quality of life stuff. Like apart from a few outliers, like it was really mainly that. Like, oh, I wanted a day-night cycle, or I wanted New Game Plus, or I wanted I missed the suit powers, you know, stuff like that. Everything else, they like Digital Foundry focused more on the technical side of Spider-Man 2, and they said from a technical standpoint, it was brilliant. You know, the reviews overall have been very positive. If you could, you would donate 1K, but your allowance is in a safe account. Please don't feel the need to donate 1K. That would be insane. It would be very welcome, you know, pays bills, but yeah, feel free to do whatever you can. If you can donate. It helps keep the channel running. If you want to buy merch or donate to me directly, do that. Or if you can't, just, you know, become a member or like the stream, share it with your friends, subscribe, watch the content. All that helps a lot, and is the main reason why I've been getting so many opportunities. I have a bunch of sponsored content coming up. There's a ton of motion right now for the channel, and it's all thanks to the support that I've been getting over the last few years from Durag Nation, and I definitely appreciate y'all. Yeah, depending on how early, I'm probably not gonna get Avatar that early. Like I'm not gonna get like 2 weeks early or anything like that. I'm not expecting that. So I'm probably just gonna do a live stream and just give my thoughts while I'm streaming it. Complaint, y'all seem to be things for familiar from smaller enemies. Yes, the other thing they said that even though there's a lot of different enemies compared to the last game, there's like I guess the archetype is the same. They're saying there's like you have your melee enemies, you have your ranged enemies, and you have your heavy enemies. They wanted more variety. They acknowledged that the robot animals were very unique and added a nice little change. So they were basically saying they wanted more enemies like that, which seems fine to me. You want to see Miles' anniversary suit styles? Like, it's your favorite? You're trying to see if they got it in green. Doing digital deluxe for Spider-Man 2 because you're getting pre-order very early, because when it comes out, you're playing for hours. I feel you. Yep, no weather option confirmed. Maybe they'll add it later, since honestly, I've never. I guess it would be just a cool quality of life thing to have. Like, if you're feeling the vibe, you just want to swing around in the snow. It's not a feature that I particularly cared about that much. Like it like I remember they have day night stuff in Hogwarts Legacy. Like you can fast forward to the evening and everything like that. And I thought it was okay, but it was never something that I was like, oh man, I'm so glad this feature. Like I don't care. I just play the game as it is. Like it was cool to have snow in Miles Morales. But yeah, that definitely would fall under like a small quality of life thing. Like for people that want it, yeah, I would love for you to have that, but it's not something that I'm particularly interested in. You know, when it comes to like games like this, day-night cycles, changing the weather, not something I'm interested in. Like dynamic weather would be cool, but yeah, again, it's like, Did the other games have mission select? Miles Morales had mission select and New Game Plus. We need a true Ghost Rider and Hulk game now. Oh yeah. There's a third Marvel game that EA is working on. We don't know what it is yet. It could be anything. It literally could be anything. We know the first two are Iron Man and Black Panther. That third one could be Hulk. It could be Ghost Rider. We all know what it is yet. They haven't picked it yet, as far as I know. I'm gonna try to see if I can get some info from Jeff Grubb about what's going on with the superhero games. But the next big one is going to be Wolverine. I mean, Suicide Squad is next year as well, but really everyone's looking forward to Wolverine. That, especially after Insomniac looked like they cooked so well on Spider-Man 2. I can't wait to see their Wolverine. Oh man, that's going to be insane. I can't wait to play Insomniac's Wolverine. Oh, that's going to be so, and especially since Wolverine's going to be more, it's going to be more grounded, much more violent and mature than Spider-Man. So it's going to be a nice little change of pace. Imagine the finishers, yo! Oh my god, those brutal finishers! Oh my god! Imagine if they have a Berserker mode. I feel like they gotta have the Berserker mode. It wouldn't be a Wolverine game without a Berserker mode. Gotta have it. Like you build up enough meter or whatever, and then he goes Berserker mode, so you get increased damage and speed, and you heal faster. That would be so sick. You do more brutal takedowns. I can't wait to play this. Hugh Jackman, no, we don't. When it comes to Wolverine, we don't do Hugh Jackman for the voice. We do Steve Blum. Steve Blum is the voice of Wolverine. Hugh Jackman is he's our live action. He's been our live action Wolverine. He did his thing. But when it comes to video game and animated Wolverine, you get Steve Blum. I like Hugh Jackman. Steve Blum is Wolverine. That's all there is to it. I don't want to hear any other voice but Steve Blum's on Wolverine. Imagine a crossover game, that'd be insane. A Hulk game would be insane. Simon has the perfect blueprint to create the best Wolverine game. Yep, the team that was working on Miles Morales was started out working on Wolverine, and the Miles Morales combat I thought was a big step up from Spider-Man PS4, so I'm really looking forward to what they do with that. Who else do you think will be a good Wolverine? Steve Blum. If it's not Steve Blum, I don't want it. No, I'm good. No, I'll give whoever's a chance, but it has to be Steve Blum. I mean, as long as Steve Blum is alive and healthy, I want him being the voice of Wolverine. I will hear nothing else. As long as Steve Blum is willing and able. Yeah, we're all definitely excited for Spider-Man 2 here. You forgot about the OG X-Men voice? I'm trying to remember. Speaking of, I really hope Disney doesn't mess up the new X-Men. '90s X-Men cartoon was a huge part of my childhood, as was the Spider-Man '90s cartoon. All right, so there are two acceptable Wolverines. Yeah, Kyle Dodd and Steve Blum. I'll happily accept Kyle Dodd. He did a tremendous job on the X-Men Wolverine and on the X-Men animated series. That's the Wolverine I grew up on initially for the cartoon. But Steve Blum is incredible with it as well. You remember when Spider-Man 2 is going to be downloaded on the consoles, not on yours. So preload started on the 13th. and it should have started automatically. But there is one issue with that, which I covered in my video from yesterday. But this only applies to people who got the limited edition bundle. If you bought the limited edition bundle, you're not going to be able to redeem it until the 20th. People assume that because it was a digital voucher that came out in September, you'd be able to redeem it and then preload when the preload date hit, which is the 13th. But unfortunately, it doesn't allow you to redeem it. So you're not going to be able to preload that. You got to wait until the 20th. Otherwise, if you pre-ordered the digital, the normal way on the PlayStation Store, it should have done it automatically. Maybe log on and manually check. But yeah, if you got the digital deluxe to the PlayStation Store, it should have preloaded automatically. I didn't do it myself because I bought the deluxe. I bought the collector's edition. I didn't get the deluxe edition. I didn't get it digitally. The only thing I got was the collector's edition because I was hoping to get a review code, which I found out I should be able to. I should be getting one, so that's why I didn't end up getting another copy. So I'm probably just going to give away my voucher that comes with the collector's edition since Sony should be sending me a copy soon. So I'm just going to just give away my collector's edition voucher to somebody else since I won't need it. But yeah, but because I didn't order it, I didn't see the preload, but other people said that it preloaded for them automatically. The game does not have mission select. That's why you don't agree on getting collector's edition on release day. Yeah, if you only got the collector's edition, then you have to wait or buy it again, buy a different version of the game. If you don't mind waiting for it to be delivered, then you're fine. Otherwise, yeah, you would have to get like the digital version or the standard version on top of that, so you can play at midnight. I got the collector's edition just because it got basically got donated to me. So I was like, all right, well, I'll get the collector's edition. I'll do an unboxing video for it. No big deal. I wanted those 19 inches as well, so I'll have that. I'll do an unboxing video for that, and I'll display it on my desk. No big deal for me. So I think Spider-Man 3 is going to be rated M. I don't know. I think even though they said Spider-Man 2 was more mature, it's still a T for teen game. So I think they're going to keep Spider-Man, accessible in that regard. Really no reason, because that's typically what Spider-Man is such a marketable character. Wolverine makes sense as an M-rated game because it's Wolverine. That's kind of his thing. He's a lot darker, more grittier. He's literally got, knives coming out of his knuckles. So that makes sense for a mature game. You don't really need a mature Spider-Man game because Spider-Man holds back. He doesn't go out of his way to hurt people. So, and he's usually a lot more fun and friendly. So no reason to really ever do a Spider-Man game that's M-rated unless you're doing like an alternative Spider-Man. Got the launch edition. Checked it. Gave you the option to download now. Well, there you go. Yeah, Spider-Man is definitely more family friendly. So I don't see Insomniac going higher than teen for the ratings. Spider-Man, yeah. I think Spider-Man 3 is going to be on PS6. I don't think it's going to be exclusive, though. I've heard that Sony is trying to get the PS6 out by 2027. And if that's the case, then Spider-Man 3 is definitely going to be on PS6, but I think it'll be early enough into it that it's going to be like Miles Morales, where it'll be available on both PS5 and PS6, because it usually takes like a couple years before they start pushing away from previous generation stuff. So I think they're gonna ride the PS5 for a while. I don't think you're gonna have to worry about it being a PS6 exclusive for quite some time. There's no doubt there's going to be a Spider-Man 3. That would be insane to think otherwise. Unless the world actually ended, there's no reason to assume we're not getting another Spider-Man sequel after this. They've definitely been setting stuff up for newer games. This game, Spider-Man 2, based on what we've seen, is probably going to be the best-selling game of the PS5 console generation. There's no reason to assume that they're not going to make another one, unless somehow the game completely flops, which I think is impossible at this point. We're definitely getting a Spider-Man 3, at least. No way Sony's going to let this up. It sounded like should make a Daredevil game. A Daredevil game. I'm surprised someone hasn't made a Daredevil game by now. Nightbot gave you a heart attack for a second when you saw exited. Yeah. Yeah, I personally still call it Twitter, but I think it's funnier for Nightbot to say X. Been seeing articles saying the digital edition drops 7 a.m. Eastern on the 19th. 7 a.m. Eastern? That definitely sounds like Cap. Let me check with Insomniac. 7 a.m. definitely sounds like Cap. I'm gonna check Insomniac's Twitter. I haven't checked their page yet today. See what they X'd. Tweeted a lot of the review stuff out. Tweeting out the Metacritic score, 91. Sent out some new screenshots, high quality, looking very good. Showing off the traversal. There's Paris's review. A lot of positive reviews. Gaming Trend gave it a 95. 119 with the first 119 critic reviews lodged. Marvel Spider-Man 2 is officially a Metacritic must-play with a Metacritic score of 91. A must-play. There's the digital Foundry. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about the release timing. Insomniac said they're going to release a map to let you know exactly when it'll come out. Uh, 4 days you'll be playing Spider-Man 2, according to Laura Bailey. Spider-Man 2 release date. So Insomniac has not put out the map yet. Release date is still the 20th. according to all available sources. You and Caboose are the only ones you listen to. IGN gave it an 8. Yeah, SkillUp's review was pretty good too. We had some pretty good reviews. Caboose is probably my Caboose, YongYea, and Kofi had really good reviews. SkillUp's was good, but though his whole thing about wanting to nerf the web wings was weird, but his review was very detailed. I think YongYea and Caboose had my favorite reviews that I read so far. Yeah, I haven't seen anything right now. Right now, everywhere is saying it's still coming out on October 20th. Now, release times are most likely going to vary by region. So if you live in like New Zealand or something, you're going to get the game earlier. You're going to be able to play the game earlier than someone in New York. I just went to the official PlayStation Twitter account. They said Marvel Spider-Man 2 PS5 takes flight in 4 days. So yeah, until you hear otherwise from an official source, assume Spider-Man 2 is releasing officially on October 20th. October 19th, 7 a.m. So what exactly is your source for October 19th at 7 a.m.? I'm on Twitter, but yeah. You can tell me what official, what website, what content creator said the game releases October 19th at 7 a.m. and I'll look it up. Have you watched all the Spider-Man movies? Yes, I have. When it was released in the UK, like I said, we don't have an official release map yet. Insomniac said when we get closer to launch, they're going to put out a map that will tell you exactly when it's coming out in your region. But for right now, the game comes out the same time it's always come out, October 20th, midnight. October 19th, 2023, 4 a.m. Pacific. October 19th, 1 p.m. Central. I'm asking what the source is. What is the name of the website? Or do I have to look it up myself? Marvel Spider-Man 2 release time. First thing that came up was marvel.com. Marvel Spider-Man 2, October 20th. We have a Turtle Beach blog. Don't know what they are. They're saying they're the ones that said it's October 19th at 7 a.m. ET, but they didn't give a source. Yeah, they didn't give a source, and I've never heard of them. They're just a random blog. Let me see. Here's a Sports Illustrated article. Yeah, it looks like they got it from the Sports Illustrated article. For some reason, they think it comes out on the 19th instead of the 20th. So let me show you what it says on. Let me check the place. Let me pull up the PlayStation blog. Marvel Spider-Man. Let's see if PlayStation would have it on their official website. So we're gonna go right to the official source. All right, let me see if they have it on here. They don't have the time, but they do have release date. The release date is 10/20. PlayStation blog. Let me see if they have it on the blog. Because they did have a blog recently. They dropped the Lizard blog. Marvel Spider-Man 2 hits PlayStation 5 consoles on October 20th. This is from the PlayStation blog. The official PlayStation blog. Says October 20th. Let me check Twitter for Insomniac. Do a quick search. Because I'm sure Insomniac has answered this exact question. I'll just do an advanced search. See Ratchet and Clank. Limited edition bundle. Let's see. October 20th. So far, everywhere it says October 20th. Everywhere official. October 20th. October 20th. October 20th. October 20th. Everywhere it says October 20th. October 20th, 12 a.m. Which is going to be different depending on where you live. There's a midnight launch at GameStop. Spider-Man 2, October 20th, 12 a.m. Check if there's anything changed. I have not seen anything. New. PlayStation and Insomniac both still say it's October 20th. October 20th, 10 a.m. TASM 2 was in the Caboose. I did see the suit in the Caboose video. I'm pretty sure I saw TASM 2 in Caboose's video. For sure. Yeah, so it's going to be the 19th technically, but yeah. So 12 a.m. Eastern time, October 20th. So yeah, that means if you're 3 hours behind, then 12 a.m. on the East Coast would be like 9 p.m. on the West Coast on the 19th. So yeah, technically, there are going to be people playing on the 19th. Like if you're 3 hours behind someone playing at midnight on the 20th, you're technically playing on the 19th. So it's probably going to be something like that. But as far as I know, the game being available for everyone at 7 a.m. Eastern time on the 19th is capped. 100% capped. Yeah, I don't know where that information came from, but it was unsourced. So the most impressive suits that I saw were the Spider-Verse stuff. Like the Spider-Verse Noir suit looks unbelievable, especially with the choppier animation. I really want to see them do the Miguel 2099 Spider-Verse suit. I love the look of that suit in the movie. I would love to see Insomniac do that. I need it. The Miles Black Panther suit was heat too, for sure. But I need that. I need to see it. Not cap. It's 100% cap. As I already explained, yes, if it's midnight on the 20th on the East Coast, that the game is available, that means you'll be able to play it on the 19th if you're 3 hours behind. I already explained that. The issue was that it was being reported by some places that it was going to be available on the 19th at 7 a.m. That was the issue. We know how time zones work. I explained that already. Yeah. So people who are if it's at midnight on the 20th, yes, you'll technically be able to play it on the 19th if you're 3 hours behind the East Coast on the United States, or if you're 6 hours ahead or behind. You know, we get the time zone stuff. Insomniac already confirmed that they're going to do an official map showing you exactly when you'll be able to play. But yeah, we assume that's how it works, because that's how it worked for the limited. That's how it worked for pre-orders. Remember when Insomniac announced pre-orders for the collector's edition, for the limited stuff? I remember I streamed it. I streamed it when I tried to buy the collector's edition. It went live in different countries depending on where they were at. For my coast, it was like, I think it was like 10 or 11 a.m. it was supposed to go live, but people in different parts of the world and different parts of the country were able to start pre-ordering earlier. Yeah, that's how time works. Yes. You're literally, I don't know what else you're arguing. I already explained how it's going to work, so there's nothing else to say about it. Spider-Man 2 officially launches on October 20th at 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, unless PlayStation or Insomniac confirm otherwise. They have not so far. It will be available earlier depending on your local time. So if you're living in a different time zone than East Coast, most likely you'll be able to play it at a different time. So if you're 3 hours behind the East Coast, you'll play it the 19th at 9 p.m. Yes, that is how time zones work. GameStop is also having a midnight launch. I've heard it mentioned that GameStop will let you, some GameStops will let you pick the game up if you have a physical copy. Had to join your phone. You just saw the Tazon suit. Perfect. Yep. It's perfect. I can't wait. I love the advanced suit 2.0, but that TASM 2, you already know. I'll be rocking out with that suit. And I'm going to be posting gameplay of it, because that's my suit. So, once again, we'll find out officially from Insomniac and PlayStation what the official release map is going to be. So you will know exactly what time in your region it will be available. But yeah, from what I've seen, Spider-Man 2 looks like an absolute W. I cannot wait. The reviews have been overwhelmingly positive, which definitely, I mean, is what I already assumed. I already just assumed this game was going to be great. I've seen enough, but I'm so glad. I'm so glad that it turned out this way. I cannot wait. The advanced suit 2.0, the black coloring variant is beautiful. 4 days left as well. All right, I'm gonna wrap it up. I have not eaten all day. I have to go to the bathroom. So 5-hour stream W. Appreciate everyone hanging out. Thank you so much for all the new subscribers, all the new donations. We made it without a bunch of crazy spoilers. So it looks like all the precautions worked. Cannot wait. Can't once I have more information about my early copy of Spider-Man 2, I'll give everyone an update. I'm gonna watch more reviews, and I'll have a video. Have a couple of videos planned out for this week. I can't wait. This is going to be a big week for superhero games. Cannot wait to play Spider-Man 2. Durag Nation, love all you. Thank you so much for the support. Could not have done it without y'all. Thank you so much, Bruno. We're definitely going to be going crazy on the 20th, and every day after that. This is really exciting. I cannot wait. When I find, I'm gonna ask around to see who else got a code. Shout out to Lejeune. He's getting a code. I'll ask Witty. But yeah, this is definitely going to be a W. So I'll catch y'all tomorrow. I'm Sadot the Gamer, signing out. Peace.